it doesn't tell me how many percent of the wrapping. They have this electric dynamic boot guidance. Okay. Boot. Oh yeah, look at this, huh? Real Mercedes quality. Yeah, where both headlights are working now. So, charge the car to 100%. It claims 440 kilometers. Wait, to start the car again. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. But yeah, I calculated that in order to go from Jessheim to Spekkerød, we need to average less than 400 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, well, no problem, right? Well, I hope so. So we'll just do the final preparation and start. It's going to be slightly past 11. So I also have car scanner here. See some stats. Yeah, so actually 100% here is not 100% on car scanner. But okay, they were, wow, at 100% we have almost 450 volts. Okay, all good. Let's go. What? No, not it. Where is the key? Okay. Start a little bit past 11. Let me just make it 23:12 then, which means I have to start right around now. We get ready. 23:12. Okay. There. Final preparations. Off with that. Reset the trip meter here. Let's see. Wait, attention assist. What? Dude, we need to turn off that shit. Where the heck is it? Comfort settings. Assistance. Attention assist! Off. Okay. Oh, it's already 23:12. Okay. I'm not ready yet. Okay, let's make it 23:13 then. Alright. Need to reset some stuff. Let's see. Range, eco display from reset. Okay. Reset from reset. Yes. From start. Can we reset that? Yes, we can. Great. Do we have from... We don't have from charge since last charge. No? We don't have that. Okay. Okay, let's get ready. 20, 13, okay, 13. Well, there's someone in that. Okay, I'll go this way. Oh, I forgot to get this ready. There's always stuff I need to get ready. Oh, this thing is a tank. And the sound it makes is just crazy, man. Okay. Okay. All that. Put this in the back. Okay, let me see. Let me set the display brightness. It's a bit too bright now. Still kind of bright though. What? I set the display brightness to the lowest. So, yeah, well, quick math. If we have 116 kilowatt hour net capacity, and in order to get to Spekkerud, we need to average less than 400 watt hour per kilometer. Should be easy peasy, right? Well, I hope so. I mean, we have to pass through Oslo, then the consumption will be low-ish. You guys hear that humming sound? It's external, supposedly. I can hear it when I open the windows. I think they did a good job because the external noise, the fake noise, actually has some deep humming. It's not just some small speaker making some mid-tones. There's some bass in that shit. Like, dude, how big speaker did they include outside there? Okay, as usual, there's some traffic here we need to deduct for, or... Okay, Achtung, Mafia's coming. Oh, let's turn off that G sound thing, right? See, it's the auto steer walking. G roar. Yeah, I turn off the G roar. Oh, thank you for the donation from MM. Check. I need to check GPS speed. It seems to be way off. Oh, I'm stuck behind Mercedes taxi. I think this is EQE. Okay, on the move. So the starting time was 11:13. And what the heck, man? Did I just accidentally bump into the music or some shit? Try that again. Okay, on the move. The starting time was 11:13, and as usual, there's some traffic in Oslo, so we might have to deduct a couple of minutes because of this. Not much we can do. I mean, we can try to drive zigzag in between the cars, but even that wouldn't be possible at this moment. But yeah, I feel like the car is very quiet, nice, and comfy also, huh? I mean, it's a real Mercedes. It costs 2 million NOK, 200,000 euros. It better be good. William Gustafsson donated 200 NOK. Bjørn Nyland, my favorite YouTuber. Thank you very much. Man, the amount of left lane huggers today, though. They tried to sabotage for us. Consumption is 389 watt-hour per kilometer despite the left lane hugging going on. I have illuminated grill, supposedly. So, I mean, people should know my presence. For premium electrons from Yogurt donated 6.69 pounds. Yeah, thank you very much. If I could just get past this Nisse, though, that'd be great. See hugging the left. Come on, guys. We need to try to get a realistic speed here. So, it means that to go schnell. Well, it's only 387 watt-hour per kilometer, but it's 8.5 degrees Celsius outside. That's it. Can you? Yes, thank you. Well, checking the GPS speed here. This car shows quite low speed compared to the speed. If I would follow if I didn't check GPS speed, I will go way slower with this car versus other cars. So I need to make sure that that speed is correct. But what? Dude, it is so quiet in here. We are on rough Norwegian asphalt, and the right side is quite smooth, the left side is rough. And there's almost no difference between the left and the right lane. Let me check, but okay, I haven't been on that side yet. Well, we have 60 profile tires. It's been a while since I drove a car with 60 profile. Normally it's 50 is some of the highest. Maybe it's 55 watt hour, 55 profile. Well, I was hoping to avoid some höstferie traffic, but it seems like there's still some people slow poking here. And of course, the Tesla left lane huggers. Yeah, now we're on the right lane, and there's almost no difference in noise between the right lane and the left lane. Wow. Very quiet car. That's what you pay for, you know, when you pay 2 million NOK for this electro-auto, and it's, I don't know what you call it, it's the opposite of the poor man's car. It's a rich man's car, the rich bastard, or the mafia, or yeah. Actually, if you can look on the configurator, I'm actually not sure if it costs 2 million or more, because it has the Burmester, it has lots of nice features here. Well, actually, yeah. Alright, well, consumption is 402 watt hour per kilometer now. Holy macaroni! I can't wait to see. You guys need to stay for the Varberg run, man. Past Varberg in the 120 zone. Like, dude, are we even gonna hit 500 watt hour per kilometer? Oh, Kev J.O. donated 50 pounds. Oh, thank you very much. Highly appreciated. Yeah, wait. Okay, let me see. But I mean, it's a cool car. It's different, and you can actually go off-roading with this car. And all the rich people in Thailand, the celebrities and the actors and so on, and the singers, the millionaires, they have a Geländewagen. Even in Thailand, yes, they have good taste over there. Okay, consumption has dropped now a little bit. We are only at 372 watt hour per kilometer. Very efficient, right? We are just transporting one person. Could have driven a Model 3 instead. But that is not the point. The point is not the journey itself, is how you travel with style. And that you can just drive over any obstacle. Here, if we hit the moose, we just drive over the moose. Bam! It's like, oh, was it okay for the moose? Yeah, I managed to fill the gap. Next week, I'm picking up the Smart #5. And then on Friday next week, I'm returning the Smart, but then I pick up the Mercedes EQS SUV Maybach. I have it for 1 weekend. And then I connected to, no wait, how was that again? No, there was the other way around. after this, yeah, next Friday I returned this car, yeah, and then I had a gap before the smart #5, yeah, yeah. Then I fill it with the Maybach. So yeah, let's just move from 2 million NOK car to a 3 million NOK car. How about that? Escalate? No, they are not that. No, no, they are non-existent. Oh, okay. We are at 404 watt-hour per kilometer. Not found. Dude, I was expecting lower consumption than that. Didn't even hit the 110 zone past Oslo yet. Wow. Well, let's see if you have good headlights. I'm gonna do the full test. Banana box test, headlight test. You know. Oh, greetings from Latvia. Oh, 10 pounds from Latvia. Thank you very much. I don't know why I get them in pounds. Oh, no, I get them in the low currency. The currency they're donated in. Are we gonna hit 500? Well, we will see past Varberg. Well, I'll probably time it so that I charge at Varberg. And I think I need to charge about every 120 kilometer, like a classic Ioniq. Yeah. We'll go back to 2019 classic Ioniq range here. Yeah, okay, it dropped to 386 watt-hour per kilometer now. Well, getting rich, I'm not sure about that. Once I start charging, ka-ching, ka-ching, freaking big battery slurps in the juice. I mean, at 390 watt-hour per kilometer, and then multiply by, well, how much it cost in Sweden, 4 SEK per kilowatt hour. It becomes 1.4 kroner per kilometer. Well, I think it's cheaper than diesel. I mean, it's cheaper than gasoline, right? Yeah, it's probably going to be the most expensive. Well, I'm actually in some of those trailer runs were more expensive. G-turn with a G, huh? Well, I need to find a suitable place though for the G-turn. Now what's range? Well, I have 90% and the car claims 356 kilometers. Well, it's a comfortable ride. You just have to climb up on this bus. Well, it was funny when wifey tried to put Axel in the car. I was like, she had to lift it up. She had to lift up Axel like what do you call it? Like the Lion King, you know? Like Simba, yeah. She had to lift him up into the car. What the heck, man? Well, I haven't done much testing yet. I picked up the car yesterday. So yeah, the cycle here is not ideal that I pick it up on Friday and I have to start doing a test on Saturday. So I have to just rely on information I already know about the car, like roughly. Yeah, EVKX guy, you know, we has that site. He said that the optimal charging is to around 58%. That corresponds to what I also found with the old EQS. The 120 kilowatt hour battery. So I'll probably go for around 60%. That's ideal, but you can even stretch it to 65-70% if it is needed. But yeah, we'll see. I need to get an idea of how much we are consuming here and try to calculate stuff. Also try to calculate the net capacity on the first leg. And I'll probably just go as deep as possible. This car doesn't get any punishment by going deep. Actually, you want to go deep for the best speed. Oh, the vehicle. Oh, what was the consumption on the EQV again? Oh, that's okay. That's police. All right. Well, okay. He wants to what? He's probably looking at all the cameras I have. Hundepatrulle. Okay. Well. Okay. I'll just take it easy then. Yes. Police. I hope they don't have a measurement on me. Okay. Okay. Well, let's take it easy. Okay. What is it now? Man, because I have a G class. Okay, let's pull over. Well, not here. It's just too much. Police now. Okay, let's move. I don't want to stop here. We stop over there. Okay, let's see. We need to go. We're not gonna go over here. We go over here. Yeah. Don't crash into me. But okay, he wants to stop here. Okay. I wanted to go a place a bit safer. Yeah. Hei sann. Jeg beklager, jeg vil ikke stoppe her. Jeg ville stoppe litt der borte.
Men du må stoppe når politiet setter på blålys.
Ok, men det var bare... Jeg vil ikke stoppe midt i her.
Men den avgjørelsen tar vi.
Ok, beklager. Ja.
Du kjører veldig fort.
Hæ? Men... Er det sant? Jeg har sjekket her at bilen viser svært mye feil. Jeg sjekker på GPS-en her.
Har du førerkort med deg?
Ja.
Er det din bil, eller?
Nei, det er pressebil. Men altså, jeg vil ikke kjøre... Altså, jeg dobbeltsjekker med GPS-en at jeg ikke kjører fort, så jeg følger jo trafikken. Men...
Det er 80-zone her.
Ja.
Vi holdt følge med deg, vi lå bak deg.
Ja, ok.
Vi lå i 120. Beslagsgrensa for kjøring i 80-zona, det er 116.
Men, hæ? Du lå i 120?
Ja.
Det kan ikke stemme, det. Altså, jeg har ligget... Altså, jeg passer på at den viser svært mye feil. Så jeg er veldig nøye med det. Jeg sjekker med GPS-en og alt.
Men det er en flunka ny Mercedes.
Ja.
De er bra bygd.
Ja,
de viser ikke så mye feil, altså.
Nei, men jeg bruker GPS-en for å dobbeltsjekke at alt stemmer. Og når jeg kjørte i tidligere dag, så sjekket jeg med GPS-en, og så fant jeg ut den her viser feil, for jeg tester masse biler.
Ja.
Så at...
Ja, for du er ute og tester bil?
Ja.
Hvor er det du jobber nå?
Nei, jeg har YouTube-kanal.
YouTube-kanal, da?
Ja. Så da må det være noe gærent med GPS-en, eller at bilen blokkerer signaler. For at du ser jo bare siste fart jeg hadde, det er den, men det viser svært mye feil, så jeg lå på rundt 95 her borte. Så jeg passer hele tiden på å legge meg ned når det kommer en ny fartsgrense.
Vi ble jo liggende et stykke bak deg når du sakket ned litt der.
Ja, jeg sakket ned,
ja. Og jeg ser jo også at cruisekontrollen i forrige var jo på 104. Ja. Men, og det er jo uansett fortere enn 80.
Ja.
Men vi lå jevnt med deg i 120, altså.
Hæ? Vent, 120? Hvor er den da?
Når vi kom på fra Lindeberg der.
Så det er Lindeberg.
Men vi kan i hvert fall være enige om at du har kjørt for fort.
Ja,
men... Så er det viktig at når politiet setter på blålys sånn, så stopper du der.
Okay.
Det kan være en grunn til det, ikke sant?
Ja.
Vi tar avgjørelsen, og det er ikke for å undergrave vurderingene dine. La oss si at vi stopper deg, fordi at jøss, det ligger en rev på taket ditt.
Ja, skjønner.
Det henger noe bak bilen din som kan falle av.
Ja.
Så bare ha tillit til at vi sjekker det. Et lite øyeblikk, så kommer jeg.
Ja, ok. Hæ? Dude, I'm just super aware that I don't want to go too fast. And then I slow down. Every time there is a speed limit, I slow down. But there must be something weird with this car, or I don't know. But I tested today. Yeah, I know. He was very angry. But I didn't want to stop there. I was like, okay, I slow down. I show that I don't want to run away and thing. And I just want to go on a place a little bit. I know this place is busy. Lots of cars here. Can we just go on the side road at least before we pull over? But okay, he didn't like that. Okay, fine. But, dude, like, I was just following traffic. I didn't go too fast. I just followed the traffic. And I always check with the GPS speed what I have. So I have no idea what happened. I'm really strict about not going too fast, not to get more pricks. this is really weird. Because, okay, I was pulled over by the police, but I've been really strict about not going too fast. And you see, I noticed that this car shows the speed really wrong. So I just had to offset for that to go with the same speed. I was following the traffic as we went here. We have even live stream that can confirm it.
Yes. Du, vi har ikke noe måling eller sånt nå,
Okay.
så vi lar det bli med en advarsel.
Okay, takk skal du ha.
Nummer 1, viktig, stopp
Ja.
når politiet kommer bak. Og så, ja, du vet jo selv hvor fort du har kjørt.
Ja, ja. Det var det, jeg trodde jeg visste det. Men, men altså, har du, nei, altså, for du har med nøyaktig mål, eller du har med nøyaktig hastighet, ikke sant? Jeg vil,
Nei, altså, det er viktig for meg å si at vi har ikke noe måling.
Ja, ja, skjønner.
På et tidspunkt så ligger vi i 120, og bilen din drar ikke fra, eller vi tar deg ikke igjen da.
Okay.
Men det er ikke noe måling sånn sett.
Nei, skjønner jeg.
Men det er nok en del fortere enn 104, ja.
Men, hæ? Hvordan i svart er det mulig?
Nei.
Men var det 120 her borte i 80-zonen?
Ja, altså vi kom på fra alfasett der.
Altså alfasett, er det ett?
Og da legger vi først merke til bilen, for du kommer i betydelig høyere hastighet enn alle andre, og så legger du da over kjørefeltene, og så sakker du litt ned det vi tar igjen, men på et tidspunkt så ligger vi, ja, 120, la oss si 115-120
Ja,
da.
okay.
Du øker ikke, du sakker ikke, det er ikke noe måling, men jeg tror det er vesentlig fortere enn 104 da.
Det var merkelig, for hver gang jeg kommer på en ny fartsgrense, så sakker jeg ned. Så det var jo 90 en stund. Og så når jeg kom på 80 der borte ved...
Det ble 80 ved Furuset der.
Ja, Furuset. Ja. Da slakket jeg ned. Så jeg passer hele tiden på der, for jeg kjører de her rutene ofte. Så jeg passer hele tiden på å sakke ned hver gang jeg kommer på en ny sånn fartsgrense.
Ja.
Så, nei, det der var merkelig. Det,
ja.
Altså...
Det er bare følg med fartsgrensen og
ja.
kjør pent, så ønsker jeg bare en god natt videre.
Ja, takk skal du ha.
Men jeg tror den bilen er såpass bra bygd at den viser nok ganske presist fartsgrensa, altså.
Ja, okay,
Eller
ja.
altså hastigheten på bilen.
Ja, det...
Mercedes er godt bygd.
Ja, nei, men jeg tester biler, masse biler per år. Og jeg bruker GPS-en og sjekker, og den her viser nok altså den viser ganske mye feil da.
Ja,
det. Så når jeg har en 104, så kjørte jeg egentlig 95 bare. Ja, ok, det er jo over da, det er ok, jeg skjønner, det er over. Men jeg lå sammen med de andre. Ok, det er mulig at jeg kom litt før dem, ja, stemmer det. Men så når jeg kom på 80-zonen, så sakket jeg ned hele tiden. Jeg passer hele tiden på det. Du vet jo, det er jo antall prikker jeg har, så da må jeg være kjempeforsiktig med det. Ja.
Ja, men veldig bra. Jeg ønsker deg en god natt videre.
Ja, takk skal du ha.
Yes, ha det bra.
Ha det bra, ha det. Okay, let me just, this, okay, no, we have to get out of here. Okay, there, okay. Okay, did someone, okay, whatever, okay, well, at least I got away with a warning, that's good. They didn't have a measurement on me, but that's kind of strange, because if they have a measurement on me, they should know how much, because I'm super strict about how fast I can drive. So, okay, well, we don't care. We check at the border. So, huh? Okay, so interesting. He said that he joined me somewhere. I wonder if that was at... they came from Lillestrøm, that road. And then... but it was right. He claimed that I was driving way faster than the other, but I was just following traffic, more or less. You guys saw it. We have proof on the live stream. I just followed the traffic. So it was a bit strange that suddenly he was on my side. I didn't notice him. Normally, if something suspicious goes behind me, I will notice it. But also, if I would go like zigzag or you know, undertake or anything, I was just following traffic, following the other guys. And then he claimed that I was driving when he was at 120. He claimed that I was also driving 100. I was like, huh? I would never go 120 in the 80 zone. Are you crazy? No. Well, yeah, I know. I mean, I've done this route many times, and I'm super strict about how fast I go. You know, I don't want to get more dots on the driver's license. And also I checked, but he keeps claiming that, yeah, well, it's a modern Mercedes, you know. It's probably correct. No, well, I mean, I could have a long discussion about him. It's about the tires also. That it seems like this car, I don't know if it has something to do with the tire pressure or something, but when you cruise at 90, it is as low as 85 or something. It's 84. I can check now. Okay. Now I'm just still following traffic, right? Let me see there. But yeah, he was also kind of reacting on that. I didn't stop when he wanted. Okay. Next time, okay, I'll stop in the middle of the freaking street then, because it has happened before that they pull me over for something, and then I just went to the closest exit, at least, so we don't stand in the middle of the road. But okay, it's okay. I know he wants me to stop where we stop. Okay, we stop in the middle of the road then, where there is most traffic. Okay, but like now, I cruise at 80. I cruise at 80 on the speedometer, and it's showing 74. You know, normally most other cars, when I cruise at 80, it will show 77. So, I mean, okay, I'm not going to discuss with him. He is the policeman, but I mean, like I said to him, I test a bunch of cars, plenty of cars, and almost without exception, most cars, when you cruise at 80, it will show 77. Tesla will show 78 or 79. But of course, this depends on tire pressure and so on, if you use a different tire dimension. So I always check with GPS, and I know where the limits are, and I just go with the traffic. You guys don't see me going zip past the traffic, at least not most of them. Many of them are just going the same speed as me. I mean, we have proof when we approach Oslo and so on. So it's actually a big mystery, but he said that he didn't have a measurement. Well, it's probably because I was probably going faster than some of those guys who actually went quite slow, but I was actually following traffic with some of the other guys who actually went 15 over the speed limit. I mean, they do that, you know. Here's a fun example from the police officer. You have to stop after we hit the blue light. Yeah, I mean, a very good point. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to discuss about that. He said that, yes, you have to stop immediately. I mean, yeah, well, but the thing is that the guy before he pulled me over, and actually not only there, but it happened before also, another place. It was that Dahl incident. There, I still drove a couple of 100 meters before I stopped. I didn't stop right in the middle of the Autobahn, because I know that just in 300 meters there will be an exit. You know, it's better to stop there. But I guess the police, they don't care, or yeah, they don't care. They just want to stop you right there. Okay, fine. But the two other times when I was pulled over, actually the 2 or 3 other times, when I drove a couple of 100 meters before I stopped, no problem, right? And they never told me that, oh, you should have stopped right away, you know? So okay, fine, okay. Next time I'll just stop in the middle of the road, no matter how busy it is. But it's still a big mystery, the whole thing there, they claim. But okay, my claim is that they don't, like I said, like he said that he doesn't have a good measurement. It's because he was too far away when he, and then I think once he's maybe, I bet he started the measurement, but it wasn't long enough or something. And it's just weird, because I would just follow the other cars more or less like I do now. So if he would pull me over, well, he could give me a ticket for going 13 over the speed limit. But then they kind of need to pull over everyone. So as I approach a new speed limit, I just slow down. I'm very strict about that. But probably, I'm not sure if he noticed that or anything. But okay. Anyway, I need to record a little thing here and explain what happened. Yeah, I know. I know. They're there to protect me the blue line. I know about that. Yes. Well, no. When it comes to the whole guilt, well, yes. I mean, I show that I was set to 102 kilometers per hour in the speedo, but it was the real speed. The GPS speed was actually 95, and if they were measuring me, they usually need to deduct even 2 more, so they could fine me for going 13 over. But then they basically need to fine everyone because everyone is going that speed. You know, they probably know that. They know it's going to be silly to fine me for that. Okay, I need to just take a quick video. All right, so I just have to get going first, and now I explain what the heck happened. The police car approached me a little bit before Alnabru, you know. And okay, so he claimed that he was hammering at 120 kilometers per hour in the 80 zone, but he was still far away from me. But I'm quite strict about how fast I drive. So every time I see a new speed limit, I will slow down or speed up based on that, right? And then I know that this car shows incorrect speed. And it also makes sense because when I cruise at what speed I think I have based on GPS, I more or less follow the traffic like now or like previously. So I was set to a speed limit, to a speed that wouldn't usually trigger any I wouldn't get fined for that. I would go around 13 to 15 kilometers per hour over the speed limit like most other people do anyway. But the policeman didn't have a measurement on me, but he claimed that I was going fast. Well, I was obviously going fast when I went from the 90 zone to the 80 zone, but then I slowed down. So he's claimed that, okay, he saw that I was passing other people. Well, obviously, some people are going slower, but then I was going similar speed as many others, right? And then, okay, what we reacted on was that he was not happy that I didn't stop right away, but I slowed down and I wanted to get over to a little quiet area so we wouldn't be in the middle of the Autobahn. But okay, yes, I know that he can just put on the blue light and he can stop anywhere. It's just that the other, actually, three other times I was pulled over for something. Then I drove a couple of 100 meters further down the road. There was an exit, just happened to be an exit there. And then it was fine. And they never yelled at me for not stopping right away. But this time, apparently this policeman didn't like that I drove just 100, 200 meters extra, even though he knows that I was right at the exit there. We could have just chilled over there instead. Like here, for example, right? This exit. So he was like, you know, next time you must stop there. Okay, fine. I was driving slow already, you know. I didn't give any signal I was trying to run away, but he was like, okay, but you need to stop next time because there could be a fox on the roof or something, he said as an example. Okay, yeah, I get the point. Sorry, nobody lectured me before about this, okay? So it's just, I was just acting as if I was trying to be as safe as possible and get over to a place with some more space or less traffic or something, but okay, policeman knows best. But then comes the whole thing about the speed, yeah. So he kept saying that this is a very modern Mercedes, so you know it should. With his car, just actually happened to show speed. I mean, it has quite big error in speed, and right now I'm measuring 8 kilometers per hour error. So when you go at 90 kilometers per hour, you think you're going at 90, you're actually going at 82 only. So I was already set for that to correct for it. But okay, whatever. It seems weird, the whole thing. But he didn't have a measurement on me, so he gave me a warning. I said, okay, thank you. And then that was pretty much it. So now we just proceed. There was a delay there, and we just correct at the border. Okay, no, I'm done with the recording now. But yeah, so, you know, I actually wonder if the police guy pulled me over because it was a freaking Geländewagen. It's not a typical sight on the road. It's different than other cars. But because, I mean, to be honest, regardless of the GPS that we have in this car, if I was driving a Tesla or something, I would just blend in with the traffic. But it was just this big, boxy, tall car that apparently was driving fast. But I mean, like I explained so many times before, I'm quite strict with the speeds, and I slow down. I pay attention to the speed limits, and I slow down when I reach a new speed limit. I've done this route many times. I know exactly where the new speed limits are, you know. And even if I was talking to you guys in a live stream or something, I still pay attention. Well, I didn't mention that last weekend I was lasered at Storebaug along with another guy, and I was not going too fast, but the other guy was pulled over. You know, I'm quite aware of the speed limit and how fast I should be going. But I heard this, that supposedly if you drive a red car, there is a higher chance you can get lasered. I don't know, or the police might follow you if they spot a red car. Maybe this is just a myth. I don't know about that. But actually, you know, I bet if he measured me and he followed me long enough to measure me, he wouldn't be able to give me. I mean, he could give me a ticket going, possibly going 13 over, which will trigger I don't know, 4,000 NOK ticket or something. Because even if I didn't see him, right? I didn't see him right away, because in the evening it's harder to spot cars. But even if I was not aware he was measuring me, I will always make sure that I don't drive too fast. So, well, he was ultra aggressive, huh? Young gun. I just explained him, saw you, I was driving slow, I just asked, huh? Well, just ask for driving license first, huh? Huh? Wait. I saw you, I was driving slow, huh? What? Wait, sorry, I didn't catch that chat. What was that about? There's just so much chat going on, so I missed some of that. Oh, salute, I have same issue, police car in a roundabout. Oh, okay, another. Okay. Oh, right. Sorry, there's just so much chat going on, I need to pay attention to traffic. Well, okay, well, you know what? Do you guys know how many minutes we were stationary there? I didn't pay attention. Because, right, we can measure, but I mean, I think I can trust. Okay, there's one thing. Well, I was talking about something, but I think the policeman wasn't. He didn't understand what I was talking about, and that was that there is a possibility that this tank has so thick walls and windows or something that blocks the GPS speed signals. What do you guys think? Could it be that the GPS speed I see here is incorrect? But on the other hand, I use other cars as reference, and it makes sense because when I drive the speed like 15 over, I tend to float with the other cars, which means that, you know, I drive this stretch all the time. And as long as I go 15 over, same with the other guys go 50 over, it makes sense. But then in the speedo, it's like, it seems like it is a lot over. Yeah, well, GPS should say bad connection, yes. But I was following. I was actually paying attention to GPS already from Jessheim. I wanted to check it again since I noticed this on my test drive today with Isabel. I was like, hey, what? Huh? You guys saw it, right? I had to cruise at 96 on the speedo to match 90. That is quite high deviation. Normally I cruise at 92 or 93 only, and I was even not sure if I needed to cruise at 97 to match 90. So I'm quite strict about that I don't go too fast. And you guys saw the result last weekend that some other guy was lasered. I was lasered, but he got pulled over and they didn't care about me because I was right within the limit, or the what do you call it, tolerance level. 7 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so as a reference, we can see, because the delay will most likely be more than 7 minutes. But the problem is that if I drive slower, the consumption is lower. So well, then we have a chance to reach Spectator, right? Well, I should try to match the speed. I should go like the other cars. Well, yeah, the whole 90 versus the whole 120 versus 80, they don't have a measurement because, you know, if they were right behind me, I would kind of notice that. And also, dude, I would never drive 120. I was thinking, huh? Did I not pay attention to the new speed limit? No. At Olavsgård, it went from 100 to 90 at Olavsgård up the hill, right? You know, with lots of lanes. There, I would slow down. I was cruising at around 115, and then I slowed down to 105, and then I slowly slid past some of the cars. You can see in the video, the video proof actually, that I was just gliding past some cars, and but I didn't hammer past them, right? And I don't even remember some cars passed me. I didn't pay too much attention, but I was caught up with the whole high consumption. But then after 90 zone for a while, it became 80 zone right before Alnabru, before that downhill. And there I would also slow down again. Very strict about that, slow down. At the 80 zone, I slowed down, and then I was cruising at 102. That was on 100, and that was 95. And there again, I was just gliding with the rest of the traffic. Even though he has no, well, I mean, I have proof in the live stream. I wasn't hammering past people. I was just flowing with the rest of the traffic. So I really don't understand the whole 120 and the 80. Like I said, he has no measurement. Well, because if he did measure, he would never be able to measure me at 120 in the 80 zone. No, that was just an example. Fox on the roof. Yeah. Take time between bridges through tunnel, huh? Oh, no, but I think the GPS speed should be quite reliable. Let me check here. GPS, wait on. Let me check the GPS app here. What is this saying, right? Dude, I have 35. It says 35 satellites in use. And the signal is quite good. It's saying now it's green, so I have really good signal here, which means that the speed I see now should be accurate, right? Also, okay. I have another claim here. Okay, he doesn't know this obviously because he doesn't know who I am, but I have done this trip so many times. And when I follow the GPS speed, I check with the cars and I drive at the GPS speed, and the runs I do, you know, to Spectator or whatever, they are super consistent, which means that you should be able to trust the GPS speed that is reported. Either you have GPS connection or you don't. And when I have some cars with some kind of coating, some of the German cars, I remember it was some Mercedes or Porsche or something. I was struggling to get Draghi to connect properly. Well, I mean, it connected to my device, but Draghi couldn't find all the satellites. So what I need to do is to move the thing away from the windscreen over to actually to the C pillar or something, or on the panorama roof. Then I would not be blocked by the signal. So it means that either you have GPS signal or you don't. And then if you see a speed, especially if it's not jumping up and down too much like now, which is more stable, then that should be the correct speed, GPS speed. So yeah, like right now I'm cruising at 121 or 22 GPS speed. Yeah. And the consumption has dropped to 346 watt-hour per kilometer because of the incident. Man, can we just go back to how crazy the consumption on this car is? The range now, 306 kilometers. I thought that the police didn't, or I don't know, I thought the police would react that I maybe had a freaking windscreen blocked with 2 cameras and shit, you know? Glimpse. No, the glimpse will only show the instant speed. It doesn't log the history speed. But okay, what do you guys think, huh? Sorry, there's just too many chat going on, but quick question. Can we trust the GPS speed? Because based on my own test, plenty of runs, I'm pretty sure I can trust the GPS speed. Yeah, I disable the speed on glimpse. Because okay, the police they obviously don't use GPS to measure. They use a more accurate measurement. They measure the distance. They measure time and distance, which is more correct over. That's why they need like 5 kilometers to make it more accurate. If they only measure 500 meters, is way too high error. Because they also the way they do it is that they follow you and they go. For example, here is a checkpoint. There is a sign here, so they will pass behind the sign there. They have to guess when I pass the sign, but they don't know exactly because they are not driving side by side with me. They are usually driving a couple of 100 meters behind. But if it's here or here I pass the sign, then it's just a matter of a couple of seconds. But then as long as they measure the distance long enough, right, usually like 3 to 5 kilometers, then that measurement is getting more and more accurate. So that's how they do it, you know. But they have to base it on some vision and their own calibrated distance measurement in the car. No, they were actually not interested in the car at all. But I think it's just that the freaking G-Wagon, man, yeah, it attracts attention. No, it's not the first time. I was pulled over on the Audi, whatever again. That one, yes, I can mention that in the Audi Q4 e-tron Sportback at Hamar, there I was cruising at 100 and I think I set it to 118. No, yeah, I mean, sorry, I set it to 128. Well, there's some donation I forgot to mention. Thank you. Okay, can you give you a fine? Don't have any. No, they can't. They can't. The guy he didn't have any measurement, so. But okay. The GPS can measure speed optical device. So yeah. Well, thank you very much for all the donations I got. By the way, sorry I missed some of them because I was kind of busy with the whole thing here. But what was I gonna say again? Yeah, okay. That time I cruised at 128 in the 110 zone, but they fined me for going 17 over. So they had to deduct. They usually deduct 1 or 2 kilometers per hour, just to the measurement error, just to be 100% sure, right? So the other day when I went past Storebø, I was it was 100 zone, and I was cruising at 115 or 16. I don't remember exactly, but they could have fined me for going 114 or 15. I'm not sure exactly, but they usually catch you if you go 116 or 16 over, because then that triggers prikker, dots on the driver's license. And me, who drive a lot, and that dot from that Audi hasn't expired yet, so that's why I cannot get too many dots, otherwise I won't be able to drive. So I have to be super strict about going too fast, and that's why I'm always using the GPS to check that it's not too high. Yeah, in the Audi run, I cruised at 128 GPS speed, and they measure 127, and they fine me for 17 over. It's 110 zone. But the funny thing is that, like, if you travel around Oslo or many was it 17 over in the day, but it's just that they're able to single you out. So here I was also kind of surprised that you saw there were lots of traffic, and they managed to single me out of all the other cars who also drove the same speed as me. So that's like, I was like, okay. I mean, I start thinking like, don't you guys have better things to do? Shouldn't you be fighting crime? Or where were you guys when I lived at Alnabru and I called the police to chase away the freaking Russ, who disturbed the whole neighborhood? It's like, if I was really speeding, okay, then yes, of course, I'm not gonna deny that I was going too schnell, or I should take my punishment. But here, I was just following traffic. I did catch it on the camera, the blue lights, briefly. And then he came back, and I said, and then I put away the camera. Yeah. But he saw the cameras, half the windscreen is kind of blocked with stuff. I thought he would react on that. He didn't. Once I saw him, I said, okay, let me close the camcorder. I was shooting a B-roll as I went down there, but I was quite strict about how fast I went and all that. So, well. Well, yeah, well, okay, I have to ask you guys, do you guys think it was a coincidence that they single out me because it was a freaking Geländewagen? Or was it just a random thing, But I have to tell you, in Norway, these Geländewagens, they are not super common. I mean, I see many fossil Geländewagen on the roads from time to time. So they're not super rare. So, not random, okay. Because we have a guy from, I remember a co-worker when I work at the university. Safa was his name. Don't remember, I was trying to remember here, which country. I think he was from Iran, right? And every time he go through the security, they would do a random check on him. And they always say, it's totally random. Well, he was like, again, okay. So that was him saying that, not me, I just heard it from him. Yeah. I'm not being racist or anything, I just refer to what I heard from him. No, I'm most likely not a co-worker. Based on what I know, based on my gut feeling, they don't follow my stream. These guys didn't know me. Plenty of I don't expect the whole country to know me, so there are plenty of people who don't know me. The single out, yeah. I don't know, man. Because if you guys, can you guys rewind back? I think I did not stand out. I didn't do any undertaking. I didn't floor it or try to roar or do any fast acceleration. I was actually just cruising along with the rest of the traffic, you know, being a good German here, just flowing with the traffic. Okay, went past a couple of cars, yes, but not hammering past them, just floating over them like most other people do. Bollerwagen, huh? We will see during my test now if I get pulled over again by the police. Left lane? No, I didn't. I didn't hug the left lane. No, it didn't react on that. Actually, that would not be a reason to single out, because there are lots of left lane huggers on the road. They would be busy if they went for those. No fine, because they didn't have a measure on me. But like I dare to make, I dare to tell them that they could measure me, but you know, it wouldn't be too high speed. I would just, they would find me going 13, 14 over, because they also need to deduct 1 or 2. Like here, you know, like here. I remember this happened last weekend. We came here. I caught up with another car. I don't remember what it was, but he was driving more or less the same speed as me. The only mistake he did was that once we hit the 100 zone, I slowed down. He did not slow down. He kept going. I remember I even mentioned it in the live stream. Like, dude, like the guy didn't slow down in the new speed limit. What happened just a couple of minutes later? He was pulled over. So I can tell you guys here, last weekend with the CLA, I cruised at 115 here in the 100 zone, and then I've seen the laser there before several times. They tend to be a bit like they go for the same habits, and it's probably a good location to laser, because there's a pull-out possibility right nearby. Okay, well, consumption is only 365 watt-hour per kilometer. I wonder why the instrument, the displays are so bright. It was, back on the stream because I joined shortly after got pulled over. Here, right at this bridge, there would be a laser right here. They walk with the laser thing and they put it right here. It was either here or here, and it's almost impossible to see it at night. I seen it one time. It was right around sunset, so they actually had to walk with the whole equipment quite far. And then here at Storebø, they will have a police car ready. So what happened last weekend was that here I just follow, and then suddenly when I came around here, then a police car pulled out here quite quickly, and he went for the car in front. He put on the blue light, and I was like, oh, okay, slow down. But he wasn't after me. He was after the guy in front of me. And I bet he was going at around 119, 120 GPS speed in the 100 zone. So then that was too high for them. Yeah. And I wanted to see, and you were just a few kilometers per hour faster than the car in front of you. Yeah, exactly. Only reason why I don't end up with a manager, when you're planning test BYD seal? Oh, I haven't booked that. Is that a new seal coming out already? Okay, I haven't booked it. Okay, 364 watt-hour per kilometer. But you guys can see it on the live stream playback that pretty much since Oslo, I didn't do any crazy hammering. I just followed the traffic, and no undertaking, none of that stuff. Yeah, Neo, yes. Safe drive, nope. That's the thing that the police don't like. But I don't have safe drive. I just go by the don't go too fast, right? And it works great. And know the GPS speed. Just don't go too fast. Just go with the flow, yeah, but not too fast. Well, thank you very much. I try to be strict about blinking when I teach wifey how to drive in Norway. What time do you estimate? Oh, I estimate around 10.5 hours. What percentage battery is? Thank you very much for the good donation. Battery is at what? We're at 68%. Dude, we haven't left Norway yet. We are at Rygge. We're at 68%. Well, yeah, so, all right. Well, we'll know the answers. Okay, I drive slightly slower than I would now in the Norway side. But I'm trying to compensate for the big error here in the speed. I suspect maybe the tires are a bit off, or I'm not sure. We have some 60 profile tires. Yeah. Wasty. Okay, no worries about that. But well, so okay. I mean, for once, I can. I don't want too many complaints here, but okay, for once, okay. And now that we have very low traffic, okay, I'll show you here. Okay, you guys see the speed? Okay, what kind of GPS speed do you think I'm at now when I do this? You'll be like, oh shit, Björn, you're speeding. This is dangerous. This is reckless driving. What kind of GPS speed do you think this is? Well, I can show you. So, I mean, can we trust this? Well, eventually we will know at the border, because now we're driving a little bit slower than I normally would. I would cruise at 125. So, based on this, you know, because the police guy doesn't know this. He hasn't tested the car. He is trusting his own vision and his experience, and he can't even trust the police pilot because he didn't have long enough distance to measure. Yeah, and the problem is that if he would measure me, he will have to stop it at the 60 zone at Ulven. So, yeah, he could of course just follow me and measure me at the 70 zone then to Manglerud if he would ninja, right? But I would probably eventually notice him behind me. But at least when I test this, you know, most other cars, when I cruise at 130, it will be at 127 here. So, okay, spoiler alert, I don't cruise at 130 normally with other cars over here. I wouldn't dare to do that. Then I get pricks on me. But now I was like, all right. So now you guys have seen it. Now I'm gonna put it back here. Car scanner, yes, I use car scanner. But man, the screen is kind of bright. I already put it on the lowest intensity and it's still bright. Display. Display brightness. Yeah, it's at -5. It is at the lowest there already. I think it might adjust also once I go in the darkness. Huh? Scan my Tesla? I haven't paid attention to scan my Tesla lately. Yeah, a police car should have calibrated speedometer, but even that is not accurate enough for, well, it depends, I guess, some places. But at least in Norway, they do the police, what is it called again? I think it's a police pilot. You guys know how they measure it, right? For example, if the police would be behind me, right? Like the Tesla that drove past me, they would just base it on vision. They use a landmark somewhere. For example, here, this sign. Once they see me pass the sign, there they start the clock. And then once they pass that sign themselves, they start the measurement, the distance measurement. And then they have to wait a while until another landmark, but it should be long enough. So for example, at the next landmark here, there is another blue sign here. When they stop the measurement, they need, again, visual, and then like right here, bam, then they stop the clock, but then they have to follow, and then once they pass that sign, then they stop the distance measurement, and then that gives them average speed. The whole computer there calculates for them, and it also becomes solid proof. But they need to measure over, I don't know, 3 to 5 kilometers, or maybe longer. The speed don't bother. You never over, huh? Yeah, exactly. That's like, as long as you go with the traffic flow, like 10, 15 over in those areas, they don't stop you. I'm not sure if you go in the bush, like if you're measured 15 over in Østerdalen, they might give you a ticket. But the problem is in Oslo, everyone goes that fast, so then they need to pull over everyone. Cybertruck, no, they are basically non-existent over here. Okay, consumption is 374 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, according to my calculation, we could possibly make it to Speculative. However, there's still 170 more kilometers to go. And we are down to 62% already. We haven't left Norway yet. And there are some, here is a 100 zone. Eventually we turn into 110 zone after Salzburg. Well, I know all the speed limits. What the policeman didn't know is that I test a bunch of cars. I'm super consistent. I'm just data freak, right? And I have done this route hundreds of times, maybe. I know this route maybe even better than him, right? Even though, he doesn't want to hear that, right? And I know the cars well. I calculate lots of stuff, right? So, but he just claimed 120 in 80 zone. I was like, huh? Okay. He was going 120 in the 80 zone. Was it worth it to try to catch me? Well, I guess they are professional drivers. They don't cause any accidents, or they don't cause any danger when they go that fast. But yeah, was it necessary though? Because I was going max 95 in the 80 zone along with the other guys. Oh, it's freaking funny, man. He's like, next time they pull you over, you need to stop now. Oh, okay. Are you half German or something? Shit, man. No, but I can tell you that I got a ticket. It was also, it was again. So, well, the Hamar incident with the Q4 e-tron, there he ninja behind me. I was the one who pulled over because I saw another police car. So I pull over at the exit before Brumunddal. So speed camera, well, they are, but they're not that common. But in Norway they don't use the mobile speed cameras like other countries. Net battery, it's 124 gross and 116 net. I need to measure it eventually. But the second and there was another time I was pulled over. Okay, you guys know Dal, right? Ayunti Dal. I hammered past Ayunti Dal at night. It was raining, and then the police was at the ramp. I don't know. The thing is that they just randomly guess because they don't know the speed by just looking. They can kind of guess, but I wasn't going that fast. I was cruising at 127 in the what is that? 127 in the 110, right? Because that's what most people do. So I just go with the same speed as them. But then he started the measurement already from Dar, and then he caught up with me. Or I started slow. I noticed something suspicious because I passed Nebbenes. And then I saw a car coming really fast from behind, like, what? And it was a Volvo. So past Nebbenes towards the tunnel, so it changed from 110 zone to 100 zone in Eidsvoll tunnel. Then I slowed down. I was like, this is suspicious, a Volvo behind me. And then he probably stopped the measurement there. But then he still followed me. And I went slower in the tunnel, and then he turned on the blue light towards the scale at Minnesund, or not long before that. And then I just drove. I saw him, and then I slowed down, and then I drove just a couple of 100 meters, and then I stopped at Minnesund over there. Yeah, at that place, so it's safer to stop there, right? I didn't stop on the motorway, and he didn't tell me, hey, you need to stop right away, right? And then I don't remember the other time when I was pulled over. There was one time. This was with Optimus Prime. Again, I was just following traffic on the ring road. I pulled a trailer. It was raining, and then this police guy followed me from Mortensrud-ish or somewhere around there, right? Mortensrud area. And then closer to Bryn Center, he pulled on the right the light, and then I drove to Bryn Center and I stopped there because it was like I had a trailer, so I didn't want to stop in the middle of the ring road. So then no problem. He didn't tell me to stop right away. He was okay that I drove a couple of 100 meters before I pull over. And then there he didn't have a measurement. Plus that, he claimed that, oh, you were hammering, over the speed limit, whatever, right? What is again? But I said, well, no, I slowed down. There's a 70 zone right at Abildsø. It's 80 zone, it turns into 70 zone at Abildsø, and then it turns back to 80 zone. He claims that it was 80 zone all the way. I said, no, there's a 70 zone there, and I slowed down there, of course. Because then I just go 20 over the speed limit, right? On Tesla. And then I speeded up after Abildsø. And then he was a bit unsure, like, like he doesn't know his own territory. Of course I know, because I drive all over the place. But then he didn't have a measurement, and he was just standing there and lecturing me. I was like, okay, but I was just following traffic, right? But he was like, okay, but you have that trailer. I didn't know his big trailer. I said, well, but the trailer only weighs 300 kilograms, and it was more or less empty. I just did some nimber run locally. And then he was like, oh, he almost didn't believe me because it's a boxy trailer, yes, but it's quite light. It's aluminum, it's light, only 300 kilograms. He probably guessed that it weighed maybe 700-800 kilograms, but so I mean, I don't want to shit on the police. I want to be on good terms with the police, but they kind of need to know everything, right? He was assuming that the trailer was too heavy. He didn't know that the speed limit changed from 80 to 70 and back to 80 and so on. So. And the same thing here today. I feel like he's just like, okay, it's a new Mercedes. Yeah, but did you actually test it? If you had time, you can test it. I will drive at 100 on the speedo, and he will follow me, and he can use the police pilot and measure. I bet you he will measure me at around 90 because they need to deduct also 1 or 2. Then he will probably believe me. But okay, yeah. Vålerenga. tunnel. Police claim I was speeding, but they just match their own speed to catch up. Yeah, well, I suspect that they might not even have calibrated speed, though. I'm not sure. Can they actually do that? They can, yeah. I'm not sure how they can calibrate the speed, though. But it's the speed, it's the pilot, the police pilot they have to go for. The average speed measurement, you know? Or laser, yeah. That's what they have in Norway. They have the laser and the average speed. But they do laser on motorway. It's quite rare, but it happens, like at Storberg, but it's ultra rare. They tend to laser on B roads instead. But it was, okay, oh, yeah, I was hugging the left lane. Yeah, actually at Alnabru, I didn't go to the rightmost lane, true. But there was other cars there, so I didn't want to move over right away. Plus, I think the police car was approaching there, so I didn't want to just block him. But then he actually undertook me, and then he was side by side. And then I said, oh, okay, and then I slowed down. And then, yeah. But then I just slowed down, but then he also slowed down, and then went in front of him. And then he put on the lights. I was like, okay, what the heck, you know? It was strange because I thought he measured me going way over, but turns out he didn't have a measurement. Because I would be really surprised if they managed to measure me going way over to the point where I would get more dots on the driver's license. That was like my big shock. Like, huh? Is that even possible? And I started thinking that the Mercedes was blocking the signals. But I actually don't know. I don't know the spec on this car. Do you guys know? Does it have infrared blocking? I think the infrared blocking, it has some metal film that could block GPS signals. Like I've seen in some other German cars. But here, well, I haven't driven that much in the sun yet. And the sun is kind of weak nowadays. So I don't feel the heat that much. But my assumption is that there is no infrared blocking, or what they call it here in this car. The laser detectors, I think they are illegal in Norway, and I think you can even be fined if the police see you have it. So it's, yeah. But here it's not common to have laser detectors, unlike in America. But you can, how many dots? Too many, but I can drive for now. But yeah, it's just bad luck. I mean, I don't know, bad luck, but of course, if you don't speed, then no problem, right? Well, yeah. But okay, back to the consumption. We are at 383 watt-hour per kilometer. It's 110 zone now all the way. Oh, there's a little slowdown at the bridge. So I have the time here, 1 hour and 24 minutes, and we are not even at the Schweinsund yet, but we're getting close now. So there is a delay here. So I guess we just did correct for this delay then, right? And then proceed with the challenge. But it actually makes the Geländewagen, or we have lower consumption now because we drive slower than we normally would. So the delay was 7 minutes, or the police incident took 7 minutes. That's what some people measured. I didn't have time to catch everything there, but I have the measurement here at the border. It should be 1 hour and 20 minutes, or 19, yeah. Well, 9, yeah, it should be fine. We'll see. For now, I'm fine. Right. Temperature, 8.5 degrees. It's not that cold even. Let me see. It's a chopper. fine in over for 30 over is, huh? Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah. And when I got the fines, that was 17 over. The limit is 16. Yeah, 16 over. Then you get 2 dots and 7,050 NOK. It's like around 600 euro fine for going 16 over. Yeah, 16, 17 over. I think it was 16 to 20 something. That's that segment or that interval. So the fines in over are crazy high. But still, like you guys saw, people don't go. Nobody drive. Okay, nobody, but many people, they go over the speed limit on the ring roads and on E6, E18 or wherever. So as long as you just go with the traffic flow, then no problem. Well, I heard from my I heard from my Swedish friend that in Sweden, the limit is you have to go 28 over the speed limit before they fine you. Oh, okay. Well, that's actually quite a lot of slack. I didn't know it was that high. I don't go 28 over the speed limit though. You know, you can kind of guess on what I've told you that I usually go around 18 over, 17, 18 over the speed limit to match other people. But I get hammered a lot. In Göteborg, people just also in Sweden, the Swedes, they usually cruise around 20 over the speed limit over there. Nordkapp, yeah, that's welcome to Norway, yeah. In Australia, they fine you for, wow. Okay, anyway, distance check, 145 kilometers. Oh, it seems to be accurate. It's supposed to be 146.5. Dude, we had 50% battery. What the heck, man? There's no way we're gonna reach Spekerød, because from here we have just 110 zone, right? And until here we have gone through to Oslo with lower speed. Yeah, 98 kilometers per hour average speed. There's no way we're gonna make it to Spekerød. I'm thinking Hogstorp maybe. Håby, Hogstorp. Strømstad is too early. Okay, let me see. I have to check here. 104. Okay, it's slightly over-reporting. 147.6. 140. Okay, it's supposed to be 146.5. It's 147.9. 148. Okay, it's over-reporting. 148. Okay, so it's slight over-reporting. But I also know that the over-reporting distance does not directly correspond with the reporting of the speed error. So, yeah, consumption is rising now. 390 watt-hour per kilometer. It's actually rising quite fast. Holy macaroni. Okay, need to get ready for the shot soon. 129. Oh shit, we have 9 minutes delay already. More like 10 or 11 minutes delay, which means that the police incident took 7 minutes, and then the rest is just lower average speed than normal, which should mean that the GPS speed, or this car actually has quite big error in speed. Well, I guess maybe it was fine that I didn't pull over to that other side road, because then it would be, well, I don't know, slightly less error in distance. Yeah, I would drive an extra distance to get back to E6 again. So I just pull right over there at the road. So at least, yeah. So okay, next time I'll just stop right there when they pull on the blue light. I just stop right there. Okay, fine. Okay, there's all right, 1:30. Okay, 1 hour and 31 minutes. We are now at the Schweinsund Bridge. This is the border between Norway and Sweden. And okay, this is what it looks like now. Time. Normally it takes 1 hour and 19 minutes to get here. We have a 12-minute delay. People in the live stream reported that the police delay or stop was 7 minutes. So there's another 4 minutes of additional delay here. And I believe it has something to do with the speed here. So let me show you here, okay? So if we cruise now at, well, okay, we have to go, yeah. If I cruise at 80 on the speedo, there, okay, back. Wait, are we not on high beam? There, auto. Wait. Wait, is this just on off? No, I think I saw some matrix, right? Let's see. Should be awesome headlight here. Right, consumption 391. There. Wait, it's not doing matrix action. But you see, no, there. Okay, I see matrix now. This is perfect location for headlight test since we have some traffic here for now. It's not too late yet. 47 minutes past midnight. Yo, what's up? We are now sitting in the Mercedes G580. This is the electric Geländewagen. And I'm now in Sweden, near Strömstad. We're actually doing the 1,000 kilometer challenge. And this car has some matrix lights. I can show you, here's a low beam. And then the high beam, well, it's on now, and then it needs a couple of seconds to turn on. There, so there's some matrix going on there, some adaptive headlights. So, yeah, I will test now to see how the stuff works. Well, of course, now that we want to test it, then there's no oncoming car. There. But it's nice and bright. But does it turn in the... Yeah, oh, it refocuses when I do this. Oh, shit, my freaking G-Wagon. okay, here. Oncoming car, there. All right. Hey, dude, that car didn't turn off the headlights. Okay, will it then annoy the oncoming truck there? It's kind of far away. Well, it sees it, that's good. There's also a car passing the truck. Seems to do a good job. Let's see now, after the truck, what will happen then? Also, what happens with the big road signs? Oh, it seems like it illuminates it perfectly fine, not over-illuminates it. Great, so it can see, it detects road signs also. Now, the right side is lit, left side is blocked out. And then, zoop. Perfect, man. Nice. And then you can see here on the bridge that it lights up a big box there. And then, I'm not sure if it blocks out the left side by default, even though there's no traffic there. But what is important is that the right side is lit. Yeah. It's doing a great job. Nice bright lights. I like it. Okay, that was the intro to the headlight test. I might do another one later around Varberg to complain about any flashes against me. But yeah, I need to plan my stop soon. 395 watt-hour per kilometer. That means that the consumption is slightly higher than that. This car is over-reporting by about 1% roughly. Yeah. Oh, no. He used that as an example, you know, that stop immediately after you see the light there, whatever. But well, it's just that the other times I was pulled over, it was okay to drive at least a couple of 100 meters. I mean, I'm not gonna go like several kilometers here, you know. Chill, man. It's just. Well, okay, he decides where I want to stop. Or I should stop. Okay. Well, we'll stop there next time now. Okay. Seems like he doesn't care about. I mean, to be honest, was it necessary to stop me right there? You know, like or because I was just gonna go a little bit to the exit, so there's more space. I could go to the the exit there, but maybe I would then be blocking the exit. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he used that as an example. It's kind of funny, man. What is from Austria, right? This car, it's the land of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah. Does it? Wait, Arnold, he owns a Geländewagen, right? I remember there was it called Kressel Electric or something? There was a Geländewagen that was retrofitted to be electric. There was a video about it somewhere on the interwebs, and he said that he liked it. I mean, Arnold is a green guy. Well, it's way too early to stop at Strømstad. But I mean, this is a 400 volt car, so we should be able to get full speed at Tesla supercharger. I own Strømstad way too early, 41%. But man, the display in the car is way too bright for night. It's like a Chinese car. What the heck is going on here? Plus, it is a bit cold. I had to crank up to 23 degrees Celsius. Maybe I need the airflow to be higher. But it's already in the second highest. And it is in comfort mode, not so in eco mode. 7 degrees Celsius outside. I'm an auto, yeah. 398 watt-hour per kilometer now. We're down to 40%. What the heck, man? Are we gonna hit 500 watt-hour per kilometer at the Varberg? Man, we need to start from Varberg and hammer it. And then probably stop at Mellbystrand then. Shit. And if we, oh shit. Man, what the heck is wrong with autos? Yeah, videos, plenty of videos. Yeah, the auto steer is also kind of weird. High speed merging because I want 6 seconds or the highway ramp. Oh, okay, wow. No, but I don't have a measurement on you. But I mean, if you drive recklessly, I think as long as they have some video proof, then they could even fine you for that without the But then it doesn't go under speeding; it goes under reckless driving. What do you call it again? Uforsvarlig kjøring or something, or dangerous driving. $404 watt-hour per kilometer now. Oh, macaroni! I've even gone slower until now. Okay, let's see. I think I don't need to. Yeah, I checked now what kind of speed because I just checked the GPS speed, and then I know how many kilometers per hour I need to cruise at, or you know, how the offset. Yeah. Now I'm gonna switch over to car scanner again. See what's going on there. Wow. Even now, 38%. Hey, what? We are 38% now. Wait, do we have a kaput battery? Wait, let me calculate something here. Okay, 402 times 177. Okay, and then divided by 0.62. Okay, 114.8 kilowatt hour net capacity estimated. Okay, okay. Well, that makes sense. Roughly in par what it should be. We're at 37%. You can almost see the percentage drop. Oh, it's 9.5 degrees now. It is a relatively warm night though for September, late September, 27, 28. No, wait, what is it? 27 September now, 28. I don't remember exactly. I think typically it should be maybe just 5 degrees at night nowadays. The net capacity is supposedly 116 kilowatt hour, but with some hammering then you get some losses, I guess. Huh. Wait, what does GOM say? GOM claims 127 kilometers left. We are 111 kilometers away from Spekkerød. Let me see, how is this again? Ljungskile is around 25 kilometers away from Spekkerød. I could stop there at the ST1 station. I think the prices there are okay-ish. Yeah, Pawel, 400 kilowatts, so it should be plenty for this car. Or Hogstorp at Tesla. I think Hogstorp Tesla Supercharger is cheaper than ST1. And if I stop at Hogstorp, then I should be able to charge enough, maybe to 70%. I need to calculate though, and then go all the way to Varberg. Because at least in the city, I'm not that thirsty. Actually, it seems like the drivetrain is thirsty, plus that I'm driving a brick. Also, the auto steer is kind of weird. Doesn't seem to be rock solid, unlike the other Mercedes. Okay, at least we have quite low wind. Slight headwind, actually. Wait, we have wind from the south nowadays. That's why it's so warm. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow, 405 watt-hour per kilometer since Jessheim. 35% now. Well, the matrix light seems to do a good job. I haven't been flashed yet. There's a Volvo in front of us. 407 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, we are in the highlands now, though. But I wonder how. What the heck, man? Why does it feel so cold in here? sync it. No eco mode, anything? Auto? Where is it? Auto? It's auto. Huh. Oh wait, I need to tone down on the ambient light. It's also too bright. Okay, brightness. Wait, I just linked them. Need to go around 2 or 3 maybe. Okay. Yeah, we're in the highlands. Eventually we'll descend. I don't know about the battery temperature and so on. I also don't know if this car preheats. Are we gonna cold gate? Well, if we might cold gate on the first session, but from there it should keep the temperature up. That's what I remember from my other Mercedes. Yeah, the XC40, yeah, I remember that. That was super thirsty. Not sure what's up with that. I suspect the drivetrain was quite thirsty. And I also think here, wait, how is this again? You guys can confirm, right? We have quad motors here. Right? Are they running on constant onward drive? I have to check it. There's an info screen somewhere here. Info here, let me see. Energy flow vehicle. Wow, 4 motors. Shit, man. Wait, oh there, okay. Yeah, I remember this. There is no differential. It's just 4 motors, and then they are electronically controlled to act like a differential. Okay, possibly the reason for the high consumption could be that we have 4 motors. Okay, also that the fact that this car is a brick, but yeah, there is supposedly no differential here. Just the 4 motors, they are controlled electronically, and they act like a differential. So, do we see if they are in use or something? I don't know. I guess it's permanent all-wheel drive or all motor drive now. Uh, 409 watt-hour per kilometer. Tractor. Oh, I don't know about that. Railway steering. We have Burmester.
Arizona's pretty. I guess I'm not surprised. I'm not showing up in your mind. I'm trying to stay busy. I can't get you off mine. And I'm afraid you'll say you're happy where you are. And you really don't mind being apart. When you're far away, is it weighing on your heart? I know it treats you well, but I can't love you more than promise.
Wow.
Promise
Wow, nice bass. Lucid Air, well, if I can get one, that'd be great. I'm still waiting for them. I don't know what the heck they're doing. And I don't see any Lucid Air in Norway, and I drive a lot. I should be able to observe any new cars coming out, but no Lucid Air on the roads. Oh, this is nice stereo. Okay, Hoxhold possibly next stop. We're down to 27% battery. Consumption is 415 watt hour per kilometer. Shit. I had no idea it's gonna be that high, man. Shit. Just slight headwind, but just a couple of 1 or 2 meter per second headwind. It's 13 degrees Celsius outside. You can't say it's cold, at least. No. Okay, right. Wait. If I mute, will it pause the music? Let me check here. It pauses the music. Yes, it pauses the music when you mute it. Brilliant. Why would you play the music in the background if it's a playback music? I mean, for radio or something, you're streaming, then I totally understand. You can't pause it, but some people, okay, want to play the music in the background when you mute the button. Dude, like, who does that? I mean, who wants that anyway? Oh, you want to listen to a song, but you don't want to listen to it. You just want it to be played in the background. No, okay. But anyway, I have 26% the Akku. Consumption is 417. No, it's possibly higher. It's around 422. Yeah, corrected. 422 watt hour per kilometer. We're down to 25%. Dude, I spent 28 kilowatt going downhill. This car is crazy. It's crazy, man. So well, you like the 1,000 kilometers. Well, at least if there's something interesting going on. So yeah, I mean, I'm just milking the views, and as long as people watch it, there must be something useful for them to watch, right? Didn't get any complaints. I think, this was pointless or something. So okay, try to estimate something, tease a little bit, and of course advertise for my own live stream channel in that video, and maybe try to estimate even what the time should be, and then we'll see by the end of the day if I can match it or not. But yeah, okay, so 37 kilometers away from Hoxhold. Pierre Simpson, do you have a way to check what the charging price on ST1 at Uddevalla is? No, the ST1 at Ljungskile. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you, thank you. Because when we have over 400 watt-hour per kilometer, then charging price actually matters. Versus if you drive a Tesla. The auto steer is a bit weird. It will sometimes just give up and I have to take over. Okay, Hochstorp is 4 sec per kilowatt hour. I think that's okay, yeah. Roughly the same as Ionity in Sweden. But I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure ST1 is not 4 sec. I wonder if it was like 5 sec or 470 or but not 6 sec. Unlike a 6 sec, that was recharge. Press car, huh? Ah, well, let me check on the no. There is no plug and there is no charging card here. Oh, in the glove box. Let me check. There is a gun in the glove box. I think that comes with the car, right? When you buy it, you get a Glock. Well, you know, if I was a rich bastard, I mean, would I buy this car? It's so damn thirsty. I would just drive around town and go run errands. But dude, like some of the Bjorn, we were looking for a small city car and went for an Insta. Oh, what the heck? You went for Insta? Well, okay, congratulations. I would get Firefly, man. But okay, whatever. Gravity, okay. But I went to with my well, it's actually my friend slash partner, co-owner of the company. We went to talk to the accountant, and then we went into some of the parking garages, man. Maximum 2 meters. This car, I look on the documentation. It's a document. I mean, it's 198 centimeters. And we were almost scratching the roof. I'm like, oh shit! It's so freaking tall, almost 2 meters tall. So, oh, 5.79, oh, ST1. Okay, I want to avoid them then. I want to go for 4 sec at Hochstorp. Oh, okay, Italy. Oh, that's a bummer. Okay, but I think the problem, if I was a rich bastard, if I could afford buying this car just to drive around, you know, like a gangster, I would probably be annoyed that I will be constantly pulled over by the police for almost no reason. They'd be like, I see you were speeding. We don't have a measurement on you, but you were speeding. I'm like, oh, again, it's totally random, but you were just picked up, you know, by, yeah. I'm like, I mean, I have this car for 1 day and I get pulled over already. Yeah, well, I cannot own this car, even if I could afford it. It's way too flashy, man. It's not even a flashy color. It's not that blue, nice blue color. It's just gray and boring. Drag coefficient is 0.44. It's twice as high as a Model 3, but I think it's more like squared of that, right, when it comes to the drag part. Okay, consumption is 418 watt-hour per kilometer. Oh, we are down to 20% now. Wait. I think I shouldn't be worried that we won't go deep. I think by the time we reach Hochstorp in 26 kilometers, it should be deep enough. Just have to figure out now, from Hochstorp to Varberg, dude, how much do I need to charge, man? That's 165 kilometers. Let me see, quick math. If I have roughly 100, now I have roughly 110 kilowatt hour. Okay, 165. Okay, wait, 160. If I go for 70%, I should have 70 kilowatt hour. And then divided by 400 watt hour per kilometer, 160, 300. Yeah. If I go for around 60-70%, should be okay to reach Headlight. All right, quick math, like a ninja. All right, that's fine. But it's gonna cost me a freaking fortune, man. I need to charge. Dude, I need to fill in so much juice here. Rune, who runs EVKX, he claims that I will average 377 watt hour per kilometer for the challenge. We'll see. We haven't hit the Varberg stretch yet, the 120 stretch. And that stretch is around 200 kilometers. Yeah. We have Halmstad in between, but roughly 200 kilometers of 120 zone. And that's 20% of the whole challenge. Police, huh? Oh, it's a long story, the whole police thing, the police story. 18%. What? I said 20% just a minute ago. But guys, the fossil Geländewagen, if I hammer it at 120, 130 on the motorway, are we talking about 10 liters per 100 kilometers? Or is it more like 20 liters? Oh, you can see the blinker on the display, on the live stream here. Cool. $20 liters? What the heck? It's a V8, right? What kind of... Dude, can you guys tell me? Is it V8? Gasoline V8? How many liters? How many horsepower? And then what's up with all that? That all the gangster and the rich people that buy Geländewagen. You know, the sushi, City Sushi and Thai restaurant where I buy sushi in Yeshim. Well, the wife over there, she drives a Taycan with fat tires. Business must be going good. And then the husband, he drives a white fossil Geländewagen. So it means that all the gangs and the rich people, they buy Geländewagen. Hey, who drives diesel Geländewagen? That's Bonnie Kirka. It needs to be gasoline, right? And especially if you reserve level, huh? 16% if you have the big B in the grill. And that is not B for Burmester. It's Bratwurst. Oh, wait, Brabus, I mean. V12 Geländewagen. What? Huh? What kind of horsepower numbers are we talking about here? 500? At least. G63 AMG. 585 horsepower. Damn. Wait, I don't remember this spec here. How many horsepower do we have here? And then the torque. And also, how big are those fuel tanks? I bet it's not just 70 liters. Okay, I have 630 horsepower and 1,000 Newton meter. Okay. Well, we're 15 kilometers away from Hogstorp. Yeah, I think that's it. We need to go to Hogstorp. Wait, or do we go ST1? Do we go Hogstorp or Ljungskile? Brabus is 800. Damn. Okay, I need to check out quickly now. How that is there. I have to check Ljungskile quickly if I can make it there or not. I mean, if you shit money and you buy a Geländewagen, you should be able to charge anywhere. You don't care about the charging cost. Wait, I'm trying to locate Ljungskile. Where the heck is it? I don't see it on the map. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, let's see. There. Okay, there, I found it. Shell. Wait, it shows up at Shell. Oh, okay, found Kempower. Vattenfall. Okay, good enough. Let's go. 33 kilometers to Ljungskile. Wait, let me do the calculation here. We are possibly consuming, okay. Okay, 422 times 234, okay, divided by 0.86. Estimated 115 kilowatt hour net capacity. Wait, isn't this Hogstorp? Why does it look so weird? Oh, this is not Hogstorp yet. Okay, so I have 16 kilowatt hour left, and if I want to go 32 kilometers, I have a budget of 500 watt hour per kilometer. I can make it to Ljungskile. Yeah, I expect to consume around 430, but less than 500 right now. So guys, do we go Ljungskile or do we go 96 liters? Okay. Ljungskile or Hogstorp? We might as well just go Ljungskile. I feel like I got so many donations now that I can pay the extra price at Ljungskile. And then, yeah, those cables should be able to boost long enough for me to get the maximum speed of 500 amp. I just need, I don't know, 10 minute boost at 500 amp. Actually, maybe it doesn't matter where I charge because I can still make it to Valberg regardless. Yeah, and I mean since it's charging to 60%. Okay, I'll probably stop at Hogstorp anyway. Let me see. Let's re-navigate to your. Okay, right. In charge. Okay. Okay, 7 kilometers to, I think it's deep enough. We are 12% now. Brabus is 7, wow. That is madness, man. For a fossil car, that is a lot. But the car is probably really heavy, even the fossil version. Okay, I have no idea what the battery temperature is, but the inlet is 24 degrees, so I guess maybe the battery is at 24 degrees. We are 12%, 422 watt hour per kilometer. We're about to pull out at Hogstorp. Supercharger. Yeah, the thing is that at supercharger V3, I'm guaranteed to get the maximum speed. The dry cables at Ljungstile could throttle, depending on how long this car wants 500 amp or 450 amp. So in a way, it's safer to stop at Hogstorp, and it's also a bit cheaper there. 4 sec versus 5.79. That's almost as expensive as recharge, I think, or maybe roughly the same. Here, Simon's watches, yeah. So there. I don't remember, man, how many times I've driven this route, but it's a lot. Okay, down to 10%. Well, the slight advantage now when we go deep is that we will ride on 200 kilowatt. If we start at 0%, 1%, we have so low voltage that we can get maximum speed. So hopefully it could flatten out the curve slightly. Induction charging. Oh, well, I think it never became a thing because it just requires too much expensive hardware on the charger side and the car side, and there was not really that much of an advantage. Plus that one of those plates are quite big. It's like a very big pizza, right? Which means that that plate could only supply 75 kilowatt, and today you know that 75 kilowatt is not going to cut it. So if you want 150 kilowatt, you need to double it. And also, do they have space for that? You know, it's going to be even more expensive on the car side and the charger side. But I mean, buses, they go with 4 plates and they can charge at 300 kilowatt. But CCS can already supply 300 kilowatt, or even more, like 400 now, you know. So that's why I think it just died, because it has too many limitations and so on. Dude, I need to drive over the thing here again, right? With the Geländewagen. Okay, how many people vote for that? I did with the F-150. We drive over the I don't remember how it was again. We cheat on the way out. You just take the shortcut here. Off-road, okay. Let's see, let me take this down here. Hopefully it's working. Okay, there. All right, stats. 422 watt-hour per kilometer, 9% left. Hogstorp. Okay, let me see. I need to get the exact distance. 9% left. And 246.0. Okay. And it's 10 degrees over here. Okay, now we need to start charging. This will go off. Oh, it has relatively quick handshake. All right, let me get this over there, I guess. I think that's good enough. You guys can check out. Okay, the state of charge is not 100% correct on the car scanner, but it's close enough. There's not much data. That's it. Then the charging goes away. The charging is good. Now what the heck? Acting like a Chinese car. Yeah, okay, can you stop? Okay. Let's check something here. Okay. Well, we're charging now at Hogstorp. The car lights up as like a Christmas tree because we have to power on the car. But you see here, we're charging at 135. What is it, Colgate? Yeah. Check here. We can do this. Yeah, it's sure. I don't know. It seems like it might not have preheating, or I'm not sure. But usually it doesn't take that long before we hit maximum speed anyway. So we are V3 supercharger, liquid cooled cables, 400 volt. And this car operates at around 396 to 440 volts, something. So supercharger should be able to supply maximum power all the way. No throttling or anything like that. Yeah, see now it just has a little ramp up, but soon enough we should hit a little bit over 200 kilowatt and go flat. So this is, after all, 124 kilowatt hour battery. So the plan now is to charge around 60-70%. And then go for Varberg. But man, look at this consumption, 422 watt hour per kilometer. That is just insane. It is beyond insane. I never ever had a car that had that high consumption before. Wow. Okay, anyway, trying to find this is also weird. When I look at Varberg, now we see some chargers. At Hogstorp we didn't see many chargers. Ionity here. Just want to make sure that it preheats if it can. Right, because it's a Taycan, right? Oh, there we go, 152. Okay, I need to calculate how much we need to charge here. Also need to pee here somewhere, but let's see. First, let me calculate. Okay, 246. I need to calculate the distance error from home to here. 243. Okay. All right. .2% error. 1.2% over reporting. All right. You see, like when I measure cars, I measure everything. Just thought about that police guy. Like when I measure the car, I know everything about all the speed, errors, distance, and everything based on the methods I use. Highly accurate methods. Okay. Anyway, goodbye. Huh, what already, dude? Stop that. Okay. Okay. Now I want to measure the net capacity. So it was 422 watt hour per kilometer times 246, 1.91, 114 kilowatt hour net capacity. All right, well, that's useful for the okay, we have possibly 2 kilowatt hour loss here. All right, and then 152 kilometers to Varberg. What kind of consumption can we guess then? Yeah, let's just say 420. But the Varberg stretch is actually quite significant. Okay, but whatever. Let's say 420. 420 times 152. I thought it was 165, but it's 152. And then divided by 114 kilowatt hour. So I need to spend 56% of the battery. All right. So if I go 60, it should be safe. Yeah, even 65 would be safe. Okay. Now P time. Oh, start throttling already? Man, this is kind of ancient. Okay, let me see. Wait, are we? Is the chat bugged? With 207 people on now. Okay. Well, it has worse charging curve than the Hongxi, for example. Maybe I should eat a little bit before we go. Okay. Huh? Function unavailable. Wait, huh? Well, I want to see this. Function unavailable. Huh? I want to see the charging screen. So I go to navigation. You see here that we are taking 192 kilowatt, but not when. Okay, whatever. You need to switch on. It's kind of old-fashioned, the whole design here. But okay, whatever. That's the whole point of the Geländewagen. So maybe I can show you guys quickly once we are here what it looks like. See proper materials here. You know, this is not a poor man's car. Actual buttons, Burmester. It sounds great. Great seat. Back here. Maybe not the best space. I'm sitting behind myself now, but at least plenty of headroom. Yeah. So, wow, we have pretty good charging speed here. Well, I mean, it's nowhere as good as the Hongxi EHS9 or many other Chinese cars, the IM6 I tried recently. But okay, well, whatever. Well, you see here, okay, and car scanner. Well, let me see. We are at 37%. This is slightly misreported. The charges claims for okay, but yeah, seems that the battery coolant temperature is 30 degrees. Okay, means the battery could be higher, maybe 40 degrees by now. So I don't have any battery temperature, unfortunately. But I calculated I need to charge to roughly 65%. I need 60. I calculated I need to spend 56% of the battery to get over to Varberg. So then I need a little margin in case the car is thirstier than I think. Okay, I brought some food. I will bring eat. That was actually the leftover at um, at Egon's, the child menu pasta bolognese from Bologna. Okay, cars display says 40%, so 60 should be okay. Then I have around 420 or something watt-hour per kilometer budget. Or maybe we should go 65 just to be sure. Then it possibly arrive with 9% or yeah. So what do you guys think? Yeah, you can buy 4. Yeah, you can buy. And the crazy thing is that the IM6 is nowhere as thirsty as this car is. IM6 costs only 540k NOK. And it charges really fast. I have tested it. Spoiler alert, it charges faster than the CLA. But I never hit 395 kilowatt. I hit 330, but it has a flatter curve. This is still very nice and flat now. Wait. Wait a minute. I forgot. No. We should not stop at Varberg. We should charge at least 60%. Well, no, I'm going to see 60%. Okay, yes, 60% is actually optimal. Right. Okay, we go for Varberg. I could go for Falkenberg or Himmler. Let me double check my numbers again. Yeah, 56%. And unfortunately, Glendewagen is not on a better route planner. But mine has a nice and flat curve. I mean, it's 124 kilowatt hour battery. This is some of the biggest batteries I've tested. Okay, next week it will be the EQS SUV Maybach, 125 kilowatt hour. Do we have any Germans here? Do I pronounce it correctly? Maybach. Oh, thank you. How was Isabel's pronunciation then? Wow, look at the speed, man. So we basically just ride on a 200 kilowatt wave, right, through the challenge. But because this car is so thirsty, it consumes roughly twice as much as Tesla. It would be equal to Tesla charging at 400 kilowatts. Well, thank you, everyone. Do we have a trash can here to get rid of the... No, the thing about Hogstorp is that the trash can is too far away. I don't have time to walk over there. I'll just keep it until the next stop. Okay, so with 60% I go to Varberg, and then I probably stop at I go to around 60% again, and then stop at Melbystrand. That's right before the turnaround point. Status 246 kilometers done, and we have 12-minute deduction, and we started at 11. What was it again? Okay, I should leave soon then. At 60%. Let me check here. Okay, 23:13, but we can count it as 23:25 is when we started, or put it the other way around. 25, 35 minutes before midnight. Yeah. So take current time plus 35 minutes. That is the 1,000 kilometer time. Okay, I need to shoot video. Document how long we have been charging, and that I'm going for 60%. We're about to leave soon. Well, we're almost good to go. We're going for 60%. And this took, 20 minutes. Wow. And we've been going quite flat at 190-ish kilowatts. And now we're going to leave. See, this is the most optimal charging session, actually. It feels weird to leave at 172 kilowatts. Or should I stay longer? No, according to my calculation. And also, Rune from EVKX, the website, he says that 58 or 59% is optimal. Well, okay, let's go then. Hey, now it drops. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Wait a minute. 140 kilowatt. It's a bit lagged here. Yeah. So at 60% we have this significant drop. Then we'll leave. Okay, let's go. So that was around 22 minutes stop then, right? Well, I could do a little car scanner action. Almost forgot. So we have power there. Let's see the power overwhelming. Okay, let me start. Stop. Okay, we need to reset this from start. There. Yes. Hogstorp. All right, off we go. And let me see. Since we're driving a car that gangsters drive, we just drive like a gangster then. Oh, we take this shortcut. Plenty of, plenty of ground clearance there. This is the advantage of driving the Geländewagen. You can save precious minutes instead of going around that thing. You know, just go here. No problem. Here I could almost take the straight up here. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Okay. I have too many witnesses in the live stream now. But let's see. So if we take this and then we, oh no, okay. If you floor it now, how many kilowatt do we get? Oh, 440, 460 kilowatt. This thing is a beast. Holy macaroni. Wow. Okay, that was 470 kilowatts. How much is that in horsepower per hour? Well, spot on. Okay, we are currently at 670 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, I had to turn on HVAC, I forgot it. Might get a little bit of condensation here. I should have started it like, I don't know, three minutes before departure. I should start it to start building up some stuff, and it doesn't matter anyway for the possible rapid gate I could get for the running heater. Man, this thing is a freaking gangster mobile. It is like, right? When you watch those movies, and like suddenly there's a bunch of black Geländewagen approaching, and then a bunch of bad guys are coming out there with guns and shit. Okay. 574 watt-hour per kilometer. Maybe it's doing some cooling now. I see that the battery coolant temp is 26 degrees. But I think it didn't cold get on the first session at 9%. It was perfect session. So that's what I'm gonna go for. 60% every time. Bam, bam, bam. But the Valberg stretch will be quite intensive with slight headwind. We probably go to Melbystrand, and then we charge up there at the supercharger, and then we go back to Valberg, top up there, and then I wonder if I can skip Spekkerød. I probably have to just visit Valberg, Spekkerød, Strømstad. And Strømstad will be the last. Wait, or I could go Valberg, Hogstorp. Strømstad. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. But the advantage is when going Ionity is that there will be toilets and food available. Well, we'll see. Man, this is kind of clumsy. There is no shortcut to disable the attention assist. Let's see if I find it. Settings, assistance again. Kind of weird. There, attention assist is on, off. Cost 4x IM6 consumes for. Well, now the IM6 was really thirsty. I was hovering at 309. That is crazy, man. Crazy high. For a car that is not that big, I would expect maybe around 250. Dry road, okay, it was 7 degrees outside. Not the warmest, but yeah. It's actually similar as the C-Line 7, but the C-Line 7 is not that big compared to the IM6, I believe. I haven't tested it, of course, with the banana box, but IM6 is around 5 meters long. So I suspect that it should be able to take close to 30 banana boxes. So it's actually similar to a Model X class, actually, in size, or space wise. And it should be actually more than a Q6 e-tron. And wait, how long was the Q6 e-tron? I think even the Q6 wasn't a 5-meter car. MG also never update for low. Okay, we are only at 508 watt-hour per kilometer now. At least the car doesn't cap the consumption number. 298 watt-hour per kilometer. Like, who are you trying to fool, huh? Fool? Yeah, the seats are nice and the bootmest is wonderful. And the soundproofing here is quite good also. I mean, we have 60 profile tires, so it just soaks up all the road noise. Status update, okay. 263 kilometers done now. And I'm going at 110 plus VAT. Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. New information I just found. Okay, you can use this before the B-rolls. They don't know when I shot this anyway. So you can just use this right after, you know, as if I started driving. Okay, but anyway, now for the. Oh, I was looking at this display earlier, but here you can actually see that it's running only on the rear motors when we are just cruising, and then if more power or traction is needed, then it will kick in the front motors also. So you see, it is already trying to be as efficient as possible. So right now we have only 500 watt-hour per kilometer. This car is unbelievable, man. But you know, a fossil car with a V12 and I don't know, some Brabus with 700 horsepower would consume 20 liters per 100 kilometers when you go at these speeds. So we are still cheaper to run than the fossil version. We stopped at Hogstorp supercharger. And the charging session there was so expensive, I had to sacrifice one of my testicles, but that's fine. I have 2 kids now, I don't need more testicles. It's limited to 180? What? Oh, the electric version. Okay, but the regular fossil goes faster, right? I would assume at least 250 when you have so many horsepower hour per hour. Consumption of the first leg was 422. No, I actually corrected. Let me see, let me correct it for you. On the first leg it was 427 watt-hour per kilometer. Oh, the drive position is a bit upright. I'm personally not a big fan of that. I prefer more laid-back position like a Model 3 or A6 or ID7. But I mean, it's okay. There's comfortable seats. Only thing is that I wish the armrest elbow position could be adjusted slightly better. But I mean, I have an okay position, so I can use one hand on the steering wheel and let the auto steer do most of the work. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it's like a cult thing, you know, this Geländewagen. Rich people, they're like, oh yeah. I've seen some shorts where people, they look at the Geländewagen, oh, what a beautiful car. For me, though, I was never any into the boxy shape or the Geländewagens. I don't know what the heck is up with all the men who adore this car. Yeah, Hummer EV, or that thing, what they was called again, the Dongfeng Hero, whatever. But that is so heavy that I cannot drive it on the Class B license. I might consider getting a C license, because for me, it's permanent, right? I don't have to renew it like the truck drivers do. Too low, okay. But I mean, I like the low cars. ID7, man, it's perfect. If one day Neo doesn't want me to be Neobjorn anymore because I didn't sell any cars for them in Norway, I still don't understand why that is so important. Because as long as I promote Neo globally and just give that exposure, bring out the Neo name globally, then that should be good enough. But okay, whatever. If I one day cannot borrow Neo long term, I will. I think my first option would be to go to Volkswagen, especially because Volkswagen, they teamed up with what was it again? Was it Xpeng, right? they're getting some good Chinese tech. The only way for the Germans to win over the Chinese is to buy them. If you can't win over them, you buy them. Like Volkswagen, they have so much money. Well, actually, I wonder if the Chinese have more money than the Germans. Calculation, if you drive perfect, like to 60%, blah blah, fastest, 1025, okay. Well, we'll see. I calculated 1030, 1035. Oh, should we buy a Toyota Land Cruiser? Oh, yeah. Dude, when we are just cruising now, I'm pulling 50 kilowatt. The front, man, I'm pulling 50 kilowatt just to maintain speed here. 56 kilowatt, okay, maybe even going a slight uphill. Okay, but based on, wait, from start. Wait, we are consuming 512 watt-hour per kilometer now. Uh-oh, I hope we can make it to Pawel. GOM says 143 kilometers. We are 120 kilometers away. Well, we have Göteborg stretch, yeah, with lower consumption. Yeah, man, dude, like Chinese, man, they're really on a roll now with electrification. Like I heard those ginormous solar farms they are setting up, and yeah, lots of other stuff. Current speed 110 plus VAT. But I also heard that in Norway, in order to get a 5 kilowatt, like a 10 kilowatt solar system with the inverter and the installation cost, the solar panels, they have dropped so much in price now in the past few years, so that a 10 kilowatt system cost 40k NOK maybe. I was like, huh? Because the 5 kilowatt system I have in Thailand, that is Thailand with lower labor cost and so on. I think I got it installed in 2021. That's 4 years ago. I paid around 70k NOK. So the solar prices have dropped like a rock. And even when I consider solar, when I built a house or planned a house in 2021 or so, it was too expensive, and that was also the solar roof. So I'm really up for some solar. And I asked wifey, do you mind if you put solar on the house? And she said, it's okay as long as we don't pay for it. All right, okay, good. My partner, he has plenty of sponsors who would just give me stuff for them to promote, and especially if it's not that expensive. He's like, okay, just dish out some 10 kilowatt solar and some stuff and inverter so they can get the brand now. They're like, oh, I'll take it. You mean 5 kilowatt, not 5 kilowatt hour, right? No, but you see, I think I did quite a smart choice because I already blew the budget by a lot. You guys know the story. But I didn't get solar yet. But I can get solar later when it becomes way cheaper. And it's not really a stress because you know that house is going to stand for 50 years, 100 years, right? So me just postponing the solar by just a couple of years during the S-curve is probably the smartest thing you can do. Instead of throwing money out of the window 2-3 years ago or something, right? Yeah, the house was finished in 2023, which means that I would have paid for some of the solar stuff in 2022 maybe, or 22, 23. The price would be way higher back then. And then, yeah. But my partner / friend, he has this new solar panel that is over 500 watt. I think it was 520 watt, but it's dual side. He said that Fastnet used them also. And Yeah, they use them on the canopy over the fast chargers, and you get a little bit extra boost, like, okay, maybe just 5%, 10% extra, but I mean, anything helps, right? Okay, you mean 30 kilowatt inverter, right? Because I'm like wondering, are you talking about batteries here? 30 kilowatt hour battery? Especially for solar, you shouldn't mix kilowatt and kilowatt hour. But yeah, I'm afraid I could put solar on the slope. I could put solar on the shed roof, get some exposure there on the house roof. But if I don't want to see the solar, for example, every day, I could put it on places that are not that visible. But the south wall is a very nice place. Only 2 small windows and plenty of surface area for solar there. And actually, in my neighborhood, nobody has solar. And my business partner, said that I could be a trendsetter. I can be the first one in the neighborhood to get solar, and then eventually the other guys be like, oh, it's a no-brainer. It's not that high investment anymore. And you know, the electricity prices they are high nowadays in Östlandet. Bifacial, yeah. I actually have an idea to create, to use bifacial PV as a fence. You make the fence with solar, and I get the east wall. I get the, and the White House reflects some of that back on the back side, so I might get a 5% extra boost there. So I get the sun from the morning until around noon to 2 in the afternoon, depending on the season, right? So that's actually many hours of solar. And instead of setting up a regular fence, I could do that. But also, my partner told me that now there is even a solar SIP screen. Well, it's not a SIP screen, it's the persienne, blind. Solar blinds. Instead of SIP screen, you can get solar on the blinds. I'm like, yeah, why not? Since I'm gonna block out the sun anyway, I can just harvest the solar. So I mean, I was never against solar. Don't get me wrong. Like 800 volt, I was never against 800 volt. It's just that at some point back then, it didn't make any sense. Like when the 800 volt, the EGMP cars, they were charging at only 200 kilowatt, 220 kilowatt. It wasn't really that big of a benefit. But of course, nowadays with the Chinese cars, when they pump in like 400 to 600 kilowatt hour per hour, then of course 800 volt makes perfect sense when the batteries can take that speed for long. And the same with solar. Back then, it was not economically smart for me to get solar, but now I'm interested. Huh? 0.22 euros. Huh? What? Really? Wait, is that total with everything? VAT, everything? Huh? 22 euro cents? That's a lot, man. Holy shit. But that's including tax and grid fee, right? Okay. In Norway, we have this option to get Norgespris, which is 40 øre per kilowatt hour. And that is around 3 euro cents per kilowatt hour as the spot price. But then you have to add VAT and you have to add grid fee on top of that. It becomes roughly 1 NOK per kilowatt hour flat, more or less flat. There's a slight difference between night and day. After 10 in the evening and before 6 in the morning and in weekends, you get slightly lower grid fee. But it's just less than a euro cent, very little difference there. But what I'm saying is that I can usually get around 8 euro cents per kilowatt hour flat throughout the whole year. That's how good it is in Norway, and that's why in Norway for the longest time it didn't make any economical sense to go solar until it becomes cheap enough. You know, I want sodium batteries at home. You can eventually in a couple of years I can get solar. I think I will just wait with the battery. Just go for solar first and try to soak up the energy or sell or export it until the sodium batteries get cheap enough. And I can just dish in 100 kilowatt hour in the garage or something. Dude, since Hogstorp the consumption is 489 watt hour per kilometer. What the heck, man? You guys have to stay tuned for Varberg run. In the 120 zone Varberg run. And usually it's slightly windier around Falkenberg, Varberg, you know, yeah. Let me calculate something here. No, the corrected consumption is higher than that. 488 times 1.012. It's 494 watt hour per kilometer. What the heck, man? Okay, if I drive around 100, okay, I have around 60 kilowatt average power output. 0.5C, baby, all night long. That's Ghostbusters. Who are you gonna call? Oh, those are the raggere, right? The real raggere. Yeah, and also now during summer we have periods with really low electricity. So during summer I can usually get away with only maybe 5-6 cents per kilowatt hour. But during winter then it becomes sometimes more than double. So I will make a video about the Norgespris because it's a big snakkis now in Norway because they just released it and lots of people, actually it was, yeah, I think it was 400,000 Norwegians went for Norgespris. Most of them are living around Oslo, you know, Oslo area or yeah, Oslo, Akershus. That's where the electricity price is highest. But for Trondheim or Nord-Norge or that place, electricity price is way lower. Plus that you don't pay for VAT and that parts of the taxes up in the north or mid. Yeah. But that's where, if I get Norgespris and I get solar, that would be quite good. But I actually wonder if I should wait with Norgespris if I can get a good deal on solar. I basically want it more or less free. If it's not that expensive, then they could just provide me a 10 kilowatt system and I can start playing around with that in Norway, see how it goes. And supposedly Pixie, they are ready with a 20 kilowatt hour battery going to install outside the house. And that's going to do some kind of grid balancing, or I mean frequency balancing something, and I will be making money on that thing, just sitting there pulling power back and forth. And that's again something that of course Pixie and Neowatt will be getting free promotion from me. I just get the well, I don't get the battery. They place it there. It's Pixie's property. I just borrow it, and they pay for the installation. But of course I keep the money I make from the grid balancing thingy, activation, whatever they call it. So I'm excited for it. I'm ready for it. Because I actually believe that every house eventually will be a micro or a micro grid. Like in the future, if you have big enough batteries, like sodium batteries, if a house can easily get 100, 200, maybe even 500 kilowatt hour, they could go off grid and with solar. Or they don't, yeah, with big buffer and plenty of cheap solar, then they can just produce their own juice. And they couldn't even go several days before you get sunny days. and you can just suck on the buffer, the big buffer you have. So I believe that sodium battery is going to change everything because they are so cheap and they have long lifetime. Okay, finally we reached Kungalv. We have 484 watt-hour per kilometer before we slow down. Well, I hope I have big enough budget here. I'm down to 35%. Yeah, by the way, the reason why I started a live stream a bit late because I actually took a power nap. Yesterday, I woke up really early, around 5 in the morning. I woke up, and I had to get some work done. I was editing videos. I went into the car and I shot some acceleration noise test and charging test videos. And yeah, I didn't get any sleep, and then Isabel woke up at 8 or 7, yeah, 8-ish. So I've been up quite long, but I did get around, not sure, half an hour power nap in the evening. That along with that, I'm drinking some battery now. I'm gonna try to survive through the challenge, and then tomorrow morning, or actually midday, around noon tomorrow, I will get a nap with the kids, usually Axel. 2-3 hours with Axel, then I'm good. Are you planning on doing any drag races? No, drag races doesn't seem to be that popular, or it's like if this was 10 years ago, yes, but nowadays, like, everyone knows that the EVs are fast. Well, if we must, we have to stop at, we have to bail out at Kongsbakka then. That's the only bailout point before Varberg. We'll see. Eventually we have to drive somewhat slow around Göteborg. Oh yeah, guys. My partner helped me with, it's 11 degrees Celsius outside, with Dacia Spring. Are you guys interested in Dacia Spring? I asked him, hey, Sweden has it, right? Well, it turns out Sweden doesn't have it yet. Can some Swedes confirm? So he contacted one of his connections, and then that guy again contacted more people who know some people. And now supposedly Dacia, they are ready to invite me over to some exotic place like Spain. No. They want, Dacia is manufactured in Czech Republic, so I could go to Czech Republic and drive it there where it's not too cold. Yeah, lol. So supposedly in Norway they consider it too harsh weather for the Dacia to be sold there. Well, that means that it's quite shitty then. It will probably do it quite poor in the winter run. And yeah, if I go to minus 30 degrees Celsius, I'm not sure if I dare to go Folldal with it in case the car just dies or shit and I freeze to death. I need to bring a PTC heater with me, an EcoFlow. Yeah, and in case of emergency, I just have to call the police, man. Then they should use the resources to help me, not pull me over there and waste 10 minutes of their police time. They could have done something else. Romania? Well, at least I heard it was Czech Republic. I don't know what is in Czech Republic of Dacia there. Is it headquarters or something? But the problem is that I will just be able to do a test drive, not a full 1,000 kilometer challenge and the whole mix, right? But that's the one that people want to see. So on the other hand, I'm not sure if that kind of test drive will be worth it. But I just know many people in my channel has asked me about Dacia Spring for the longest time. But they probably want to see the 1,000 kilometer challenge and range test and charging test and so on. So I have to consider it. Okay, if they want to. Supposedly what I understand is they're willing to pay for the hotel and the flight over there. So, but I want to try to nail it down so I can fly over there in one day and then test it and then fly back again. So if I only spend one working day and I get several videos there, that would be worth it. But I should get at least 50k views on it. But on the other hand, nowadays I tend to get only, I don't know, 20k views on average on a day, maybe even lower, it depends. But it seems like the view count, like I do the exact same thing, 1,000 kilometer challenge, range test, whatever, right? I do the exact same thing with different cars, but some cars trigger way more views, like the CLA. So I just have to be more selective and choose cars that people want to see rather than just other cars. But like the Hongqi, I was interested in it, but the view count on the Hongqi was ultra low, less than 10k views on many of those. What is the best thing about not working at your I have the freedom of doing whatever I want to do, plus that there's potential to make way more money. Yeah, because of the Ukraine war, same here in Netherlands. For so long. Oh, okay. But I mean, if it was up to me, and if solar wasn't too expensive, or if companies want to toss solar at me, I want to put solar on the roof, on the slope, plus the fence, and maybe on the wall, the south wall, and then also on the roof, and also on the shed. So I think I have space for maybe 20, 30 kilowatts at the big ass house I have. That's way more than I need, so I'll probably be exporting a lot, or if I can store it in some battery, that would be great. Maybe Valdemar could make some DIY battery. You can use the Mach-E 100 kilowatt hour battery for storage. But I have to put it in the garage somewhere, maybe. So, in many. Oh yeah. I think that's also the same with Neo. Is that it's not sold in that many countries in Europe. Okay, cool. William. Hongqi is okay. Yeah, that's probably why the Volkswagen in the past has gained so many views, because it's available in pretty much every country in Europe and actually many countries in the world also. Okay, it's not worth it. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. That's what I suspected. That is like, okay, I fly over there, spend the whole day going there, and then I get 20k views on the test drive. Well, I could have gone, like, I just bumped into the Model Y Performance, right? It wasn't planned, and then bam, 50, 60k views. Okay, consumption has dropped. It's only 455 watt-hour per kilometer now. It needs to drop more, man, because eventually it's gonna go up once we hammer towards Varberg. And I hope I have enough juice. I'm at 71 kilometers away, 87 kilometers on GOM, okay. Cooling down the battery. Yeah, that is plausible. Yeah, I hope so. It actually sounds very plausible. And then based on the inlet, well, it's 20 degrees Celsius inlet now. It is possible it's still cooling down the battery. A lot of work, yeah, well, it depends, but I don't want to overdo the editing, so usually half an hour to 2 hours on each video, depending on what type it is. Banana box test doesn't require much editing, but then some road trip with some music and stuff requires more. Imagine I drive 600 kilometers with a car and I drive 80. Wow. Well, it is really shit then. But what's up with the Dacia Spring? Why are people so obsessed about it? Is it because it's cheap? But I mean, there are other cheap cars like yeah, Inster. Okay. I know Firefly is not available everywhere, but Inster is probably more available, right? Inster is quite good. I guess MG, if it's available, or even the poor man's ID3. There are plenty of good affordable cars out there. Oh, I kind of miss coming to Göteborg. Well, we will have some family time traveling soon, by the end of next month, Croatia. And then, of course, Thailand about 1 month after that again. 8k euro? Well, that is dirt cheap, man. It overheats. Oh, it replicates. Holy shit balls. Dude, that thing is gonna take forever to do 1,000 kilometers. That thing will be dead before, dead at arrival in Norway if I test it. But what about Skoda Citigo E and E-Up? And what was the last one again? But yeah, those cars are quite affordable. They have small battery and so on. Also the Honda E:NY1, you know, they have dumped the prices because they probably couldn't sell them, so they had to dump it. So that car is quite affordable. Okay, actually okay car. Wouldn't be like, ooh, but I mean, okay, since they dumped the price, then it becomes a okay car for the price. And even, yeah, what about the BYD Dolphin, also a poor man's car. Overheated against the Plaid. Oh, there was a matte, a Carwow, yeah. Huh? 5 launches, really? Wow. Did not expect that. Okay, let me see. I need to calculate some stuff here. 28% left. I will go for the 114 kilowatt hour. I have 31.9 kilowatt hour left. Distance remaining 63 kilometers. Budget 506 watt hour per kilometer so far. Okay, we seems to be good because we are still in the low speed stretch. Consumption is dropping. It's only 440 watt hour per kilometer. I mean, even a Model Y, even a Model X would be at half of that consumption. Even a fat e-tron would be at around 300 only on this stretch here. But I think people who buy these cars, they know that they are thirsty, right? You know, like if you ask anyone who bought a Brabus Geländewagen, they know that it's thirsty. But okay, it has a big tank. What was it again? It was an over 90 liter tank, 92 or something, right? So, okay, it can still go 500 kilometers on the motorway, and that's good enough for those gangsters. Yeah. And then we can go around 300, I think, on the motorway. Now the consumption is dropping now, 438 watt hour per kilometer. Yeah, it keeps dropping and dropping. We still have the 80 zone for a while. But I have to expect some crazy high, dude, like, when we were just hammering, huh? I have to expect over 500 watt hour per kilometer at Varberg stretch, maybe 550 then, just to be safe. What happens if I turn on eco mode? Because I don't want to sacrifice HVAC comfort here. It's 10 degrees outside. Because it's already running on the 2 rear motors only. Will I get better aerodynamics if I run in eco mode? Will the car lower the suspension in eco mode? Because the problem is that every time you start the car, it defaults back to comfort. So I tend to forget to switch it to eco or whatever, sport. Huh? No. Do you know where we are? We already passed Beckerød. We are aiming for Varberg. No, you know, okay. If I was like this car guy, that I get the impression many people are, and I was shitting money, I could totally buy this G-Wagon, because as long as you charge at home, I don't give a shit about that. I only get 300 kilometers of range at max, minimum, but mostly if there's a mix of city and so on, city and so on, I might get 400 kilometers of range. It doesn't matter if I just use it for local runs, right? The Hongxi, what? But at least this is the Mercedes with nice stereo, no? Burmester, right? And so on. So I totally understand it why some people want this, and they don't care about the consumption. It's just a cult car. Tesla stop, huh? What? What about it? No, I don't. 24 kilowatt hour leave, yeah. No, but like you know the Neo I've been using. I don't drive that far with it. I drive locally only. Sometimes I go to downtown Oslo, but yeah, it's not that often. So if you just use this car for daily driving, no problem. And you charge at home, and you are a rich bastard anyway, and you should have home charging. It's not like you live in a dorm or some shit and you don't have your own house, right? Or your own charging station. No problem. Charge at home, pay the price for the electricity, and then you have a G-Wagon at your disposal. Well, no, the whole was it a tank turn? We did it at the, we did the off-road driving event, off-roading, wading in this water and tank turn, and the video didn't get that many views. I was hoping for like, over 100K views. No, it didn't go that high. So I'm not gonna waste my time doing a tank turn to ruin my driveway or something. So I'll just do this, this kind of test. I want to measure the noise levels. I feel like this is really nice and quiet. Maybe even do a Sunday drive. So I have plenty of time next week, but I'm planning on doing an ET5 touring before it gets too cold next week. I sacrificed one of the G days to do the touring, but I'm gonna kind of cheat a bit because I will do it in Norway and I will go back and forth. So otherwise, how do I pull off that thing, the regular 1,000 kilometer challenge with the Neo? I have to do it on a daytime, a Saturday, and then there is no kindergarten support, and I will have to hire an babysitter because, well, no need to explain. 2 toddlers along with mom. That's hassle. Any mom knows that. That's actually a toddler and a baby over there. Yeah. But it means that I need to spend around 1,500 NOK in babysitting if I want to do this on a Saturday, daytime. Lower the suspension while driving. It doesn't really matter that much, the suspension height. You you slightly improve the drag under the car, but the rest is still there. So, but I don't know if and where I lower the suspension. Where do you have it? We have dynamic there. What is this? Oh, there's a car button there. Oh, here we have the acoustic warning and the. Where's the all setting? Oh, I can go here if I want to go to the attention assist. Wait. $350K, huh? What car should you buy? Tesla Model 3 Highland, second hand, and get sexy stocks and maybe some buttons, especially Commander, yeah, and also get the sexy strip. Then you have a car that kicks ass for the Lord. Wow, 430. I was guessing 420 for the whole stretch, and I have somewhat tight margin. So I hope I can make it to Valberg. 23% left. Okay, quick math. Yeah, we do it like this. Let's see. %. So 1% gives me 1.1 kilowatt hour roughly. That means that 1% should yield around 2.5 kilometers. Okay. 23% is 50-ish kilometers. I'm 48 kilometers away. Oh shit, that's gonna be close, man. Okay. Yeah, that would definitely be very close. Well, it seems that the guy speed up. I wasn't sure how fast he was going. There's an Audi in front here. But I'm slowly gaining on the Audi. Eventually we'll hit Kungsbacka where there's 110 zone. And the matrix is pretty good. I haven't been flashed at that much. Seems to do a good job. Wait, let me see. No, I think we're fine. 22% is, we are 45 kilometers away. 22% should be at least 50 kilometers, 40. Yeah, it should be at least 50. A little bit over 50 kilometers of range. And we are 44 kilometers away. Well, okay, no, that's actually cutting it quite close. Okay. I will recalculate once we're close to Kungsbacka what the remaining budget is. But I'm semi-drafting behind this Audi right now. It seems to be going exact same speed as me, which is also speed limit plus VAT. But the charging curve is nice. Fairly flat until 60% or 59 or something, yeah. But actually this means that I need 500 amp for 20 minutes, not just 10-minute or 5-minute boost. Because once it drops, then I don't know how much it drops, so I'm more or less limited to Ionity liquid-cooled cables and supercharger V3, V4. Consumption is 429 watt-hour per kilometer. And the correct consumption is more like 435 watt-hour per kilometer. So it is already above my budget. So I'm eating up of the margin now, and it might arrive with 1% at Valbike. No, but that Actros is not cruising at 120 kilometers per hour, right? Okay, we're about to reach Kungsbacka. Need to recalculate. Let me see. 20% left. Okay, 22.8 kilowatt hour divided by 40 kilometers. Remaining budget is 570 watt hour per kilometer. Yeah. There is a 99% chance we can make it there. Because I know the consumption will go up now, but it's not going to go above 570. And then given some round of errors here and there, it's still fine. So this is why we have a margin, a 5% margin, usually on the calculations we do. It's 124 kilowatt hour gross capacity, and then claim 116 kilowatt hour net capacity, but I measure 114 kilowatt hour when I did the run now. I wonder if that's good enough. Then I don't need to bother measuring the consumption. Well, I might do it anyway because I need to do a charging test. But I could do a charging test after the challenge today. I can wait until tonight or something, or I can bring Isabel with me and she can hang out at the Ionity or something while I'm doing the charging test there. Because then the battery should be nice and warm tomorrow morning. Oh, I could also do the charging test at Remen. Yeah, I forgot about that. Nowadays I'm thinking in 800 volt terms, but this is 400 volt car. And then actually in Norway, on the right time of the day and so on, then supercharger is actually cheaper than Ionity. But in daytime, the supercharger might be more expensive than I've seen over 4 NOK per kilowatt hour when it's expensive. Yeah. God bless me, man. Yes, thank you. Jesus is with us. Yeah, praise the Lord. Hallelujah. For drafting, huh? I should try the coasting if it's possible. Coasting test. Okay. I need to deduct a little bit of time here because there are some 90 zones here, just like I did with the other runs. The temporary 90 zone until, I don't know, here. 110, yes. Okay. Probably just 1 minute. It wasn't that long. Degrees Celsius. Charge level, okay. 17%. I get the warning. All right. Yeah. Current leg 433 watt-hour per kilometer. All right. So this was the gentle run. We are at the Borg. Yeah, I have to expect over 500 on the next leg. Possibly 550 just to be sure. But we have the Halmstad stretch, but it's not that long. Dude, we have to calculate 550. But I have to go around 95 kilometers only from Varberg to Mellbystrand. But then I might need to go 70% so I can make it back to Varberg. Oh, dude, you need to turn down the light. Okay, there. No, this or Plaid. Well, I'll probably go for Plaid, X Plaid. It's just well, I mean, this car is just mad in many ways. The Plaid is more practical in use with not so crazy consumption, so on. And also better infotainment. Here, I feel like it's a bit weird. It doesn't have that electric planning thingy. It doesn't give me percent at arrival. And then when you're charging, it says you need to turn on the car to see the charging queues. I was like, what the heck, man? What kind of ancient technology is this? At least I care about the infotainment and navigation, since I use it a lot. Tesla has so good navigation that you can rely on it. You don't need Android Auto. Oh, look at that. It blocks out that box. Really well demonstrated how the ambient light, or the matrix light work. I think we should be fine, but we're going to go deep to Varberg. Oh, yeah, okay. If I go less than 100 kilometers, it's around 90 something kilometers and I average 550. That should mean around 50 kilowatt hour needed. So if that means 50% needed. So I can still charge it 60% and make it to Mellbystrand. And if I have enough juice, turns out I don't need that much, then I could even turn around and then stop on the way back at Mellbystrand. But it's almost hip some hop what I do. But it's gonna be Mellbystrand. Yeah, Varberg, Mellbystrand, and then back to Varberg. Because I'm out of food now, and I might want some snack, banana or some other snack. But I brought enough drinks, so I don't need to refill on drinks. Because drinks tend to be expensive. They have high margin at the gas station. But food is very convenient to buy at the gas station. Like double sausage penetration. No, that would be madness. If you have a Geländewagen, just get the Ionity Passport Power, Ferdig Snakka, and Tesla. Oh, there is a donation. Russ Clouds donated 50 RON. I don't know how much that is. 10 euros maybe. Thank you very much. It's the Romanian krona or currency. Let's celebrate the first super. Okay, I think. Oh, okay, that's a internal message here. 10 euros. Okay, thank you very much. Romania, the land of the Dacia Spring. Okay, around 440 watt-hour per kilometer on this leg. Wow. Too bad I don't have any Abed Ruplander support. Maybe this car is so thirsty that Abed Ruplander doesn't want to support it. Or it doesn't know how much. Okay, let me check here. Total stats then so far. Since Yes Home, I'm averaging 440. 434 roughly since Yes Home. "17 kilometers away from Varberg now." Oh, it would be interesting to test the concrete surface at Falkenberg. This car should be really quiet because it has a lot of suspension travel, which soaks up rumbling, plus the 60 profile tires. I need to check again what kind of tires we have on the dimension. device connected. Oh, it lost connection with the USB. There. Man, they still use font with serif in the playlist here. Oh, down to 7%. Okay. I need to focus here. Need to prepare for arrival. Let me see. Navigation. Okay, microphone should be turned on soon. We are 7.8 kilometers away. This leg 440 watt hour per kilometer. Front, I haven't checked. Yeah, interior is nice as always with Mercedes. 490 kilowatt. Well, there's not that much space anyway, you know. Wildbag next. Yeah, I have the plan so far. Wildbag, Melbystrand, back to Wildbag. I guess Spekkerud and then Strömstad as the last, right? But even at Strömstad, I need to charge for a bit. Unless I go... No, I can't really... Oh, there's a car. Dude, where's the warning triangle, man? There's a car parked on the shoulder without any warning beforehand. 1.4 kilometers away. Get the mic ready. Partnership with who? I have so many partnerships here. 5% left. I usually don't have a massive Q&A right before I'm gonna arrive at the charger. There. Reduce dry power. Wait, huh? Dude, do I have 20% power? What? Dude, what the heck, man? I need to document this. Huh? We are almost at Varberg, but we have 4% left. But suddenly I noticed I have 20% power limit. What? And there is a reduced power. I can't. It's a blocker. This message, man. What's up with the Mercedes and the blocker messages? But I suppose you have 20% power left. Let me try here. Oh, the car becomes quite sluggish. Yeah. Wow. Huh? At 4%, the battery should be warm. It should be at 25 degrees Celsius. This is really weird. I would expect that at least at 4% now, I should get at least 50-60% power left. Okay, this is not good for Geländewagen. Dude, guys, we must do it next week. 0 mile test. What the heck, man, this beast. Huh? At 4%, I have only 20%, 22% power now. It regen a bit. What? Okay, it means that I shouldn't go too deep. Well, I think I can actually trust it. You should be able to go down to 0%. Just a bit slow, that's it. What I've seen with Mercedes. Okay, charge port is on that side, so maybe I'll just go around here and then turn around. Okay. Like this. Well, I could even plug it in here so you guys can see. Okay, I don't know if the alarm will go if I leave cars kind of running. Okay, we'll do it like this. Okay, 433 was the consumption here. The throttle mode 20%. Huh? 400 kilometers done roughly. Let me see. From start, from reset. Okay, here. Varberg.
Excuse me, please don't forget your phone.
Okay, we can test. I don't need to clean the windscreen or anything, so I just have to shoot video here quickly and then plan my next stop and calculate. Okay, to fire up this. Okay, it would play the music like a Chinese car. There. Okay, so now it just ramps up. All right. Welcome to Varberg. Oh, that one. Yeah, well, we are going to change to RS soon and get more stuff going. And he will help me with the selling of merch, like T-shirt and stuff, you know. Kilowatt hour per hour and so on. Angerholm. I will go to Melbystrand V4 supercharger. That's quite safe. Here and there. Okay, there. Recharge or whatever. Recharge, that works. There. Okay. I need distance to the 91 kilometers. Okay, 91. If I expect, let me see, 91 times 550 worst case. Okay, and then 114 kilowatt hours. I need to spend 44%, so I could go 50% and then just go for yeah, yeah. But I probably go for 60% then, since there is almost no difference. We are now at Vyberg. It's ramping up. We arrive at 3%. I don't know what the battery temperature is, but it doesn't seem like it's cold. Okay, wait. No. It had this slow ramp up also at the previous stop. It would go kind of slow in the beginning, first minute, and then it just booms, go to 200. Yeah, what I've seen also in the EQS runs. This seems quite similar to the EQS, except for that there is no electric e-route planning, whatever, and no percent at arrival. But whatever, also, but the route planner does not support Geländewagen. But I calculated myself based on 550 watt-hour per kilometer and then 91 kilometer distance that I need to spend around 45%, right, or something, to get to the next charger. But whatever, I'll probably charge it 60% anyway. So let's check outside. Wait, is it colligating? Huh? Why is it not charging at 200 kilowatt? No, you can do this, of course.
Excuse me, you've forgotten your phone.
I do this, get inside the car. The music was off when we left it. And then you don't see anything here. This is old-fashioned design. You have to press the start button. Yeah, see? Then it plays the music. It's acting like a Chinese car. So I think what we need to do is not go too deep. I should try to arrive with around 10%. That should be the best then. Wait, what percent did I expect again? Oh yeah, only 44%. Okay. Well, we might arrive at 15% at the next stop then. No, don't go. Did you? Okay. The car was charging slow now at 3%. It needed 3 minutes to ramp up to full speed. So seems like we want to go for around, I don't know, 9%, 10% maybe to get full speed right at the start. Okay. Anyway, now I have some free time to go to the restroom. I'm gonna get rid of some garbage, grab some banana or some snack, and then get ready for the next stop. But it's going to be, you see, we've been charging for 5 minutes. We have 15 more minutes. We will charge for a little bit over 20 minutes, 22 minutes or something, right? To 60%, and then we go for the next charger. Oh yeah, if I have enough juice, I can then stop on the return instead. We'll see about that at Melbystrand on the return. Yeah. That means I could skip Valberg and then go for something else. Okay, let me figure out that later. But now, will it stay on? Will the car, will the alarm go?
Excuse me, your phone is still in the car.
Come back. It seems like it's charging slower than usual. Huh? Yeah, this is strange. Hot dog. All right, I went for some food here, and then when I'm back, wait, I need to fire up the car just to show you what's going on here. No. Okay, wait for it to, yeah, you see, this is going slower than before, huh? I noticed it already. I look at my own live stream because I'm live streaming this charging screen. So it was slowing down to 160 kilowatt a lot earlier, huh? Why are we charging so slow this time? Is it Colgate? Is it Rapidgate? Well, I don't have any insight in the battery temperature, unlike in the CLA where you can see that. So, well, there's a follower there, supposedly. Huh? Oh, okay. He watched my live stream and then he walked over there. But yeah, okay. It's slightly slower than previously. I can check on the charging screen. Maybe say hello to the guy. Okay, listen, I have to hurry. I have to quickly grab some food here. And then eventually I need to fire up the heater. It's 50% now. Okay, we're gonna do it now. There. I'm gonna fire up the heater a couple of minutes before we leave. But we're gonna leave at 60%. We're 51 now. It's been 21 minutes already. Oh well, it's nice place to stop. But bye. This is interesting. He's driving from, I think, Germany somewhere to transport a car. from Norway. I'm actually not sure where he's located. Wait, what happened to the heater? But it seems like the charging time might be similar, or the average speed might be similar as the previous session. What the heck, man? I mean, it's madness to burn dinosaur juice. Why would you do that instead of just using electricity as the form it is? Just get solar. It seems to drop earlier now. That's strange. 23 minutes. Okay. Right. We're gonna leave soon. I need to get ready. And also reset the since last thing right before we leave. It doesn't automatically reset it. I told the guy I met here, he's traveling. I said, just watch out for the police. He has a Tempo 100 on the trailer. But yeah, if you hammer too hard, then you get pulled over. They tend to single you out at night rather than in the daytime when you just go with the flow. I thought I went with the flow now in the evening, but no, they managed to single me out. What the heck, man? What are the chances? %, 25 minutes.
Just a moment, you've forgotten your phone.
Man. Oh shit, I forgot to check the tires. But just remember, I have 60 profile tires. I thought it was something I was supposed to check at bye-bye. I bet there is heat scavenging here because it seems like there's plenty of heat. All right, we're at 960 watt-hour per kilometer. No, I'm not sure if it rapid gates or if it just you know, go deep and some throttling because of that. Uh-oh. Policemen. They crossed the road. There's a possibility they joined on the motorway here. Not sure which direction they were going. No, they were going the other way. Seems like. It seems like I have bad luck nowadays. Yeah, they did not enter here, behind me. They went west. What the heck is that rattling in the back here? Not sure what that's all about. But the car is dead quiet and any rattling I will hear it. Coming from the rear door. But okay, so I will see on the next stop now. I did charge it 60%, and that means that I should pass by Melbystrand with 15%. And then there is a 20-kilometer loop if I go around there, which means that, but then I would spend almost 10% on that loop. So I could end up with 5%, so it might not be worth it to stop there. I might want to stop on the return instead, or, you know, charge there with 15%, and then, well, I'll have to see once I get closer how much I end up with. But yeah, 640 watt-hour per kilometer now. This is what I've been waiting for. But I mean, I'm not driving that fast, you know. It's 120 zone here, and you know I don't go more than 140. So I mean, it's only maximum 140. I mean, throughout Europe, how many places do people actually cruise at 140? I know on the French autoroute with 130 zone, Many people cruise at 140, 145 over there. And then, well, in Poland, yeah, Deutschland, yes, of course. So actually, there are many places in in Europe where people cruise at 140 or 130. Yeah, so that's why I use this route, because 130, 140 on the motorway is quite common across Europe. Oh, there you go. Get flashed at, double flashed. The car didn't turn it off, or did it? Okay. Might want to film some stuff now for the... Oh shit, for the headlight test. Okay, this is for the headlight test. We are now past Varberg, getting close to Falkenberg, and over here the road is quite straight. We have the high-speed stretch here. Yeah, and the Germans here, 120 kilometers per stunden. And I've seen a couple of oncoming trucks that flashed at me, mainly because over here it's so straight and far, you can see far. So cars oncoming, they get annoyed by my high beam still being on, maybe because they are so powerful. So yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, there you go, they see a flash there. This is so common for German cars that I don't consider it a flaw, because actually, technically speaking, or legally speaking, at driving school you are taught to drive with high beam on until your high beam meets the other oncoming car's high beam. And if it's a kilometer range, I mean a kilometer stretch here, a clear sight, then my high beam doesn't light up more than around 200 meters, So it means that we should actually keep the high beam on for maybe 5-10 seconds before we turn them off. But I guess many people now, they feel like the high beams are too strong and it's too blinding. But just look another way, just look slightly down towards the right, and then you shouldn't be too much blinded by it. But it's doing a good job. You saw that they blocked out the car in front, and then now it fired up again. And then here we have oncoming car. It hasn't really detected it yet because there's some fog there. You can actually see the box here. It's doing a good job. I'm really impressed. And there, okay. So my impression is that the matrix part here is doing a good job blocking out oncoming cars and cars in front, so it doesn't become annoying for them. And also I don't get flashed at a lot, because there has been a couple of cars I tested in the past. I was flashed at so many times that I was fed up and I turned off the matrix lights, which means less safety because you don't light up the side of the road. It could be a moose there. And here you see that we illuminate the side of the road. This is good safety. Well, now it went off a bit. Not sure what's up with that. And there it comes out again. Yeah, the fog here perfectly illustrates where it's lighting up right now. Oh, we're following behind a classic Ioniq. I just wonder if it's a fossil or electric. This is going quite schnell. What the fog? Huh? It's like 3 hours, huh? To reach Norway? Oh, I don't know about that. But I see, this seems to be a... Wait, is it a fossil or... Can't tell. It seems electric. Oh, he's going schnell. He knows he's efficient. He can hammer it. Seems like he's going at least 120, yeah, something kilometers per hour. Okay, we are getting close to the concrete surface. But there's also some slowdowns here. I'm not sure if they are done with the Baustelle or not. So we have to deduct some time here, if it's still there. Okay, I need to do this before it becomes too late. There, we're on this concrete surface now. Oh, we have reached the concrete surface at Falkenberg. And over here is 120 zone, and I'm going out. Okay, you know, it's quite big area here, but look at the consumption. We have been driving for 11 minutes, 25 kilometers away from Ionity, and the consumption is 570 watt-hour per kilometer. Actually, the correct consumption, this car over-reported distance by 1.2%. Correct consumption is more like 580 watt-hour per kilometer. Holy macaroni, this car is thirsty. I have never ever in my YouTube career tested a car that is this thirsty. I think even the Mercedes EQV, which is a van, wasn't that thirsty. Wow. Oh, there you go. Transporting a leaf, 2 leaves, and 1 classic Ioniq, probably to Ukraine. Yeah, we're now in the concrete surface, and when it comes to noise levels, I got the impression that we get very little road noise from into the cabin. It could be because we have somewhat high suspension travel, plus that we are 60 profile tires. Okay, let me test it. Here, it should be quieter, a little bit quiet. Yeah, you see, interesting. This must be the first car I test where there's very little difference between the left and the right lane. The right lane is rougher concrete than the left lane because all the trucks hammer here, but here is like very little difference. So this car could possibly be one of the quietest cars I test. So wow, very impressive. When you buy this car that costs 2 million NOK, then of course you get the best soundproofing and the best ride quality and comfort. The quieter you are, okay. But man, 507, holy macaroni. I was guessing 550. It seems like it's going to be lower than that because we will have to pass through Halmstad. So yeah, well, we'll see. But it seems like right now we can make it to the turnaround point and then back to Halmstad, Mellbystrand. But then, yeah, from there, if I charge it 60%, I should be able to go to maybe Göteborg before I charge. But I'm not sure if I can make it all the way to Spekkerød. Maybe I can go for 70% and then go for Spekkerød. And then Spekkerød to Spekkerød Strømstad will be heavy, quite intense, because we will have possibly the lowest temperature, which actually this car is affected by, at 118 kilometers. Yeah, I think Spekerød, Strømstad, and then Strømstad will be the last stop, around 150 kilometers away from home. Then I can also go for around 60 something percent. Yeah, so I have roughly the charging plan now based on what I know about this car and the route, of course. Okay, the consumption should drop. Yeah, it's 559 and it's dropping. So probably some initial cooling after the charging session. What current consumption? What can you? Okay, you can see the instantaneous consumption. Let me see. 559. Then this is from start. Okay, it doesn't show instant consumption. Eco displays one out of 5 stars. What am I supposed to do, huh? Okay, there's no instant consumption there. I can show you kilowatt. Yeah, I'm pulling 104 kilowatt now. 95, 90, 91, a slight downhill. Yeah, we can wait until it's completely flat somewhere. 62 kilowatt. Now we go downhill. But man, I mean, is it relevant? The consumption at 140 kilometers per hour. Well, I'm going at 138. Yeah. But I heard from my friend that at least in Sweden they have a slightly more slack there. That's also probably why all the Swedes they hammer it, because I mean within the tolerance level for Sweden at the motorway, but not for Norway. Norway are stricter there, so they would fine me, give me pricks. There, 100 kilowatt output. But I mean, it's quite simple. You can take 550 watt-hour per kilometer. Let me try that. Well, let's say 500 then, times 138 kilometers per hour. Yeah, that's 69 kilowatt average output. Right, nice round number. I'm gonna get flashed that soon. Oh, pricks. Okay. Now, well, in Norway we call it prikker, which is dot, right? If you do something severe, it's kind of funny. If you go 16 over the speed limit when the speed limit is about 70 kilometers per hour, and you go 16 over the speed limit, you get 2 dots on your driver's license. If you have more than 7 dots, you will lose the driver's license for 6 months, and you have to take the driving exam again to get the driver's license back. But after 3 years, those dots they disappear. But man, 3 years is a long time, especially for me who drives a lot. So I got some dots after that incident in Hamar. Well, it's forever. It's still 2 more years until they are gone. So I mean, it's good because it means that people need to be careful. You can't just keep getting fined all the time. It depends, but of course, you can just not go that fast. And yeah, that's what I'm doing. I don't go that fast. So I'm right on the level where they could fine me, but I don't get pricks. Well, I could just call it pricks because it's pricker. Yeah. And you can also log into police. You can log in there and you can see how many dots you have and when they will expire, or when you got them or something like that. Kilometer channel. Okay, but I know I drive roughly 100k, 100 to 120k per year. So you can just calculate it from there, more or less. So I'm pretty sure I've driven over 1 million kilometers already. It should be something like 1.2 to 1.5 million. Because I keep track of, ever since I started the business company, I get tax deduction for the kilometers I drive, but that is only work-related driving. There is some private driving, but actually not that much. And the work-related driving is roughly 100k per year. But then the private driving is not that much extra, since I don't do those crazy road trips. And even if I do a road trip, it's work. I make road trip video. So roughly said 100k per year then driving. So you can estimate that I have around 1.2 million kilometers of electric driven kilometers. Yeah, but which country is that 50 over the speed limit? Is it? Let me guess. Is it Germany? Yeah, Thailand also. I add the stuff in Thailand. In the beginning, the accountant didn't want me to deduct the Thailand stuff, but I mean that is also work I do. I borrow press cars. I have my expenses when I test them, and I test them just like I tested Norway. So I should also get the same tax deduction there. On Netherlands, wow. So okay, it means that cruising at 130, 140 kilometers per hour is realistic and relevant, right, for the rest of most of Europe. And I think even in many US countries, many people, they cruise at around 70, 80 miles per hour. Like I remember in US, many people, they would cruise 10 miles per hour over the speed limit, and it was fine. Nobody would, even the state troopers wouldn't care if you go just 10 over. Wow. Okay. Maybe I'll stay away from Australia then. Or drive like a priest there. Let me just check here. Is there a difference here and here? Well, it's slightly quieter here, yeah, when I think about it. But there wasn't that much difference between the rough and the smooth ass. Well, consumption is 554. No, let me correct it. It's 560 watt-hour per kilometer. 12 dots, okay. In France, yeah. So I kind of need to drive like a priest now for the next 2 years until 4 of my dots are automatically erased. But I mean, still after that time, I will still drive like I do now. I won't change my behavior, drive any faster. Because the probability of getting a fine, like you never know. Like Storebø, at night, okay, at night I could detect if someone is following me, so I have that part. But okay, now you see here, smooth ass. Not that much different. It's not night and day, unlike you're sitting in a Tesla, for example, or the Jack E30X. but what was I going to say? Yeah. So, of course, you could detect if someone is following you at night. That's usually when they signal you out, because in the daytime, I have never seen anyone get pulled over in the daytime. But at night, I see them pull over, like now it happened to me, Even when there's some traffic, they will pull you over. But the laser does happen, but it's quite rare. But since I drive a lot, then, there's a probability. And I also even lasered not long time ago when I overtook. And that is a microscopic chance. Because I've been hammering so many years now, overtaking. And the probability of someone lasering right there when you hammer is just microscopic. I did this already. I hammered already since Millennium Falcon's time or Optimus Prime. Like we're talking about thousands, at least hundreds, probably thousands of overtakes. So, yeah. But the problem is that the chance is there. So what I know is that usually they have a 15 kilometers per hour. Well, or it's the prick level. So if you hammer or overtake at 95 in the 80 zone, they might give you a fine, but most likely they won't give you a fine because you don't get pricks. So then they don't bother. But I mean, they could. But I've been lasered so many times with Optimus Prime and trailer when going 88 in the 80 zone, and there they don't care. Because that's also what the level, the speed the trucks are driving. I think the trucks also knows the tolerance level. I was the follower. Silver. Okay, something. My eyesight is so bad at night, so I'm not probably reading small text. Transport vehicle across Scandinavia or Central Europe. Okay, hit me up if you need friends to try. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll try to remember that. But which country are you from? I'm just curious. Okay, 555 watt-hour per kilometer, or 560. I'm down to 32% already. I'm 31 kilometers away from Estland. Ah, okay, Estonia. Oh, you actually call it Estland. We call it Estland in Norway. And we call it also Litauen, Estland, Litauen. I think those might be the correct names in those countries. Just like we call it München and Copenhagen and Praha. Not Prague and Copenhagen, you know, and Munich. Oh, there was something there. A small, what do you call it? A small deer or doe or something. Oh, okay, you live in Norway. Oh, okay. Oh, so you speak Norwegian, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's why you can do the whole thing, transporting into, yeah. Well, I think, yeah, actually, you should be making okay money transporting cars like that. Alternatively, you have to use a truck. But if you can pull it with a trailer and so on, then that makes sense. But, but I'm curious, if you can get... No, that's the problem. There aren't that many cars that can pull a lot of... Wait, what kind of car are you using? Because the car must be able to pull heavy load, and EVs are heavy. So I bet you need to pull 3.5 tons with that car. But the trailer weighs 500 kilograms, right? And then it should be able to pull 3 tons on the trailer. Touareg, Touareg, of course. 3.5 tons, right? On the Touareg. Yeah, that makes sense. There are not that many EVs that can pull that much. Well, you have F-150, but I mean, you might need to charge every 100 kilometers. You're not going to dick around with that shit. Then you pay the price for the fuel, and then you travel further. I think with Touareg, you should be able to go maybe 300-400 kilometers. But you don't travel that fast, right? Cruise at 100 kilometers per hour, 110 maybe. We should be within tolerance. Yeah, well, until now, yeah. You see, but eventually I think pickup trucks, or there should be some long-range vehicles, especially for towing, that should have 150-200 kilowatt-hour battery and charge really fast, like megawatts. Then that could be a good deal for someone who needs to tow shit. But for the majority of normal people who don't pull trailer, if it's just a passenger car, okay, except for this car, but this is crazy, man. But most normal passenger cars, you know, the tons of cars I've tested on 1,000 kilometer challenge, around 80 to 100 kilowatt hour is sufficient, especially if you can charge quite fast. And I don't mean like 500 kilowatts. Around 200 kilowatt, like MEB platform or Tesla or something, is already good enough for most people. I feel like those 400-500 kilowatt charging cars, they almost go too fast, you know. Like, okay. I mean, it's kind of weird for fossil lovers to hear that, but if you own if you own an EV, you should be the first one to know that in practical use, you know, it's good. And I remember even the fat e-tron owners, they claim that the charging was fast enough for them. Yeah, they usually go to 90% within around one, it was half an hour, and they were happy with that charging speed. But I think the thing is that nowadays, yeah, cars nowadays, they can go to 80% within around 20 minutes ish, and it doesn't make that much difference if it's 20 minutes or 15 minutes, you know, or 10 minutes. As long as it's 20 minutes ish, not half an hour or 45 minutes to 90% like Tesla nowadays is. 27%. Sorry, I didn't see it right away. It was not a question mark there. Okay, consumption has dropped now. 545 watt hour per kilometer. We are 19 kilometers away from Melbystrand. Oh, they have V4 over here now at Halmstad. Wow. 27 kilometers should be good for at least 50. Yeah, now with the high-speed stretch, around 50. Yeah, you can double it. Yeah, 50 kilometers of range left. And that means 28 plus 38. Yeah, I should be able to go to the turnaround point and then back to Melbystrand and still have okay juice, not too deep. Well, let me rephrase. I didn't see the question mark. But I already answered, if you heard me about a minute ago. Unless you want me to repeat what I just said. Chevrolet Silverado, 200 kilowatt hour. Well, it doesn't charge that fast, right? Compared to the speed. I mean, Silverado should be charging at megawatt. Or at least have somewhat flat curve at, let's say, 400 kilowatt to 80%. If it's a big battery, it should be able to take the beating. Unless it's a big battery with low C rate, which is high energy density. Yeah, well, I forgot the F-150 also comes with a bigger battery. The one I tested in Norway is just a smaller battery. It's kind of a bummer. But those pickup trucks are kind of thirsty. Because I know that, yeah, for example, Lucid, they can fit 120, 130 something kilowatt hour in a sedan, right? So if you have a big car, let's say like an EQS, or I don't know, like a Neo EL7, EL8, or it doesn't have to be that big, you know. But like a 5-meter car should be able to fit around 120 to maybe 150 kilowatt hour. And even 120, 130 is decent, especially if you can charge fast. But it seems like the Chinese nowadays, they're going for LFP, and they actually... What the heck, man? I accidentally bumped into something, yeah. Oh wait, it's the... Huh? Dude, the touch screen. Oh, the freaking touch screen has a... The cable rubs into the touchpad. And then sometimes it triggers some yeah, okay. Okay, and how the heck do I avoid there? I have to tuck it away. Okay. $300 plus kilowatt. Okay, that's decent. But I mean, there are 100 kilowatt hour batteries that charge at 500 kilowatt, right? But I cannot maintain 500, 400 too long. Yeah, these are good headlights. I can light up the bush and the bridge. Over here is where I can see the trees better. Oh, there's some flashing. Okay, I'm 10 kilometers away. I think it's too early to stop now. So just stop on the way back, but then I had to figure out what do I do? What do I do on the way back now? I could possibly skip Varberg and go for Spekkerød. Oh, I forgot there's one thing I could do. I could stop at the Kongalv, which is 20 kilometers before Spekkerød. Yeah. And then I could leap from Kongalv over to Strømstad. I think that's a better balance. But I might have to charge to around 65% this time, stretching it slightly further. I have to calculate. Yeah, so it could possibly be now and then Kongalv and then Strømstad. Yeah, and then home. But yeah, we are hovering at 536, so we are lower than what I expected. That's good. I was just expecting the worst, 550. No, actually, right now it's 540 something, yeah. It's close to what I guessed, actually. The GM 250, Tax charge at 380 kilowatt. Wow. Thermal throttle, yeah. You see, eventually these car manufacturers, they need to get the cooling right. I suspect that the Chinese, the reason why they charge so fast is that they manage to get the cooling right, and they have low delta between min and max. And actually there's those LFPs, they can take the beating. Who knows, maybe some of them, they watch my video and they're like, that Björn guy, he's onto something about the whole rapid gate and the blade batteries and so on, and the temp delta between min and max and so on. If they actually studied all my videos, they could actually learn a lot or get some input on whatever they are developing. Okay, 4 kilometers left. I have 20%. That's too early. Okay, but the loop is, let me see, to check here, 487, it's 90. Oh, okay, 90. Okay, it's a 25 kilometer loop roughly. Okay, yeah, I can afford it. I might go slightly deep, but well, so be it. At least better than arriving with 20%. Plus that eventually we have a slower stretch, 110 zone at the loop point. Alright, so I might arrive with slightly below 10%, but it shouldn't be 3%, it might be 5%. Quick math. Well, I can tow 4 tons almost. Wow. Impressive. G6, yeah. Reserve level, okay, up now. Well, I was hoping for it this year, but it's not ready yet, and I've already booked myself for other cars. I could cancel some of them, because I consider the G6, G9 to be maybe, well, it depends, more important, and I might cancel some of the other cars and then push them to next year. Or I also have some slack in my schedule, but not that much. So I'm pretty much fully booked for this year. But that means that I have potential to improve, increase my production if I have an assistant. Sometimes I wish I had an assistant to help me speed things up. But actually, most, like nowadays, okay, I don't want to go too crazy on the work here versus family time, right? But I know that eventually, family, once the kid grow bigger, they don't want too much family time, or they will have less and less family time and spend more time with the buddies, friends. Now it's more like I'm doing a lot of babysitting that won't be needed in just 2 to 5 years. But it could mean that in the meantime, need distance so I can speed things up a bit. I could even combine and go like a double range test, and I can swap cars halfway, something. So then I can do 2 range tests in one day instead of only one. When it comes to 1,000 kilometer challenge, though, I still think I need to do that alone. But I still pick up and return cars myself. I could let someone else do that. That means that that day I will be more productive, because normally the car swap day I can't get any long trips done there. So there's potential for me to improve my or increase my production by 20 to 40% if I have an assistant. Then that means I could book 20 to 40% more cars and test more cars per year, because there's so many EVs out there nowadays. Plus that many of the cars I test nowadays, it has the same battery, it has the same charging curve, you know, it has the same drivetrain. It's not that much you need to do. Or I already done the banana box test, so technically I only need it for 1 or 2 days, but I have that slack 1 week slack because I have other errands I have to run. But if I have an assistant to run the errands for me, then I can focus more on important things where I can generate more money. Okay, this should be fine. Yeah, we are 15% now. Getting close to Hollandsåsen. It's a bit foggy here. 10.5 degrees. What the heck, man? Oh, that's a battery. That's a perfect example of a left lane hugger, a middle lane hugger. Alright, we're down to 13%. Yeah, it should be fine now. Melbystrand, here we come. "16 kilometers away." I have 32 kilometers to come. We're gonna go downhill soon. Oh, pulling 125 kilowatt going up the hill. Why it flattened out now? Forgot to check when we were at the steep hill. Probably pulling like 200 kilowatts just to maintain the speed uphill. I haven't checked the weight of this car yet. I think the range test should get some nice views count. It's like some extreme values here. Extremely heavy, extremely thirsty. But yeah, 130 horsepower is not that spectacular anymore. Like even the poor man's, the IM5, IM6 has 751 horsepower. Actually, Hongqi has 619 horsepower. You know, the EHS7. 600 something. Neos, many of the Neos, they have actually 600 to 700 horsepower. But the EN8, man, is a freaking beast. So in a way, I'm kind of surprised why they didn't go even higher here. They could go like 1,000 horsepower if they have this big battery, you know, 1,000 horsepower and yeah, quad. I mean, they have quad motors. There's no problem for each motor to output 250 horsepower. Or how much is that? 250 horsepower is roughly 170 something kilowatts each. I think it's reason 3 challenges per week. What? Oh no! I'll probably only do 1,000 kilometer per week. I'm not gonna do 2 or 3 of those. But I might do more range tests, more some of the other tests, or maybe run some simultaneous tests, like a range test could be done with 2 cars simultaneously. And also, many cars don't really require a 1,000 kilometer. You know, it's like more like, okay, a little retest of a couple of things, like maybe checking efficiency and so on. For example, MEB cars. There's plenty of cars using MEB platform, so I don't really need to do all of them, like 1,000 kilometers for all of them. But there is still some interest, like a Skoda Enyaq. Wait, did I book it? I don't remember. The new Skoda Enyaq, same battery, same drivetrain, nothing new. Same body, nothing new there. No need to do banana box test, just interior view and some range test. So one day would be enough, maybe, to cover everything that is new there. But then I just have a whole week in case there is some stuff I need to do, and in case of bad weather. Okay, 9 kilometers left. I'm 10% now. Okay, that means we should be there at the 5%. Oh, let's hope it's not too deep. Yeah, that was only to 61% I charge. And I can actually go 117 kilometers on a high-speed stretch. Okay, consumption has dropped slightly. We are at 535 watt-hour per kilometer only. That's still freaking high, man. So that's what I have to expect on the return also. The wind, where we have tailwind, supposedly. I didn't check at Falkenberg what kind of wind direction we had. But I checked on the wind map. It's supposed to be slightly tailwind now on the way back. Okay, at 8%, it has another warning here. Reserve level something. Oh, I have 80% power limit now. Okay, I will check the power limit if it's higher now than before. Because we're going kind of deep-ish. Wait, is it possible to disable that touchpad? Is that? It is annoying that I accidentally bump into it all the time. Keyboards, control elements, touch control. Oh wait, that's touchpad, haptic feedback, sensitivity, slow. Okay, but I cannot disable it, right? I think that's okay. We don't go too deep. Okay, microphone off. Get ready. 6%. Oh, the power limit drops suddenly, quite sudden, huh? Again? Whoa, we're at Melbourne now. I'm about to pull out, but look. At 7%, we have the same power limit. Now around 26% power limit. Huh? This car seems like you don't want to go too deep, but it seems like the power limit is there even now that we've been hammering it on 20. So I think the battery should be fairly warm. Based on what I see here, I'm guessing 25 degrees Celsius, maybe even more, maybe 27 degrees Celsius. Battery is warm, but early power limit. Here. Oh, 4 cents per kilowatt over here, same. Okay, get ready. This stall here. That's this side seems to be more clean. There. Alright, this was okay, 525 roughly. Okay, that can reset. Okay, 500. 448 watt hour per kilometer. Let me see, this is Megaton.
Excuse me, please don't forget your phone.
Okay. Right, another driving stop. No, nothing wrong. I put the microphone away because I'm about to charge. So I'm just slightly distant because it's not a wireless microphone, you know. So I have to go out and plug it in and then shoot some video. Okay, so I'm going to try to go for it. Kongalv. Yeah. We could bail out. Yeah. Somewhere between. Yeah, we just go for Kongalv. Konghalla. Let's see. Kongalv, Konghalla, Ionte. There. That should be okay distance. Okay, let's go. I have to guess something like 450 then. Oh shit, that's 177 kilometers away. Shit. Okay, if I have 450 consumption, is that even realistic though? 480. Oh shit, no, that's too much. Okay, we just have to charge enough to go to Varberg. We have to go Varberg, Spekkerød, Strømstad, and then home. Yes, alright. Bring it up again. Okay, stop. Let's go back to Varberg. Varberg there. It's kind of weird, but we are only going 91 kilometers now, but on the high-speed stretch. Now I try to nail it down. Let me see. 550 kilometers. 551 per kilometer times 91. 114. You need to spend 44%, so I can go 55% then. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Still fine. Oh, look at that. Hey, I'm even on HVAC high. Look at this. I arrive with, what was it, 6 or 7%. Boom! Immediately we get maximum speed. So it seems like you don't want to go below 5%, but you can go a little bit below 10%. That's fine. Yeah. But I calculated now. I was thinking, where do I stop next? If I go past Varberg and I go here, for example, Kongalv, that's 170 kilometers away, roughly, and that's too much. I have to charge 80%. It takes too long. It's mainly because here we have the high-speed stretch. High-speed stretch. Anyone? Germans? 120 kilometers per hour speed limits here. No. What's that? Huh? What happened there? Did I accidentally bump into something? No, go back. Hey, dude, I was looking at something there. It's doing this energy saving thing. No, start the engine. Okay. Well, that's good. We go back to Varberg. We went here and then we went back to the turnaround point and then here. But on the way back, we go there. We charge to 55% something, and then we are good. Man, I have to highlight something here. It's 9.5 degrees Celsius outside. It's the 28th of September. We're almost in October, and it's remarkably warm for a late September night. This is, of course, good for us who drives a quite thirsty brick. Yeah, it's not that hot. I mean... seems to have a flatter. Well, for now, yeah, I forgot. It could suddenly go slower. Yeah, who knows? Okay, I have a little break time. We will only hammer over to Valberg then, and then do a quick hammer there, and then charge you 50% or whatever over at Valberg, and then go Spekerud, and then go Strömstad and home. Well, so this is the third charging stop, and we need Valberg fourth, Spekerud fifth. So we need 6 charging stops. Well, I tried 177 kilometer stretch, but it's simply just, this car is just too thirsty. I mean, for a 124 kilowatt hour battery, you would expect it to be able to go at least 200, possibly 250 kilometers between each charge, but no, not with this car. No. What, do we have sound now? I don't know what to do now. I'm just sitting here. I could eat a banana, but I'm not that hungry yet. I brought snack, but I don't want to eat it yet. So I'm just sitting here, waiting for the car to charge. Oh, we can listen to music. Wow, the bass here is amazing. Okay, actually a little bit overwhelming. How do I bring up the whole thing? So well, it seems like this charging session is better than before. Yeah. Listen to the Burmester. Look, since I have nothing else to do, it's not even full volume. Wow, this thing plays loud, man. Yeah, I can see now that the charging session is better than before. So it seems like you don't want to go 2%, but we went 6 something percent this time, and it seems to be a lot better. Look at that, 200 kilowatt now. Was it cold gating at the previous stop? I went outside the car. Okay, let's pause it for now. I need to pee. I see that this is going to be a fairly quick session. Let's see. We're already at 35%. What? That was schnell. How long have you been charging here? Let me check. Hmm, 12-minute charging. Okay, let me go pee. Wait, I need to heat up the car soon. 43% now. This is strange. This charging curve is a lot better than the previous at Varberg. So was the Varberg session cold gating? Or was it because we went deep? Oh, that will always be a mystery. Most likely not that that the infrastructure was throttling, because I was basically alone there charging there at night. Let me just check here. Yeah, I need 44%, so I can go 50% and still make it. Let's go at least 55%. Yeah, but there's a possibility I might arrive with more than 10%. But then, if I don't stop there, then where the heck to stop? Then I could go to Møldal and charge at the Circle K charger. But I don't know how long I can get that 500 amp boost. I need 500 or 400, and well, you can see here current. Yeah, I need 440 or something ish for actually a while, a long time. So there's a slight chance that the Alpatronic dry cables will limit me. So I guess just go safe and go Ionity and Tesla, since this is a 400 volt car. I mean, the voltage here is close to a Kia EV9, which is considered a 900 volt car, 800 volt car. Yeah, that's right. It's like a Model Y at 100 kilowatts. I still wonder if I could just from here go one stop somewhere. If I can skip Varberg, where could I possibly stop? Maybe Mölndal, and then I could go from Mölndal to. Yeah, but I think actually time-wise it's not that much different because basically we are charging around 20 minutes on each stop. And actually the charging time also matters. As long as you charge around 15-20 minutes, and then you leave when the charging curve dips, then that's good enough, you know. Okay, anyway, let me shoot another video pointing out that okay, oh, 50 minutes. Okay, I should. Okay. Huh, interesting. This time we have a way better charging curve. I managed to stay at 200 kilowatt until around, I don't know, or roughly there, 190, 200 kilowatt until around 40-45%. Now it starts throttling, but just slightly. This makes me wonder, at Varberg when we got the slower charging, was that Colgate? Because we came from, you know, Göteborg. Was it Rapidgate? Or was it because the state of charge was too low? That would be a big mystery. Since I don't have battery temperature here, I don't know what happened. I only have the inlet, but you know, like now, we can guess that the battery might be at 40-45 degrees Celsius, maybe even 50 degrees Celsius, and the inlet is lower. It's cooling down the battery. That's pretty much what we have as clues right now. But okay, we're gonna leave soon. Well, I mean, as long as we get 186 kilowatt, then we don't have to rush yet. Well, I guess as long as we get 185 kilowatt, then we don't have to rush yet. But okay, once it drops to 140 something, then we can leave. But let's check so far. Yeah, okay, it's still gonna be around 20-minute charging stops then. 22 to 25 minutes then, seems like, every time. Okay, there's a slight drop now. Well, that's fine. I'm actually ready to go. I should arrive at 10% if I leave now. Oh, let me swap drink bottles while I'm stationary. It's easier to do it now when I'm driving. There, finished the battery. Now I'm on to regular lemonade. The battery should keep me awake through the night. Okay, 170 kilowatt. Well, I mean, that's slower than 200, so we should be good to go. Since we're gonna stop at Varberg. Anyway, let's get ready to leave. 57% now. I think at 59% there will be another significant. Oh, let me. Cable. Rearrange some cables here. Take down the shaft. 58%. Curious to see what happens if you arrive at 15%. Will we get an ultra flat curve until 70%? Or will it flatten out the curve? 58%, 160 kilowatt. Yeah, I say 59%. Now it drops 150. It seems to be consistent. Now we are at 140 something kilowatts. So it seems like 60% is time to leave. Yeah, 142 kilowatt. That's too slow. Let's go. All right, let me restart this so I don't have to worry about that. Restart. Okay. From start, the 118 kilometer leg. Yes. Reset there.
Excuse me, you've forgotten your phone.
Man, do you guys hear that? The sound when the car locks the doors. It sounds like you're loading a freaking gun. Why is it so loud compared to other cars? This is just so. This is so different than most other cars I test. That's why I find interesting, because I tend to test a bunch of cars nowadays, a bunch of boring cars even. But this thing is Obelix. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. It's, I forgot it's 40 zone over here. I can't hammer it. Not yet. $460 kilowatt. Yeah. Okay, status update. We are at 510 kilometers roughly, 515 kilometers roughly. And then time is there was no Baustelle there. Oh, let me see, 35 minutes. No, wait, how does it count again? 34 minutes, right? So we are at 5.5 hours roughly. We are past the halfway mark. Yeah, looking towards some kind of 10.5 hour run. Germans don't like, let's say, negative things about the cars they do wrong. Yeah, this was a good journey session. It was weird why the Waterback session was not good. You know, normally, okay, I have done so many 1,000 kilometer challenges. Many cars will get a cold gate in the beginning, the first session, but from there it's just super consistent. This is like a MEB platform, like Audi, BMW, all the whole pack. Usually it go cold gates in the first session, and from there it's just super consistent for the rest of the challenge. But here, slow on the first was good. Second was kind of slow, and so, is there some kind of punishment points? No. Third was good. Hopefully the fourth now will also be good. May the fourth be with you. Yeah. Waterback again, we'll see then. But this will be interesting, because now we will hammer hard towards Waterback, and we'll see if we get full speed or not. But we should arrive with 10-15%. Most likely 15% over there. See what happens then. Well, we're back at 635 watt-hour per kilometer. But the inlet is 27 degrees. There's no way the battery is at 27 degrees, so I'm guessing the battery is at 45, 50 degrees. So it's cooling down after the charging session, but it might just do only fans. Because I haven't really seen any crazy spikes in the beginning. The spike is probably just the kinetic energy we have in the car. Well, 11 degrees outside. What the heck, man? I'm pretty sure that on 28th of September, usually, at night, it should be 5 degrees, not 11 degrees. I could almost wear shorts now. Model Y before, yes. I will prioritize that and a range test. And of course, the acceleration noise test. But then no need to do a banana box or any other sun drive. I'm not gonna bother. So yeah, just 1,000 kilometer and range test. All that stuff can be done in 48 hours. Just have to pump in some battery or Red Bull. Just get it done. But since it's weekday, then I might need to do a split. Yeah, I have to do a night run, 1,000 kilometer to only Spekkerød, Kongalv, and then do the remaining on the Mjøsen route the next day. I just have to work hard that day because the day I pick it up, I mean, I have it for 48 hours only. So the day I pick it up, I could do a quick range test. It doesn't take too long. Oh, I need to do a charging test, very important. But I could do the charging test after the 1,000 kilometer challenge. Yeah, so I'll split it. First I have to measure the consumption, check the weight maybe. Doesn't take too long. And then same night I will do the 1,000 kilometer challenge, and the next morning after the challenge is done, but actually in the next afternoon when I finish, then I will also do the charging test, and then that's it, and then I'm done. Oh no, it's 48 hours. It means I have Monday. I pick up on Monday. I have full Tuesday. That will be the 1,000 kilometer challenge finished, and then on Wednesday I return it. Yeah. So there's some slack here for some. Yeah. That means that actually Tuesday night I will do the acceleration noise test. Or I could do it Monday night also. Oh yeah, not Monday night. No, Monday night I'm doing the challenge. Yeah. Okay. Shit. Tuesday night. Really packed schedule, but that car seems to generate lots of views, which means that many people are interested in it. So the view count also gives me indication of how popular it is and how relevant it is for my viewers. But actually, I think that for once the charging video will get lots of views. Normally I get less than 10k views on the charging test, but the Tesla, the new Tesla battery charging test should gain maybe at least 20k views. And of course we're going to compare it to the old battery. I see now that we get slight tailwind on the way back. I just, it's a while, it's 5 in the morning. I should be home in, well, let me see, halfway, in 5 hours. Oh shit, 10? Oh. Hopefully I can be back by 9 something, right? 9:30 hopefully. But I mean, okay, if we do this in 10.5 hours, I think that's still a decent time for a freaking Geländewagen. Freaking thirsty. I think among the car enthusiasts, they know that the Geländewagen is thirsty, right? Nobody expects it to be efficient anyway. Model Y full self-driving. Huh? I can't do that in Norway. Maybe I can get my hands on one in China and do some stuff over there. But I feel like there's plenty of FSD videos out on YouTube, so who the heck would watch me test FSD in China? Well, consumption is 545 watt hour per kilometer. But we have plenty of juice. We have 51% battery now. That was a Nissan river. Yeah, there is a river in Sweden over here, right here at Halmstad. That is called Nissan. Well, does it replicate in summer? Okay, just kidding. I'm gonna get flashed at. You need to turn down now. The guy just kept on the high beam. It's quite weak high beam actually on that car. But I don't know, man. I saw the car a long time ago, and this car didn't turn it down. It's a bummer because we have full self-driving Neo ES8 in Oslo. Red, for some reason, red ES8 with some extra sensor on the roof. They are operating now full self-driving in Oslo, Groruddalen, as a test project. And I emailed Neo about this. First I emailed Ruter, who runs this. And they said, well, what do you want to film? I said, just want to film the whole thing. And they were like, nah, no filming. Huh? Okay. And then I asked Neo, like, hey, can I make a video about this? You know, interesting for me. See how it is, and just to show the world that we have self-driving cars in Norway, and that Neo is being used. But they didn't respond to it. I'm like, okay, whatever. I got other things to do. So then I spend the time test driving a Model Y instead, right? It's a bummer because I would like to make a video about that self-driving, and I think it would be great exposure for both Ruter and Neo. Well, whatever. I'm not gonna bother them. I'm not gonna nag them too much. I just did what I could. Requested it, but they didn't respond, or they said no. So okay, whatever. Yeah, it was to be expected. 550 watt hour per kilometer. Yeah, it's 547 now before correction. We are 1.7% under reported distance. 1.2% under reported distance. So we have to count to 1012, and you will see that we usually count down right before Yes Home, or right around there. So then that makes sense. It was just with the CLA, there was slight error maybe because I went almost to Dal before I count down. I was like, it was a bit. So maybe I missed by around 5 kilometer there. 5 kilometer is 0.5% error. Yeah, I mean there's of course error in my error measurement. Oh, good morning. You're early. Yeah. Okay, Rune. So far we have 1.2% over reporting, and the consumption so far after no wait, there. After 548 kilometer before correction is 453 watt hour per kilometer. Corrected is around 460 watt hour per kilometer. So it seems like I have higher consumption than you predicted. I might end up with around 400. You predicted 377, right? No, actually, I think maybe around 420 might be realistic now. We'll see. Because I have Göteborg and Oslo I need to pass through, which has lower consumption. Well, I don't know. I don't think I guessed something. I guessed around. I don't know. I said 500 in the yeah, in the Varberg stretch, in the 120 stretch. But right now, let me see, in the current leg, the eco display is 1 star. Yeah, on the current leg, I'm hovering at 550 watt hour per kilometer. Now we just have to hammer all the way to Varberg. 58 kilometers left. I have 46% left. That means I should spend well 2 to 1. So 1% is 2 kilometers roughly. Yeah. So I measured 114 watt hour, 114 kilowatt hour net capacity. There could be 2 kilowatt hour loss here because of high power output. Yeah, I'm hovering at around 75 kilowatt now power output when we just cruise now. That's just madness, man. 75 kilowatt to maintain the speed. Like we're talking about around 100 horsepower just to cruise at 138 kilometers per hour. And we even have slight tailwind. Well, seems like everything is possible with this car. The sky is the limit. Or the brick is the limit. But even the Hongqi EHS9, I think that was one of the thirstiest cars I tested. Even that car doesn't reach the levels we have here. Because this the Hongqi was kind of a little bit lower and longer. So I think the length also affects the drag coefficient, right? If you have the exact same frontal area and height, but you just extend it, then I think that improves the drag coefficient. Short cars, yeah. Yeah, right. But because this car is only around 4.8 meters, right? It's not that big. I mean, it's like, it has a footprint of a Model Y only. Or ID7. Or, no, ID7 I think it's 4.9 meters, but more like an ID3, ID4 I mean. But it seems to have similar charging curve as the old EQS, the 120 kilowatt hour battery. Well, Rune, I experienced something weird. At Varberg, it was charging slower than optimal. I arrived with 3% only. So what I noticed was that this G class, I get 25% power limit, 20 to 25% power limit at around 5-6% already. So that's kind of high limit for not that deep. I mean, I would expect 20% power limit at 0%, not at 5% or 6%. And it happened twice. It happened at Valberg and also at Melbystrand. Hotter than it could. Well, I don't know, possibly. But at Valberg, it was charging slower than optimal. I wasn't getting 200 or 190 kilowatts for too long. I got around 170 something at 30% and beyond. So that was weird, because at Melbystrand, bam, same, full speed again. Almost 200 kilowatt flat until around 40 something percent. Oh, well, no, I don't see a high low temp. I do only see inlet. That's the problem here. I can only guess what the battery temp could be at based on tons of other cars I tested. So during charging session, the battery inlet was around 30 degrees, 25, 30 degrees. Now it's 22 degrees. So I'm guessing the battery might be at around 40, 45 degrees right now. Maybe 40 degrees. But also, if it's 40 degrees on the battery and the inlet is only 22, then I'm guessing it's only fans. It's not running AC for cooling the battery. Right? Well, so time-wise now we're getting close to 6 hours. Uh, 23, 25, 22, 27. Yeah. 33 minutes before midnight. Okay. Take current time plus 33 minutes. So in 7 minutes we'll be at the 6 hour mark. Well, Rune, did you test the Geländewagen yet? I mean, you tend to test a lot of cars, but not one per week, right? Ideally, I need to get an assistant, and then I book 2 cars per week. Then I could double the production, the video production. And actually I won't double the income, but I could actually get a quite big bump in the income, because for me, as for now, the YouTube revenue is the biggest income source. So of course the commission and all that stuff is just it remains the same even if I pump out more videos. Oh, Benjamin donated 25 NOK. Oh, thank you very much. 37% left. We are 37 kilometers away. Well, the consumption has dropped. It's only at 525 watt hour per kilometer. But yeah, I heard that. Well, I'm kind of late in the game here. I think other YouTubers got this car, press car, for a longer borrow way before me. Possibly several months before. I don't know. Do you guys know? When did the YouTubers get these cars? I get the feeling they already got it around summer, like July, August, maybe even June. Because we had this in springtime or somewhere. I don't remember. It was May, April, May, and sometime. Chris tested the blue one for a couple of months ago already. What? Already? Damn. Well, I mean, when I think about this, I didn't really request to borrow this car. I guess I need to be more active on nagging importers about cars. But I'm still waiting for the Renault 4. I think that should get nice view counts. But I mean, the importer should know that I want to be. I just want, ideally, I just want to be on the list. And then, so, like they have sometimes at Hyundai and also Nissan, is that they will email the mailing list and tell what kind of cars they have available. And then we email back and say which car we want. So that's actually way more efficient than a bunch of cars randomly hammering the PR managers whether the car is ready or not. And then some people might miss out, like me, because I don't bother nagging them all the time. Model Y or EX90? Seeker 7X. Chris posted July 3rd. Oh wow, that early. In June. Oh wow. Okay, so must mean that car was available a while ago. I just didn't. I var ikke på hugget, is what they say in Norwegian. So, yeah. Because that's one part of being a YouTuber. I have to be more active. I wish my partner could help me with that, or someone to manage stuff for me, so I can focus on just doing my test. All those micromanagement, not negotiating with date and so on, someone else could do that for me. As long as I know what they're looking for. I still want to go back to back if it's possible. Go to the same importer and get the same cars. I don't have to waste too much time. But on the other hand, if someone else is doing the car press car swap for me, then it's totally irrelevant. As long as they have the whole day for the swap or something, and I can focus on the drive, because I have 5 days of work, weekday work, and 1 day is then sacrificed for the press car swapping. So that means I could increase the production by 20% there by freeing up that day. Oh, you mean yeah, that's right. I forgot. That's already 800 volts. So it should be like a Seeker 7X. No, it might be bigger. Yeah, because Seeker is 100 kilowatt hour, but the Volvo should operate with a bigger battery, right? Well, then it's different, because I feel like Tesla is lagging more and more behind now. But however, I feel like also the Volvo EX90 even, which should be like a top or a flagship, has somewhat cheap and clumsy design on things. Like here, the stocks, everything here feels quite premium in the interior, right? It's like similar to EQS or EQE, but then The Volvo, you have the same stock, the cheap stock you have in the EX30, and the interior is like, it doesn't scream luxury, unlike the EQS. And if you pay over a million NOK for a car, you better get nice interior. But with Tesla, for example, you don't pay a million NOK unless it's a Plaid. So there, I think Tesla can get away with not so super nice interior. It's still very, very premium that Tesla offers. And lots of premium features like electric adjustable seat with memory and steering wheel and electric liftgate. They don't have massage yet, but yeah, maybe one day. Finally, we're back on the asphalt. Okay, getting close to Vyberg, 24 kilometers left. I'm at 517 watt-hour per kilometer on this leg. Down to 30%. I should arrive with close to 20% actually. But that means with 20% I cannot travel that far. I should be able to travel only around 20 extra kilometers. I could go to Kungsbacka, that's pretty much it. But there's nothing there. I could risk of getting some cable throttling at Kungsbacka. Interior quality, Model Y. Yeah. But with the Seeker 7X, I was just blown away how nice interior you get for the money. And all the features. So I feel like you get better interior and features there in versus the same Geely, you know, which is what, 7. No, I mean Volvo EX30. EX90, man. Okay, 19 kilometers left for Vyberg. Now, this will be interesting. If we arrive with over 15%, will we then be able to flatten the curve or not? Or will it still throttle at 59%? But actually from here, I don't like to drive too far to speculate. I could go around 40-45% from Vyberg to speculate. Right, 16 kilometers left. 27% left. Okay, 13 kilometers left. I feel like even with the great charging infrastructure that you have, the new cars that you get could do better overall time in some cases, but sometimes you must choose less. Yeah, well, that's the case with Seeker and some of the other cars, is that we don't have those 500 kilowatt chargers everywhere yet. It might take a couple of more years before we have 500 kilowatt, more 600. But Ionte, when they roll out 600 kilowatt chargers, I guess they're not gonna slap down at Vibeback and Spectra, you know. They just, when they make a new site, yes, they slap down to 600. But not all of them, maybe, just some chargers. Oh, I see some daylight now. Clear skies nowadays. Wow, down to 24%. You know, I had an idea. Now, it's kind of late, but when the police pull me over, if they have time, I mean, I'm technically interested in this, you know. It's not like I'm gonna, you know, it's more like I'm curious about this. But I kind of already knew it with this car, but I can say that, okay, if you guys have time, can you follow me and do a speed check? I'll be driving at, well, if I drive at 70 in the 70 zone, that's gonna be 62. Okay, if they're up for it, I can do that. I drive at 70 on the speedo, strictly. They follow me. They measure probably 62, 61, maybe even 60, you know. Then I get a highly accurate estimation or measurement on the speedometer. I mean, of course, they don't know they don't know for sure what kind of speed I use when I do the test. But also, it will require them to go somewhere else or follow me for 5 minutes, right? If they're up for it, I'm actually up for it. But I bet they have better things to do. But then, if they say that they have other things to do, then I wonder why the heck did they pull me over in the first place? But it would be interesting for me to just get a measurement. But like I said, I already know that how fast this car was going, because I always check GPS speed and it's highly accurate. But it just got me wondering if there was something wrong with the GPS measurement that I was trusting on. But I think that after we left the country and I used that, which is a really long measurement. That's like that's a 150 kilometer measurement roughly. Then it's highly accurate. I'll get 20% warning now. Oh, okay. Huh? Oh, well, EVKX, I can tell you more about it soon. Quick recap. A police car, a marked police car joined me. Oh shit, okay, this car is kind of slow. I cruise at 15 over the speed limit because I know that's the limit where I don't get pulled over, right? I thought, yeah, or at least I don't get a ticket. You remember? Do you know that last weekend some guy was lasered at Storebøg? I went 15 over in the 100 zone and I went clean, but the other guy probably went around 18 to 20 over GPS speed or measured speed, and he got pulled over. The police. So I know roughly that 15 over is the within the tolerance level, and then of course I've been fined for going 17 over. So it's right at the limit. I know it, and I strictly follow it, of course. And I'm super consistent. I pay attention, and as soon as the new speed comes, I slow down. But suddenly I got the police right at Esso Alnabru at my side. And then I was like, oh, okay. And then I look at my speed. Okay, I was 15 knots. I slowed down. He slowed down. I slowed down to like 60 kilometers per hour in the 80 zone. And then I was like, okay, I went in front of the polizei. And then he followed me. And then he turned on the blue lights. And then right before the exit towards, what do you call it again? The next, Ulven. Not all the way there, but exit before, towards the old Pileksperten. Then he was like, he blocked my path because I was just going to go a couple of 100 more meters so we can go over there. No, he wanted me to stop immediately. I was like, okay, sorry. I didn't feel like it was safe to just stop there, but he claims it's totally safe because he has the blue light so he can block the path. I'm like, okay. So he gave me a lecture about you need to stop right away when the police are. But dude, like the other times I was pulled over, I went a couple of 100 meters. It was fine. They never nagged me about it. It's not that I'm gonna run away. I slowed down. I know that he's there. I'm not doing anything to try to run away. Maybe he was afraid I would try to get away because I have Gelendewagen. But okay, whatever. I need to focus now. I'll tell you the rest soon. But they didn't have a measurement on me, but they gave me a warning and so on, and they claim that this car is new and it should show the correct speed, but I was like, no, it shows so much wrong here. It shows around 7 to 8 kilometers per hour wrong. Okay, this is bye. But it got me wondering if there's something wrong with the GPS, but it turns out my GPS was dead correct.
Excuse me, your phone is still in the car.
Well, I understand. He was doing his job, and he saw something that was suspicious. However, that part I don't agree because I was just following traffic. It could possibly be that the freaking Gelendewagen just stands out a bit, but I was following traffic, and I can understand. He claims that I was hammering it, but no. Trust me, I was not hammering it. I have proof in the live stream. You can see I'm just floating with the traffic. Many cars go more or less the same speed as me, but of course there were some slow pokes, like always. And I think that's the problem because he used some of the slow pokes as a reference, which is wrong. And also that's why he doesn't have a proper measurement on me. Is that you broadcast your work, huh? Yeah, I mean, if they want to catch me, they could catch me, but I stay within the tolerance. I don't go too fast, I can't do that. I can't get more pricks on me. But the thing is that he claims that since this is a new Mercedes, it should show the speed correctly. I'm like, no. I claim that I know this car better than he knows it. But, we're not going to discuss that, right? I know usually you don't want to discuss stuff with the police. They know best, right? But trust me, there's something about this car, the tire combo, right? I know this. If you have underinflated tires, you will have even more error in the speed. But I already measured it many times now. Also today, early when I did with Isabel, is that I have it in video even, right? When I cruise at 96 on the speedo, it shows 90 GPS speed. That is quite high. Normally I get only 3 difference. Here was 6 difference. And I also noticed now during the challenge now that The difference at high speed is even higher. We're talking about around 8 kilometers per hour error at higher speed in the 120 zone. He doesn't know that. I know that he doesn't know that. I mean, to be honest, he was clueless about this whole car thing, but I'm super into all this stuff because I measure everything down to the millimeter, right? And I know the route and I know exactly where the speed limits are. I pay attention, I slow down when I should and all that. But it's just that he actually had like a not good measurement or reference, and he was hammering it at 120 kilometers per hour on his speedo, and then in the 80 zone, following me, trying to catch me, and then he claims that I was hammering it, but no, I wasn't. You can see in the video that I was just floating past some people, So, but many people, they cruise at 15, 20 over the speed limit. If you know Oslo, around Alnabru or in the ring road or E6, everyone cruises 15 to 20 over the speed limit. So yeah, so that was it. He gave me some warning and lectured me about you need to stop right away. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to waste my time telling him that all the other times when I was pulled over, I drove several hundred meters, a couple of hundred meters. We're talking about maybe 300 to 500 meters extra just to stop at a little bit quieter place. But it was very important for that guy to tell me that I need to stop right away. Yeah. So, but all the other guys, at wherever, when that Dal, Ioni Dal to Minnesund incident and Bryn incident, they never mentioned about that. You have to stop right away, I just chose a place because I go by the, by the, what they were called again, paragraph 3.1, which is that you have to be careful and observe, and that's what I did. I wanted to stop a place that I consider safe, right? Like for me, it's not super important you have to stop there, but again, police claims that you must stop right away when we put on the blue light. Okay, we follow the police. They actually they know best in that case. So yeah. Because I know that that ring road we were at, it's quite busy. But if we just exit towards what's it called again, Ulven or whatever, there it's way calmer. It's a 50 zone, way less traffic, especially 11 at night. But whatever. I mean, it's irrelevant. The police wants me to stop there. I was like, okay, we stop there then. Yeah, exactly. And also people merging, and there's whatever, you know that place, right? There is a split there, Ulven splitten there. So, but whatever, we're not going to discuss this with the police. Police knows best. Okay, I need to prepare for my next stop again. This is going to be not that long stop because we just go for, yeah. We seem to have normal charging curve here. Yeah, 100. Yeah, you see, 187 kilowatt. Or you can see here. This is normal. Wait. I need to hurry because next stop is going to be Spekkerud, not too far from here. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Left for Oslo, right for Oslo. Yeah, something like that. Yes, exactly. So that's split. Yeah, it's kind of busy. Split. The traffic kind of channels in there and then splits and then yeah. But I mean, also it's 11 at night, so there's not that much traffic. So it's not like he's gonna cause a stau there, right? So that's true. So it's actually fine, safe for him to just stop there and then with a full blue light. I'm like, okay, whatever. But let me go pee now. Okay, we're still at 190 kilowatt. I feel like we don't need to disconnect yet. I might go for 60%. I just want to see what happens. I'll be back. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I came here before the throttle. We have around 400 kilometers left. I know by heart that we are roughly at 600 kilometers here. 51. Okay, so I wanna fire up the HVAC soon. Usually wanna preheat before we departure. Yeah, prepare. Let's see. Ionity Stenungsund here. I'm gonna go Ionity Strømstad. Nej, Spekkerød. Okay, next stop is going to be only 108 kilometers away. Well, no, it's supposed to be 107. Okay, whatever. Only 107 kilometers away, and also via Göteborg. I considered when I was over there to go past Varberg, but then I have to stop roughly here, and that would be 177 kilometers. And the problem is that I need to charge to about 75, 80, possibly 80%, because this car is so thirsty, even when we drive through city. And that will be slower than charging to around 55, 60%, which is the optimal for this car. And quick math is the general rule of thumb is that as long as we are spending around 20-ish, 20, 25 minutes, then we should go for whatever, like ride on the biggest wave, the fastest wave like now. But when you have really fast charging cars and you finish charging to, let's say, 60, 70% within just 10 minutes, then that is so fast that you better go to 80%. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to explain all this stuff, but basically the way we drive now, only 100 kilometers, actually 90 kilometers, is going to yield the best time. Yeah, so it's kind of funny because we are now driving roughly the same distance I would drive with a classic Ioniq. With way smaller battery, 1/4 of the battery size, but then 1/3 of the consumption, right? Oh shit, I need to fire up the HVAC now. Auto, something like this. Okay, let me get this ready. We're gonna leave soon. We're at 58% now. I'm gonna check if I throttle at 59 again. Or if it will flatten the curve. Alright, let me see. There. Okay, and then go here. Choop. From reset, don't touch that from start. Okay. Reset from start. Yes. Okay, and then I exit the house and get ready.
Just a moment, you've forgotten the phone.
Yeah, I got the answer. It's consistent charging curve, at least for now. It throttles at 60% this time also. All right, reset that. Off with that. Okay, go. That was 17-minute charging stop. Earlier I had 25 minutes. That was at Vibe. That was the slowest session also. But also, okay, I don't remember. But okay, whatever. We have more than enough juice now to reach the next. But I see that ideally I need to arrive with around 5%. Yeah, and then charge to only 45 or whatever. So I was doing a slight experimentation, but on the other hand, we didn't lose too much time because we were still getting 185 something kilowatt for a long time. But yeah, so what happened at 60% every time is that it drops from 175 kilowatt to around 140 kilowatt, 143 or something, every time, consistently. So now I know. But it means that from now, okay, next stop, I just try to estimate so that I arrive at Strømstad with 5 to 10%. That would be the best, rather than arriving with 20% like now. So it's a possibility that we will arrive with, I don't know, 30% on the next stop, or I don't know, maybe 20, 25, we'll see. We have Falcon tires here. But yeah, what else was it again, Junior, about that police incident? So yeah, he did not have a measurement, which is, yeah, I mean, it makes sense because there is nothing to measure. If he measured me, but yeah, I think the reason why he pulled me over there was because he probably realized that I might, I mean, there will be a speed limit change at Ulvensplitten. So then his measurement won't be long enough to catch me anyway. That's why he stopped me, because normally those police guys, they will ninja and measure you until they have a measurement, and then they pull you over. So that was interesting. But on the other hand, the policeman was just doing his job. You know, when he sees something suspicious, he needs to intercept. It happened before when I had a police after me. I was going to do an acceleration test at Cleavage, or on near Neskollen side, and I was driving a little bit uneven, and they suspected maybe drunken driver, but it wasn't that. It was just me trying to figure out what the heck I'm supposed to do with a police guy behind me. I saw there was a car behind. First I didn't know it was police. I was trying to figure out how I'm going to do acceleration test with that car behind me, and then they wanted me to blow the alcohol tester. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that, man, because I heard maybe it's just an urban myth that a red car usually triggers more speed controls or whatever than a silver car. Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, when he pulled me over, it got me unsure. I was like, hey, wait, huh? Because I've been super strict. I've been running the GPS speeder thingy since Him. I wanted to pay attention what kind of speed we get, because I noticed that this car underreports distance a lot. Speed. So I just want to make sure I have roughly the same speed as the other cars I test. And also, okay, it turns out that, okay, so I wasn't 100% sure. I suspect that maybe some cars, I experienced this also before, that they block GPS signals, but it means that I just don't get a signal, right? I kept getting some of that in the thing, I don't remember, with those infrared blocking. There's some metal in the windscreen or something that blocks the signals. So the only way for me to get Draggy to connect was to put it either close to the A pillar on the window side, or all the way in the back in the trunk, or on top of the, or I mean inside of the glass roof or panorama roof, you know. So that's the thing, is that I have so much experience with testing all those cars, and the policeman doesn't have it. He has experience with a bunch of other things. So when he claims something and I'm like, you know, that's highly unlikely. He's not gonna believe me. So, oh, okay. Oh, okay, there's a bicycle in the back. Okay. I was like, wait, I have a Volvo behind me. Suspicious. But then I see, okay, what kind of signature are we talking about here? There's a guy pulling a bike. He doesn't even have the correct. He needs a license plate behind the bike. That is illegal. The bike is blocking the license plate. Okay, that is not Polizei. It's a civilian. Okay, sorry. Back to the thing. Yeah, but I had a theory that, I was pretty sure that I knew my GPS speed, and I'm super strict about following that as the speed limit changes. Some people are sloppy. I was even sloppy in the old days. My first speeding ticket with Millennium Falcon happened near Kristiansand. I went from 100 zone to 90 zone, and I kept the same speed, and that was a mistake. They were actually nice to me. They could have measured me even higher, but they didn't. But I did get some tricks and hefty that back then. It was like 17 over speed limit again. You know, that's always happened, right? I don't go too fast over, but that's enough for them to give me tricks and a ticket. Back then, I think it was around 4,000 NOK only. Now it's bringing 7,000. But the thing is that I got unsure. He got me unsure about my speed because he claims that I was hammering it. I was like, huh? He said that, 120 in the 80 zone. I'm like, huh? Well, that was his speed, not my speed. And he claims that he was not gaining on me when he went 120. I was like, are you sure about that? Because if I was in the 80 zone, I would be cruising at only 95, and he would definitely be gaining on me. But of course, if once you start discussing with the police when it comes to speed and all that, they know best, right? Don't ever try to discuss with them. That's just a waste of time. Then you just appear to be some kind of smart ass, So you just have to be humble and like, okay, I don't know, yeah, whatever you say, man. But I know that I was strictly going by the maximum 15 over GPS speed. So I was like, no, I don't want to get yet another ticket, okay. And then fortunately I was like, oh, okay, you have no measurement. Like, okay. And then I thought on hindsight, if they have a measurement, it will just be 13, 14 over, and it will be, how much was it again? But no pricks, just tax, 4,000, 5,000, whatever it is. Look, driving before, you were driving just a tiny faster than the car in front, probably. Yeah, exactly. I was just driving a little bit faster, but not all of them goes 15 over. Some of them go 10 over or whatever. But you guys have seen it many times. I'm often hammered by other people who goes faster, so I'm more or less just flowing with the traffic. Nothing crazy going on. I didn't undertake or do anything crazy. Just chill drive, follow the traffic flow. Being a good German. And then for some reason they wanted to single me out from the distance, because it was not just a car I saw. He came from nowhere. He joined me. I think he came from Lørenskog. You know the route, right? He joined from Lørenskog. Probably there he saw me, and then somehow at a distance he decided to go for me, and there was plenty of other cars there. Saturday night, 11 in the evening, there's still traffic around Alnabru. And somehow he wanted to go for me because he claimed that I was going fast, and that was not the case. Okay, over there it was 90 zone. I would cruise at 105, and then if his speedo is wrong, and he thinks he's going at 120, he might go at only 115, and then of course 115 versus 105, that's only 10 difference. Then it could appear that he's not gaining much, So especially at the distance. So, and also that guy seems a bit young, maybe 30 years only or less. So I'm not sure how experienced he is. But the thing is that for me, I need to be super strict about my speed. Otherwise, I can't drive. So, and also it's costing a bit too much here. All these speeding tickets here and there. But it's kind of funny because if you go 17 over in the daytime, you don't get a ticket. But if you do that at night, they can single you out, like what happened at Hamar last year with the Audi Q4 e-tron Sportback. And also at night at Dal, I was like, huh, dude, like, it's kind of silly. Download driving past Mosque. You might be driving 110, 115, I assume, huh? Where is the mosque? Yeah. Yeah, it's 90, but that's where it changes to 80. But no, I was not driving at 115. That's way too high. We never dare to drive that fast. And also because recently I got a speeding ticket when I overtook. So like for just a couple of seconds, I went a little bit too fast. Okay, I don't deny it, of course, but it means that even just a couple of seconds, if you are at the wrong time, at the wrong place, they will measure you there, bam, and then that's it, and then you get pricks. So that's why I'm being very strict about, okay, if I go a little bit over, not too long, like 5-second boot, and then slow down, you know? And also nowadays, when I overtake on B roads, like on to Gul or something, if it's 80 zone, I go maximum 95 or 15 over. You know, sometimes maybe the speedo shows 100, but I just like okay, not for many seconds. It's danger zone now, so just slow down. There could be a laser there. They might measure me right when I have, let's say, 97 on the speedo. You know. So just want to be careful about this. Yeah, well, last time they measured me over a long distance. Also at the Dal incident, which I didn't live stream, they also measured me over a long distance. So I have a quite clear case where I went too fast. But like I said, you know, they always say, oh, we want to, you know, make the road safer. I totally understand that, but it's just that at night with no traffic on good A roads, shouldn't they be okay? And also they were not hunting me down, they just happened to run into me. Yeah, fairly understandable. Then okay, they are not, you know, wasting any resources. They just wasted a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, and then they caught me, and then fine, done. Yeah. They don't have to set up a laser and all that, you know, trying to catch someone like they did at Storeberg. So, I mean, yeah. So this is kind of suspicious. Like an Audi approached fairly fast from behind, and then it slowed down, and now it's following me at the same speed behind me, around 3 to 5 seconds behind me. It's either Nisse or there's a 20 to 50% chance it's the police, but usually they don't use Audis. They usually, in Sweden, they use Volvo police cars. Plus, well, they could catch me going 17 over the speed limit over here, but like almost everyone, Swedes, they go this speed anyway. So I would be surprised if there was police and they want to catch me now. Okay, let me just slow down, see what happens. Yeah, okay. I forgot many people are also acting weird around me when I live stream because they see a screen and they see cameras on screen in the dashboard and they think I'm police. Well, can we, that's the problem. It's a freaking Geländewagen. They're like, oh no, that's some kind of police. Oh shit. No, don't worry. Don't act weird around me. I'm not police. Trust me. I'm just live streaming. I'm at work now. If they come behind you from Lørenskog, I am guessing they based only on area before Moské. Yeah, because you slow down. Yeah, exactly. I slow down at Moské. So they might not have that good overview if they. You know how it is. It's a hill, uphill, hilltop actually, uphill, and then they see me, and I'm actually rage. Okay, there he exited. Yeah, the car behind me, just acting weird. Okay. I'm probably taller than most other cars there, except for the vans, but there are not that many vans at night. They are usually active in daytime. And then somehow they single me out. Yeah, and he drove, by the way, right at Alnabru, at Esso, or whatever, Alnabru, the old starting point for me. That's when I was in the left lane towards Ulven, you know? And then he came on the rightmost lane and kind of speeded up past me a bit. And I was like, oh, and then I was aware of him. I was like, huh? Oh, well, okay. Well, I slow down then. Because I know that, okay, I was going 15 over. All right, he could technically fine me for that if he has a good enough. But either way, he needs to deduct 1, 2, so he would fine me for going 13 over then. But don't get me wrong, I'm not against the police. I want to be on good terms with the police. I totally understand why they pull over people. Just a couple of days ago, I was driving at night. I was doing CLA. I was doing the CLA 0 mile test, and towards Dal, from Gjesholm towards Dal, I overtook a Mercedes pulling a trailer. And he was doing around 125 kilometers per hour with the trailers. So I was like, bro, even if he has the Tempo 100 sticker, you know, that stuff, usually police should notice if dude hammering at 125 with a trailer. And then when I was close to Dal, I saw blue lights behind me, far in the distance there. And I thought, oh, maybe me. No, it wasn't me. They were after the guy with the trailer. So he was either caught doing 45 over the speed limit or 25 over the speed limit, or at least 20 to 40 kilometers per hour. So yeah, if it's only 80 kilometers per hour, then he gets a freaking hefty tax. Yeah. There were some slow driving P7 and e-tron GT you pass. Yep, exactly. Racing. No. But you know, there are plenty of slow drivers on the road. Trust me. And I think the mistake he made was that he used those slow pokes as reference, because when they're far away, they have no idea how fast I'm driving. It's very hard to guess that when you're far away. But I have proof, because I have well, actually, yeah, you could count the line, you could count the dots, or you could count, like, if you look at the video, the live stream playback, you could actually count time if you know distance, and we know distance, right? From one place to another, you could count it, and they could find out what speed I was going at. I mean, it's not hard for even people who look at the live stream. You could time it and find out what speed I'm going at. But I would have proof there that I did not go that fast. I mean, technically, the live stream, it is at real time, which means that, wait, let me see, I need to pay attention here. It is at real time. They could use the live stream as proof because you have the time and distance super exact there, and you could even measure over 10 minutes in the same speed limit zone, of course, and get a really good measurement of my average speed. They could do that, but they would just find that, okay, you went 15 over. Yeah, but I'm not sure if if they used my recording of my playback as proof. One, it might not be approved as proof because it's not police pilot. It's not approved equipment for it, and there could be error in something there in the recording, you know. So I wonder if this would be a case to the court, then maybe they will actually not be able to use this as proof. But you know that Chris was fined for filming handheld. I'm not sure if he went public with that or not, but there they actually used video as proof. But I was not fined for it because different circumstances, you know, I was mostly filming in empty roads, or I wasn't doing anything that was risky. That's also something I always consider. Using phone? No, well, that's the thing. Well, it is not. I mean, if you use the phone only for filming, it's technically counted as a camera because you're not doing anything else with a phone. You're only holding it as a camera, more or less like you're eating a banana. As long as you're eating a banana and that doesn't disturb your driving, then you know, no problem. You always have to follow the whole be careful, and you know, 3.1. Paragraph 3.1. This applies to everything pretty much. So I've never been fined for filming handler because that in Norway. In other countries, yes, they are more strict than Norway, but fortunately I'm doing this in Norway. And no problem. And then whenever I film, I always wait until there are not too much traffic, or I use the mounted camera instead to film, you know? Or at least I use auto steer and adaptive cruise control when I film, because there could be someone suddenly braking ahead of me. But I tried it to use like a camera mounted on the glass roof. It's kind of clumsy to show the car screen and everything there. I could of course use some GoPro or action cam mounted on my chest, but even that doesn't offer the best thing. And I can wait until I'm stationary, but many things I'm filming need to be filmed while I'm driving, because I'm filming when the car is maybe using the rear motor when we're cruising on the motorway, something like that. You know? So just for me to do my job, I also need to consider safety versus risk versus whatever. Well, it's not the percentage. Usually, tire is a more constant difference. So I measured around 15 watt-hour per kilometer difference in some 19 versus 21 inch. But it mostly boils down to the tire more than the rim size. But of course, also, yeah, tire. But when it comes to aerodynamics, yes, drag and so on, then rim makes a difference there, and also tire width. But that's also some aerodynamics, but then mostly rolling resistance. Well, Rune, have you been pulled over many times? I get the impression that you drive a lot. At least you have nice cars you can drive around with. Broken led. No. 5 times? Damn. Wow. I think I've been pulled over at least 10 times, but I drive a lot, you know. So of course the probability of something like that happening is greater. Plus, I quickly figured out when I had Millennium Falcon that since I'm driving a lot, then I can't just keep driving that fast. So I slow down, and it helped big time when I was doing Nimber task around Norway with the Optimus Prime. When I bought the cabin, stop too. Yeah, it's like random, you know. Like sometimes you're like, hey, what the heck? What are the chances? 5 points. Wow, I had to drive like a. Oh shit. Yeah. French test of CLA measured 181 watt of. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that helps, of course. But I'm not sure how it was measured, if it's correct or ABA, you know, with the same starting position or not. Oh, police, where are they going? That way? Oh, are they coming this way afterwards? And then the dude here just slowed down. But no need to slow down, bro. Police might not even come this way. And if he comes here, he's not coming after us. He's going somewhere else. There's another police there. They're probably recalled for something else. Oh, that was ambulance. Okay. All right. Was also distance error and speed reporting error counted in. Those things could actually it could matter up to 5-10%, which is quite big. Depends, of course, on many factors there. But for example, distance error could be as high as 2.7 I've seen %. And then the speed also, because you drive slower, you will have lower consumption, especially at high speed. The impact is bigger. But it's very impressive if it's true that it's that low, because 150, really? I would expect a way over 200 consumption at that speed. No speed correction, okay. 125 real speed. Didn't you say 150 speed? No, 130. Okay, my bad. I misread that. Okay, 130, all right. No speed correction. Okay, then possibly not distance correction either. Okay, those two things matter. It depends, because if it's under-reporting, then the consumption is actually better than that. But if it's over-reporting, then the consumption is worse than that. I could make an experiment and prove this by overinflating a tire and then underinflating it, so you have the exact same car. And I could even read some data and scan my Tesla or something, you know, so we get more accurate. In case people don't trust the car's computers, even, yeah. But it is quite easy to prove that. Yeah, guten Morgen. Let me see. Usually from here to home, we should be around 3 hours. No, are we 3 hours away? Okay, I should be at home around 9:30. How do I record a charging session? I should do that at Ionity, then I get the correct state of charge readings there. Yeah, I don't get the temperature, but it's too impressive. Yeah. Okay. At Ionity then. So if I could go there with Isabel tomorrow morning, that'd be great. Yeah, that's the guy with the bicycle again. Why did he pull over suddenly? With a Volvo. Maybe I can buy a sandwich to Isabel at Circle K, and she could eat that as breakfast when I am doing my thing. Mölndal Centrum. Welcome back to the boy. And see, now I'm going at around 98 kilometers per hour in the 80 zone. No, 8 over the speed limit, and watch what happens. The Swedes, man, they hammer it. Volvo drivers, yeah. But I'm also slowly gaining on that Renault. I think that's a Talisman. But it's going really slow. I'm going just maybe 2-3 kilometers per hour faster than that Talisman. So I'm mostly just matching the traffic flow anyway. But there's one other thing I just remember now, which could have confused the Polizei in Norway, Alnabru, is that many Norwegian Nissan tend to slow down in the curves like a freaking Toyota driver, but I go the full speed. As long as the curve is not too sharp, no problem. So that could be why it appears that I'm hammering it, but I mean, I just go 15 over, right? No need to slow down to 10 over, right? Or 5 over, just because of a small bend. And it is a bit bendy over there, around the mosque and before there, and where Lørenskog joins with the E6. And if the e-tron driver and the P7 driver slow down, then that appears that I'm hammering it. Well, the Gotia towers look awesome now in the morning, with the sunrise. I'll try to catch that, because I think the Gotia towers got the sun in there. Yeah, the sunrise. Wow, that's awesome. Morgenstund har gull i munn. Okay, but let me see. It is prime time for me to do a degradation test, a charging test today, or I could do a 0 mile test tomorrow. I can keep it low, and then tomorrow morning I do a 0 mile test. No wait, that's Saturday, Monday morning. I can do a 0 mile test, and then I can do something else afterwards. Just have to check my calendar that I don't have anything. There is nothing, no appointment on Monday morning. Okay, I think I will do a charging test now, because the battery should be nice and warm. Even after range test, it might not be an optimal temperature for the charging test. The only problem is that it's going to be bright outside. So, well, whatever. I can just use the polarization filter. Yeah, like here. This is prime example. I'm just going the speed, you know. And the other guys, they slow down because of the curve. But no, I don't drive like a Chinese car. No. We go full speed, especially with a Geländewagen. No problem. It has good handling. Why is zero mile test? Huh? Well, yeah, interesting. Yeah, because I use kilometer. You know, I don't like imperial. However, I call it 0 mile test because it's faster to pronounce it instead of saying 0 kilometer. That's actually the only reason. We still use some imperial, like, you know, inches of speaker or inches in the screen, right? We are still stuck with the imperial there. And inches for tire size, for example, or rims, right? And then what else do we use? Feet. Well, if you're into boating, then you measure your boat in feet. And also pilots, they use feet in elevation and knots. I don't know why they didn't know. Why don't you use kilometers per hour? What is the advantage of using knots and feet? Seal 6, oh, huh? Okay, cool. Okay, I think I need another hot dog at Spekkeret. ChatGPT. Okay. Saw River Nevera yesterday when, huh? Well, where did you see that car? I would like to borrow it. It has some 500 kilowatt charging, right? It's quite schnell. Well, now I'm getting hammered again. I have to check it. But I get hammered a lot around Göteborg, so there's nothing unusual about that. Yeah, it's just normal civilian, no polizei here. Seems like the Swedes, they know the limits and they know they can hammer without getting a ticket. But it's highly unlikely that I will be able to borrow that car because, first of all, it is not in Norway, and I can't just fly over to Croatia and do 1,000 kilometers over there just for no reason, you know. And once I'm there, I'll have the family with me, so I'll just prioritize other tests or videos instead. But I mean, I don't know what's up with 2025, man. And also last year, it's like it has been a decade, more or less, where I was not pulled over or lasered or whatever. And then suddenly, this year and last year, just lots of police encounters. And I haven't driven more than usual. I drive 100k per year. I have my same routine at night and so on. 1,000 kilometer challenge at night, like during COVID time. That was actually 2020, 5 years ago. I've been doing the same thing for 5 years at least, or 10 years, and then suddenly this year, as a coincidence, lots of police encounters and shit, man. Did the police increase the activity? No, they didn't. They don't. It's super rare here versus maybe America, where the troopers are more common all over the place. Even in Thailand, it's quite common now. I see when I do the Sunday drive, people are getting lasered left and right and pull over, and I just drive past because I'm slow poking like an old man, going at 80 kilometers per hour. Yeah. There are no speed drivers, believe me. Yeah. So in Zagreb, okay. Okay, let me see. We are 30 kilometers away from Specular. I have 32%. Well, the consumption on this leg is 430 watt-hour per kilometer. Wow. Okay, I might arrive with 20% again then, or something. Yeah. But I mean, you can drive this car on long trips, but it's just that once you hammer it, the range goes hasta la vista. The fossil counterpart probably doesn't have that poor range, even when you hammer it. But okay, how about, since this is something like an off-road vehicle, I can do a range test off-roading. Yeah. I thought first about a hypermile test, but okay, let's do some kind of off-road range test. I need a big enough field to do it. And then we're going to drive really slow. And then we see what kind of consumption we get there. I just have to find a place that can do that. Well, we haven't checked the weight yet. But like a light over, just a grass or some shit like that. Not on crazy terrain, you know. I can ask my friend. He has this field I used, right, last time with Optimus Prime. That was like almost a decade ago. Something just big, a big field, grass field, with no rocks or anything crazy like that I can run into. Then we just drive there for half an hour and measure. That could be interesting. I think that would be a good idea for this car. Because I think Mercedes claimed that the range when off-roading is more or less the same as fossil. Yeah. Ideally, I need to borrow that friend's fossil Geländewagen to check. But I mean, well, whatever. We can just measure the range here, and I can estimate what the range will be if we kept going until we run out of juice. And I know how it is with a high-speed test and so on. And I think people who has these cars, they know roughly what the car consumes if it goes off-roading or light off-roading on some kind of, you know, they don't always go in like crazy extreme climbing and shit like that. They probably just drive on some kind of dirt road and a little bit of grass or something, right? So it's actually an off-road range test. Hopefully I get some views there. It means that people are interested and amused or entertained and maybe even learn something. I'm doing the test just to learn about how the consumption is. Because I normally don't get the opportunity to test something like this. And I could even incorporate it in some other other cars that are off-road, like light off-road capable. At least when you can drive on grass, gravel, right? Yeah, but like I said, those off-roads that I did with Optimus Prime, I challenged the car. I purposely tried to hurt it. I put a timber under the car and purposely drove over it. And I went on places that looked risky. But what I'm talking about now is just driving on a grass field. You know, like we have on the side of the road here, more or less. But big enough fields, I don't have to run 10 kilometers, 10-meter circle. If I can at least have a bigger circle so I don't get too dizzy, that'd be great. Yeah. But the speed should be low, like somewhere between 20 and 40 kilometers per hour only. But I think that's the speed they would be driving anyway if they go off-roading somewhere, right? So then it means that the drag part should not matter much at all. Okay, almost at speculated. I'm at 29%. Yeah, it's gonna be high at speculated. Okay, then from there I will try to calculate how much I need. But dude, like even this leg, we are Göteborg. I average around 430 watt-hour per kilometer, and we are not there yet. So which means on a pure 110 stretch from speculated to Strömstad, I have to expect more than this. At least 450 maybe 460 watt-hour per kilometer on the next leg. .5 degrees Celsius. Good morning. Yeah, it's comfy. No, it's like, I don't feel, I mean, it's very comfy seats, good soundproofing, awesome stereo. Nice ride, comfy ride, like a true Mercedes. It's, I mean, I understand why people love these cars and why they want to buy them, why they pay extra for this. It's an icon. It's a, you know, it's a thing. like you know, why people want to buy maybe Louis Vuitton or whatever, right? Or Chanel, or just the brand, like yeah, the crocodile, whatever it's called again, or some other things. Why people pay extra for something expensive, but it's usually also nice. Yeah, and also some of the Apple products. The Wi-Fi has the MacBook Pro. It is a nice laptop, nice design, and also fast, good performance. Same with the iPhones, even though they cost more than Samsung. But guys, did any of you guys watch Chris Rifa when he tested the Geländewagen? He probably went on that. He called it the high speed, highway speed, whatever test. He goes to from Oslo to Kristiansand and back again, 615 kilometers. Did another try. Østre Aker way split, huh? Hands on start. Huh? Oh, exactly. Oh, okay. You counted, right? You counted distance and time. 105. Yeah, exactly. That was spot on. That was spot on. Østre Aker to the split to the 80. So yeah, exactly. I was spot on 105, and then that's what you also measured. Oh, okay, but it was quite short. By the way, if you have only 3.1 kilometer measurement, it is, I mean, there is some measurement error there. You can do the mathematical calculation around it and find out how much error it is. But I think around I don't know, maybe 6 kilometer should be more accurate. And plus that the pilot, the police pilot they use might count more than just seconds. They might count tenth of 1 second and so on. And the distance they count might be down to 50 meters. I don't know how accurate it is. Yeah, since the 80 zone. But I mean, I did. You could count from. Oh yeah, but you counted there with the police encountering me. Yeah, but you could even count from Olavsgård to that place, right? To the 80 zone. That is a way longer stretch, and I should average something like 104 in that 90 zone. Yeah, this is just how consistent I am with my test. But sometimes I also correct for errors by going a little bit faster because I went a little bit slower some other places. Then it becomes slightly harder to nail it down. Okay, 9.5 kilometers left. We're down to 24%. Okay, well, we might arrive with 20% again. All right. But now I don't have to charge it 60%. But okay, I might do that anyway. I have to see. But I only wanted to test 60 to see if there was any difference there in charging curve. I'm getting hungry again. Ate my banana, so now I think I want another hot dog. But what's good about Ionity is that I can just I can go to the Circle K's. They are always open. Well, actually, not all of them, but at least the ones at Ionity. Okay, wow, 440 watt-hour per kilometer on this stretch from Varberg to here. Wow. Okay, and I need to guess then. Next leg is more. It's going to be more than 450. 470 maybe. Okay, 470 is my guess on the next leg, and then with a little bit of margin, I can stretch it to maybe almost 500. Yeah, but that would be like 0% and 1% at arrival. But okay, we'll see once I'm there. Well, actually, I know already the distance from Spekerød to Strømstad is 118 kilometers, and then I can do 118 times. Let's see, I could do it here. 118 times 470. That's 55, okay, and then 114 kilowatt hour. So I will spend 49% of the battery. Wow. Well, in that case, I might just go for 60% again and have 10% margin. No big deal. It means that I should get full speed from the start. Oh shit, but can I go the last leg though? Uh-oh. Well, I have the Norway stretch and so on. Well, I hope so. On the last leg, I might have to go maybe 65%, but no more than 65 should be needed. Now, on the last leg, it will be slightly warmer, but also lower speeds. Well, I will see also, based on the Spekerød Strømstad stretch, I can guess the last leg consumption. Fat G-tron. I have how many stops is that? Hogstorp, Varberg, Mellbystrand, Varberg, and now Spekerød. I dropped the mic, sorry. Now 21%. It's gonna be 20% at the arrival. It's crazy, man. I'm thirsty, these cars. And it's only 8 degrees. Can you imagine if it's winter and minus 5 degrees? What about people trying to use this in Lapland? In minus 20 degrees. Because the more dense the air becomes, then the bigger hit you get on this brick. And just don't expect crazy long range when you hammer it, or if it's winter and you go with decent speeds. But okay, then it basically becomes a city car. Yeah, okay, but you can go on road trip with it. Just take it a little bit easy. I could clean the windscreen here. Maybe I'll do that. I have a little bit of time. Quick windscreen, ABC, and then maybe take also the thumbnail. It's either maybe here is better because it's a golden hour. Versus the last stop, it will be. I might get some harsh shadows. Yeah, I want to try to do the thumbnail here. Let's see which. I think I should use this for the best. Yeah. Okay. Some regions here. Alright, that was 430 on this display. Okay, let me check here. We are at 717 kilometers before correction. Alright, this is Spaghetti.
Excuse me, please don't forget your phone.
Sorry, I forgot to move the thing. Yeah. Sorry, don't forget your phone. Thank you, James. Right, now I need to go to Strömstad, search Ionity, Strömstad. it's time to say we are now at Ionity. Specular. Okay, anyway, we came here with 20%, and then boom, maximum. Wait, huh? Wait, what happened there? This is so random. Wait, is it coal gating again? Because we're not getting 200 kilowatt hour per hour, just like at Varberg on the way south. This car doesn't have any preheating, and we just came via Göteborg. I suspect, and that's the main suspect now, that we are coal gating. Okay, it's not ideal, whatever. And then the car bugs me that I cannot reach the next destination. Well, we are charging right now. Of course, we cannot reach it yet. The next destination is going to be the last stop, which is at Strömstad. Yes, 118 kilometers from here. So, all good. Yeah, you can see here the battery coolant temperature. Maybe we get some idea by studying this. 28.4. It's rising. That is usually indication of the temperature rising. Okay, whatever. This is the best we can do. There is no manual preheating. I always navigate to Ionity or whatever charger I'm going for. So there's not much more we can do. We can yo-yo, yeah, but I've considered that cheating. Oslo bridge to 80 zone, 7.7 kilometers for 109 kilometers per hour. How really? Huh, interesting. That is a bit high. 109? Okay, that sounds a bit high, but okay, whatever. No manual preheating. So, okay, it went slower at Varberg on the way south after we passed Göteborg, and now it goes slower after we passed Göteborg the other direction. So, that to me it sounds like it's coal gating. That's why it's charging slower than normal. Okay, but I had to go grab some food and all that stuff. I'll be back.
Excuse me, you've forgotten your phone.
Oh, I have to hurry. It's almost done. It's gonna throttle soon at 60%. Now I can start the heater. Yep, 55% now. I'm gonna shoot a thumbnail now. Let me see. Start the car. Alright, the procedure is that every time I charge, I don't run HVAC in case it messes up with the cooling. But now we're good to go. Yeah, I was gonna show you. Yeah, here we go. We've arrived with 20%. Every time at 60%, it will throttle from 180 kilowatt or 175 to 140. So now it's time to leave. Is it from reset? No. From start. Reset from start. Yes.
Just a moment. You've forgotten your phone.
That was 17-minute top up. Also at Varberg it was 17 minutes. So I've been riding on 180, 90-ish kilowatt now. It's slightly slower here, but I think at Stromstad I should get maximum speed because I'll be hammering all the way to Stromstad. That'll be the last charging stop, and I have to calculate based on the next leg now what to expect. Oh, it's snel! It is so snel! Okay. I think it's 6 stop. Let me see. Okay, I need to focus here. Freaking high center of gravity, maybe. Okay, let's focus there. Set. Okay, set cruising speed. First stop, Hogstorp. Second stop, Varberg. Third stop, Mellbystrand. Fourth stop, Varberg. Fifth stop, Spekkerød. Sixth stop will be Strømstad. 6 stops, yeah, I mean that's a little bit more than normal. Normally nowadays I need 4 to 5 stops, and I still want to go kind of low-ish. I mean like 55 to 65% in most cars, right? And the fast charging cars like a Seeker 7X, it charges so fast to 80% that it actually pays off to go 80%, but then the car is a bit thirsty, so then you can't just get away with 2 stops, right? So it becomes, I think it was 4, but it could maybe have been 3 if I had a slightly better plan. Okay, usually this is over here where I talk a little bit about the car. Let's see if I can get the yeah, that's an eco display. Okay. Alright, on the move again, and then the eco display is has been showing 1 star, 1 out of 5 star throughout the challenge. Sometimes it's a 2 star, but most of them 1 star. Well, okay, I know what kind of ballpark I'm in then. Not much I can do. What, 10 hours? I'm not sure about that. But to take current time plus 33 minutes. 7, we're getting close to 8 hours now. Okay, now I'm gonna shoot the video in the car here, let's see. So that is 723 kilometers. We have to go to 1012. And then consumption so far is 454 watt-hour per kilometer. The Seeker, guess what I was saying earlier, you could likely do 3 charging stops or 1. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I could not nail down the stops or all that stuff. But there's some Colgate possibly going on here, which kind of messes up the timing a bit. But after watching this video so far, you're thinking, what is the point of this car? Well, you know, for the longest time, I didn't care too much about the Geländewagen, but I noticed that car enthusiasts, there's something about this car that they love. You know, they think it's beautiful, it's awesome, it's fast, you know, it's roaring. Yeah, okay. So it's like a legend or an icon, you know. And now you can get it in electric form, and you actually get pretty good power and plenty torque and quad motor, and you can do the tank turn. You can actually go off-roading with it. But it's just that, okay, when it comes to hammering it, it seems to be a bit thirsty. What shit, sorry for that. I tried to get the exposure correct there. But, I mean, it is a nice car. And you can go Schnell if you want. You can off-road, or you can just cruise like I do. Okay, you just have to charge a bit often. Yeah, I think I could even go for 70-80%. Just don't want to stress. I mean, I want to stress it because I want to get the time. But actually, if I charge a bit higher, okay, we became too long here. But at this point, you might think that this is a useless car. What is the point of it? Well, sometimes I also ask, what is the point of the Geländewagen? But of course, there are plenty of enthusiasts out there, like a Geländewagen club, right? Of course, it's a beautiful car. Many people think that. For me, it's like, okay, well, yes, whatever you think. Oh, I look like a lobster now. But But yeah, it is the icon, the legend that has been electrified now. And then you don't have to get a bad conscience for driving a gas guzzler, right? A noisy gas guzzler. You can get this in electric form, and as long as you drive around town or not too far and you charge at home, well, people who can afford this car, of course they have a house or a mansion and they can charge at home, then no problem. You can go 300, 400 kilometers even one day, right? And it's comfy, it's actually cool looking, it's quiet in here, it has lots of power, you can go off-roading if you want. There's actually enough space here to take the family with you. You can haul stuff, you can put stuff in the, wait, you cannot haul stuff. Oh, okay, that's a minus. But okay, whatever. You can use this as a soccer mom wagon, right? So there are plenty of good reasons to buy this car and just drive and enjoy it. And I totally understand it. You know, it has good, the Burmester, it has awesome headlights. Like there's so much stuff. Sorry, okay. You can like about this car. So, of course, this test might highlight some of the worst part with it. But yeah, just don't hammer too hard. Then you don't have to charge every 100 kilometers like I do. Well, I mean, it is a nice car. If I spend more time with this, I'll probably fall in love with it. But am I gonna be the G Bjorn? Well, we'll see. Yeah, the G point. What is the point of the G? Yeah. What is this called? G class? Okay, so it's G class, all right. Okay. Next stop is going to be 98 kilometers away. Time flies, man. I already done 19 kilometers in Spectre. And now we are roughly at 8-hour mark. We have 180 kilometers, no, 280 kilometers left. So yeah, I think that's gonna be around 2.5 hours more, right? Just went for a muffin. Wasn't sure what I'm gonna buy. Yeah, I'm the muffin man. Now the car is rugged. It's been built for proper off-roading. Yeah. Well, did I mention that the police came over when I did the charging test of the CLA? Dude, like, am I a freaking police magnet or something? It was earlier this week at night, 2 at night. I was at Furuset, I think that's called. Yeah, Furuset. I was doing a charging test of the CLA. Sorry, I need to set some camera equipment here. I think that's good. Where is it? Yeah, okay. And then I was filming the screen on the Neo charger, and then there was a taxi there also, and he actually has that police warning thing. It was like saying control in 1.3 kilometers. Whatever it's called again, safe drive or something. So I was just hanging there chatting with him outside, and then the police, as a Vito, came over and said, "Hey, so he's like a semi-young guy, very like friendly, approaching, and humble guy." He's like, "Oh, okay. I was just wondering what you're doing there." I was like, "Okay, I'm shooting a video." And he's like, "Huh? Do you work for Mercedes?" I'm like, "No, regular stuff, right?" Yeah. And then he just, then after a little bit back and forth, he was like, "Okay, well, have a nice evening." And then he left. Because he was just wondering what I was doing. When I can kind of understand it. You're filming something at night. It's a bit unusual. Yeah, I understand that, because most journalists, they'll be working daytime, not night. Yeah, unlike me, yeah. I like to hammer it. I like to move it. But I mean, it makes perfect sense to drive at night because it's more consistent, less traffic, less possibility for any Stau, Unfall. Also, if you're charging, usually at night you get better prices at the supercharger. And also in general, in like environmentally or something, you know, in like the whole what do you call it, society point of view, I'm using the road when other people are not using the road. I'm charging, putting some load on the grid when other people are not using it, right? So I'm actually doing some balancing here, or since I can drive at night, you know, it's better for me and for others. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm thinking Mercedes if some kind of police magnet. But I mean, when I drove the EQS and all the other EQE and stuff, but maybe it's just some cars. Yeah, some cars, G-Wagon, that's police magnet, because the gangsters use them. But I mean, for me, if I would buy a Geländewagen, I go for black. Yeah, blacked out Geländewagen with some 22-inch rims. Here we have, I think it was 18. It's Falcon of what the heck, man? It's that touchscreen thing that just randomly triggers. 265 60 18. Falcon Asenis FK520. Hey, that's the same thing I had on one of Marcus Beal's car. It's actually really nice. It has really good grip. That's the one I tested on Model Y that has the best braking performance ever. Yeah, you should never underestimate the power of Falcon. That was going to be my next question. Could you have pulled over earlier because of that? Yeah, I know, man. Okay, I need to take a B-roll of the Uddevalla-bron. It's nice. It's a nice bridge. Beautiful bridge, actually. It's a suspension bridge, right? What is it called? What do you call this type of bridge? Cable suspension bridge or something. 2 towers with the cables. You have no idea how much time you save here. If you have to go via Uddevalla, that's like at least 15-20 minutes extra. Now we just stick through here within 1 minute. It's simply amazing. It's like the Viaduct. No, what's it called again? In France, Millau Viaduct. The Millau Bridge. I remember Top Gear. They went there with 3 cars. The classic guys: Clarkson, Hammond, and May. Yeah, I bet in the eye of the policeman, it looked like I was hammering it because the relative speed I had versus the slowpoke going on the curve was, of course, big difference. Seems like I was hammering past the other guys, which was probably true because they were probably slowpoking on the curve. And then since they had nothing better to do, they were just hunting down me. Oh, man. They went for the wrong guy. Just like I remember when the police pulled me over in Bodø with Melanie Falcon. That was in 2016, 17. I don't remember. I went past the police, yeah, and I was going like 2-3 kilometers per hour over the speed limit. So there was a full siren, right? I was like, huh, dude, like he couldn't. I mean. He couldn't give me a fine. He couldn't fine me going 2 kilometers over the speed limit, maybe. Like, but he was like giving me a warning and giving me a lecture on that. You know, he's like, "Police, we're trying to enforce speed limit here, and you're kind of ruining it." And I was like, "Okay." But then as I was sitting there and he was standing there by the road, then suddenly it was like this motorcycle, and then he saw the police, and it's like, I was like. That's the guy. I thought that's the guy you should have been hunting down, not me, going a little bit over the speed limit. Well, but I'm not going to tell the police how they're going to do the job. It's just sometimes I disagree with them, especially when I was disappointed in the police effort when they were freaking ignoring the Russ or didn't punish the Russ because they were so annoying when we lived there. Alnabru. And it felt like the police were just way too kind. And it's like, it felt unfair because they were way too kind with the Russ. But when you do a slight over whatever, like I was speeding on an road, like, okay, you get a fine. Like, no slack there, no whatever. Like, you can say, okay, you know, whatever, it's in the middle of the night, there's no traffic here. Just don't do this again, right? Or something like that. No, they just fine me. Because they could, of course. They have the full right to do that. Totally understand. But then why the heck didn't they fine the idiots for waking up the whole neighborhood every year? Oh, the Russ. Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, when it comes to that, there should be more strict to a 19-year-old, especially if they haven't had the driver's license for too long. Oh, just to go. Yeah, of course. But I suspect there's some corrupt, fucked up shit over there. There's no way those guys can get away year after year after year without any sanctions. I suspect someone knows someone. But whatever, it's history now. I'm living just same. Interesting Polestar 2. What the heck is in the back there? Is that a racing stripe? That is a fucking racing stripe on the Polestar 2. Okay, let me check if he has the logo for that is an old man. Yeah. Yeah, well, it seems like he has the white emblem, so he has the performance upgrade. And that means 470 horsepower. Oh, it's the BST. Oh, it's the BST. Oh, yeah. Okay. Unless it's a fake BST. Yeah, I forgot about those. They have different suspension, right? Or some other modification. It's not just the looks. Yeah, he's probably a good old Volvo enthusiast who wants to pay extra for the BST. Black wheels, okay. But I go over those two on the road. What the heck? Do they measure speed? Speed trap, right? 20 kilometers per hour, okay. Oh, huh, what? Huh? What? You were at Varberg on the way. Huh? Oh, you took a nap? That was a long ass nap, man. I've been around and back again now. Yeah, there's no way you're gonna catch me because, well, actually you're driving a trailer, but you drive fossil car. Well, but I'm gonna stop for around 20 minutes maybe, 17 to 20 minutes at Strömstad, and then I hammer it back home. But even in a trailer in Sweden, I think you cruise at I don't know, 110, right? Well, actually, maybe you could cruise at 120. Yeah, still be within the slack. Wow, we are currently at around 500 watt-hour per kilometer. What the heck, man? I was expecting 470. Okay, well, a good thing I have some margin then. Dude, can someone help me, please? The Mercedes EQV 1000 kilometer challenge. I think I drove at full speed also. There's no speed limit there. What kind of consumption did I have? We are not talking about the winter result. I think I removed it from the table. It's the summer result. Oh, here's another. What are they measuring? Huh? Are they going to ninja me? Are they counting cars? It could measure speed there. Now the battery coolant temp is 19 degrees. When I was charging, it was around 27. I suspect that it's cooling down the battery now. But that's half an hour after we left the charger. I actually have paid attention to the coolant temp. And then, yeah, actually based on the coolant temp, you could guess the battery temp. Because if the coolant temp is rising, it could mean that the battery temp is rising. Yeah. And the same if the coolant temp is dropping, then the battery temp is dropping. And then after fast charging, it's likely that they want to cool down the battery. And we all know the battery, it doesn't stay at 25 degrees after charging it to 50, 60%. It should most likely be at 45, 50 degrees. Oh, I have tailwind now. Oh, wait, I have tailwind and the consumption is still high. What the heck? Yeah, I see on the flags we have tailwind. Again, it's 8 degrees Celsius outside. Well, maybe they have no winter in Austria. What? Huh. Oh, okay. I did have a nap before I left. I think I slept for 20 minutes, maybe almost half an hour. That's why I started late, because I knew that if I didn't get a nap at all, I would be dead tired. But now with the power nap, I should be able to finish it. Thoughts on Rivian comedy? Oh, that's going to be great, because Rivian seems to be a very good car, maybe even better than the Ford F-150, and there seems to be a need for speed, no need for electric pickup trucks. There's some kind of semi-trash pickup trucks from the Chinese, you know. I'm not sure how the new Maxus is, and that's called e-Teron. Some of the other brands, and also the e-Corrado, which is Korean actually. It's based on the other Korean car. I don't remember. I tested. Yeah, but those are just like sub-premium cars, whereas the Rivian should be very premium, almost borderline luxury. You could see how interested. No, I was thinking about the 1,000 kilometer challenge. Are two coming? I don't know. Well, I hope I can get early access to the Rivian. That would give me lots of views. since it is new in Europe. So okay, Americans might not care too much about that video, but at least many Europeans be like, oh, Tesla got it early. Ooh, check it out. Especially if I can do my regular test. You need 1 week. Do the range test, the noise test, acceleration, 1,000 kilometer challenge, charging and all that, and then all good. We can farm on many 100K views on it. Oh, thank you. I'm getting sleepy now. Yeah, that sounds about right. Similar to Tesla, yeah. They're doing well in US, I heard. They have tens of thousands of cars there. And actually a pretty good charging network also. For Luncheon 382, what the heck? This car is way thirstier. 1155. Okay, it doesn't charge that fast, but wow, let me see, what is the consumption now? I have average since start now 456 watt hour per kilometer. Wow. The current leg is 484. It's higher than I expected. Now it's good. Now it's 5.5. So I have similar temperature actually. How the heck can the van be more efficient? Or how the heck can this be so thirsty? Well, the brick say no more. Well, when it comes to Rivian, my partner has pretty good connection to Rivian. So hopefully I can get early access to it. They can bring one to Norway for me. What are you at? I'm at my second muffin now. What mother? Oh. No, not good. Detour. Well, I'll see. The autosteer is a bit weird. I'm eating a muffin now. It's not keeping the lane for me that well. I'm done. Just needed a couple of minutes to do it. Or maybe grass, I could do the G-turn on grass. That's the safest place. Second entry for the EVTV, that was the freaking insanely tall run, yeah. But I don't count that. But even that was 460 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, dude. So today, right now with correction, I'm at, oh, it's installed, let me see. From reset, yeah. I'm currently at 460. Now more, 462 roughly. Well, I can fine calculate here, let me see. 457. I'm currently at 462 watt-hour per kilometer. And that was a 460. Wet grass, yeah. Well, my friend has that farm. The guy I went for the Optimus Prime. What? Oh shit! Bumped into the. It's the cable bumped into the touchpad. It's silly that you cannot disable the touchpad. Oh, can you? Can someone do an AI search? Can you disable touchpad in Mercedes? Yeah, okay. 100 kilometers on the trip meter. We are at 8.5 hours roughly. Nope. Ah, shit. Okay. But I think I will average around 400, a little bit over 410 or 20 maybe. In the Norway side. I have to calculate how much I need to charge to. This time I might have to go more than 60% for once. Don't have to touch. Ah, great. Yeah, it's 400 volt. Oh, it says you can disable. Okay, how is it done then? "32 kilometers left." There is. Why they keep bumping into that? CLA is 400 volt and the. Huh? No, the other way around. The CLA is 800 volt and the, yeah. And it is especially this car that needs 800 volts. The CLA could have gotten away with 250-ish kilowatt charging. It'll still be fine. And just give it a flatter curve, you know? Like we've seen on the Hongxi, as long as you have flat curve, then even 200, or actually Hongxi can go 260, 250, even that would be plenty, fast enough. Music only is $5, best EV. Toggle it off the pad will no longer respond, but rest the MVB, Great touch with. Wait. Huh? Did I miss something? Oh, go to the setting, MVB, navigate the system, input devices, touchpad setting where you can see. Oh, okay. Let me see. Right, home, settings, system. There was some input device there. Control elements. Touchpad. Huh? Wait, input devices. Setting navigation to system. Yeah, I'm at system. Input devices. Keyboards. Well, there you can see input device. There is no input device here. There is the control elements. There you have whole thing here. You can't turn it off. It doesn't correspond with what you explained. Touchpad settings, huh? Yeah, I couldn't find that setting. Then I already tried to find it when I was stationary, and I couldn't find it. That's one of the first things I would like to turn off if I could. Okay, anyway, we are at 26 kilometers range. 26 kilometers left. Oh, I'm at 22%. There is a possibility I could do the charging test at Strømstad. I've done it before, but it needs some timing. If I just happen to get there with slightly less than 10%. And I can sacrifice one of my cameras for it. So there, I would save the best time, because instead of charging to around 60-65%, I charge to, I don't know, 90%. I'm not sure if I want to go 100%. Yeah, could do that to save time. Otherwise, I have to wait till after their morning routine. Then go with this as well. Well, I'm getting tired now. It's good that we get the last break before we finish it. I mean, not sacrifice a camera, I mean borrow a camera. That was a more correct word. I borrow a camera to record it, and then I move it back again. It's the camera that is mounted on the car. Low battery warning at 20%. It's kind of early to have warning. man, auto stairs are weird. Yeah, one last start journey stop. I hope from here it's around 100. Well, how much is it? 818 plus. Oh, that's 200 left. Oh shit! 185 kilometers left. Might be able to charge a while to 75%. Yeah, it reduces sensitivity. Reduces the lowest. No, good morning. Now 10 kilometers left, almost there. About 16% left. Should be at 11% there. What? Yeah, now it's suddenly the inlet is 25 degrees. Seems like it might heat it up for fast charging. check here. That was, man, almost 490 watt hour per hour. Shit. That's expected around 420 maybe. Over here. System setting touchpad. No, I'm approaching charger now. What settings? Vehicle, I guess. Comfort. Wait. Same. I can't find it. So I have to focus on the driving now. We are pushing the charger. No charger. 810. It's gonna be 920 possibly. 925. There's some cars on here. Possibly because of Vestavia. It's the Norwegians. Of the A6s. XC40. Oh, that's Swedish. That is also Swedish. Whew, okay, I made it here. I'm getting tired, but okay, I need to survive. Let me take that in the middle. Hopefully that is not kaput. It is all parking popped up automatically. Oh, let me see. Oh, 480 this time. Shit. There, total 835 now. So we thought 12%.
Excuse me, please don't forget your phone.
here's the thing, I don't know exactly how much I'm gonna spend on the last run. It could be safer if I go for, let's say, Ionity Rig or something, or whatever on the Norway side. So I split it in 2 times 90 kilometers. Yeah. This is the 6th charging stop, and it is possibly the last. Yeah, you see, okay, now I'm getting full speed. But I have no idea how much I need to charge. Well, it's okay. 835. We have to go to. Let me see. I'm gonna get exact here. 835. Okay, 835. 1012 minus 835. So that's. Wait, 1012 minus 835. I had to drive another 177 kilometers. Okay, but to aim for 180-ish, right? And then on the past now, on the last leg, I averaged 475 times 1.02, 481. Shit. So in the last leg here via Oslo, I'll probably get how to tell, 420 maybe. But that means I need to spend 66% of the battery. So if I go 70%, it should work. Otherwise, I need to split it. But then there's overhead and stuff. So we'll just have to gamble it then. 70%, right? Okay, let me go outside. Oh, sorry, let me move over to the. I'm gonna see the shaft, right? Okay. As usual, I'll just take another P-stop. I feel like I have plenty of P-stops on this trip at least. And there's an X-Pen G6, the old version. Guten Morgen. Now I'm getting 200 kilowatt flat. It seems like it's not cold getting this time. Okay. There, let me. Is it the last charging stop at K Ionity Strømstad? I think is the last, right? Sorry. Okay. We have to drive another 177 kilometers before the challenge is over. Yeah, it is a bit hard for this car because it's so thirsty. So this time I think I need to charge around 70%, and then hopefully I have enough juice. But no, what the heck? What? I was gonna say I get flat 200 kilowatt. I got 200 kilowatt until what 25? No, what 100% is it? 23%. Okay. Well, at least if I can get this speed here, 188 kilowatt, until around 50%, then that'd be great. Yeah. But it seems like this time we didn't cold gate because we were hammering it all the way here. So I suspect that there might not be any preheating of the battery. It just naturally heats up as you drive, and then normally you should get hot enough battery, but that's not always the case. Yeah. Because now I just have to figure out what the heck to do. Let's go to 70%, right? It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take about half an hour to get there, or around 10, no, around 20, 25 minutes from now. But if I split it, it would be something like 2 times 15 minutes. So it might as well just go for 70%. Predict. No, I was expecting 10 and a half. I think that my spreadsheet claims something like that. Let me check here. But you know, that's based on driving at 15 degrees Celsius, and it was not that hot today or tonight. That's why around 10 and a half hours sounds plausible. Let me see. Yeah, 10:32 is what the spreadsheet. Did you see? If you remember this, you saw in the video, right? So it seems like, but this is based on the old battery charging curve, but it should be similar. And you see that going to 60% is optimal. Past that point, you start losing a few minutes. So, but then which means that if you go to 75, no 70, you only lose like 1 minute total. If it's I don't know how many, or half a minute, depending on how you count this. You know, it's 6 charging stops or whatever. So it's not that much you lose, actually, because that means that you have relatively flat curve. Oh no, look at that! I'm getting 190 kilowatt. This is still Schnell. Okay. Well, I should get one more break and something, and then we see. About 36%. Yeah, it has, 190. Okay. Yeah, it's charging Schnell. That's good. I want it to be fun, but okay, past 60%, I will get on only 140 kilowatt, but hopefully, yeah, it shouldn't take too long, right? At 60% to 70%. Okay, so another toilet visit, I guess. Get rid of some garbage and then freshen up a bit, and then ready for the last run. And hopefully I have enough. Yeah, because I just have to guess. On this leg, it was quite intense because we have just 110 all the way. But on the Norway side, I must drive slower. There's 100 zone, mixed 100 zone, and then there's Oslo stretch, which is quite long, 90 stretch, and then 80, and in the lowest speed is even 70 for a little while. So it should mean that the consumption is going to be lower. So last leg was 481. This leg here, last leg, hard to guess, but I just have to expect the worst, maybe 430, 420. But I don't have that high margin here, just 5% margin. Yeah. Okay, anyway, I better get going and do my thing, because it will take almost 1.5 hours before I'm home. Hey, look at that! Look at that! But I need to catch this. Hey, look at this! Look at this! I'm charging faster now than previously. At least that's speculated. 200 kilowatt at 40%. That's what I expect in an optimal run. Okay, it dropped a little bit, but battery coolant. I can guess that the battery might be close to 50 degrees right now, 45 maybe. Yeah, but if I paid attention to this, I could guess if it's rising or dropping. But okay, whatever. Let me go and do my thing at Circle K, and then I'll be back.
Excuse me, you've forgotten your phone.
I didn't close it properly. What is it? Oh, never mind, it is properly shut. Wait. Huh? There, yes. There, see it better. Okay. Wait. There. 170. Okay, it's gonna throttle anytime soon. But I still need to go to around 70%. That's the longest session I go now. This is actually my second sausage. Yeah, it's the French hot dog. So technically it's a double sausage penetration, right? So that means that the 1,000 kilometer challenge is complete. It has the sausage, it has the hammering, you know, has the shit, yeah. Some mix of Ionity and supercharger. Can't be any better than that, yes. And now it's Sunday morning, so. That's great. Wonder why they don't have this in Norway. Okay, so it's current time plus 33 minutes. It's gonna throttle. Wait, it's at it's gonna throttle anytime soon now. The actual state of charge is 59%. There's the mic. Oh, I dropped the mic, sorry. Okay. But I think that's okay. Still at 140, right? Soon. The last bit to yeah, 70%. I hope 70% is enough though. But yeah, I mean, I'm being a bit pessimistic, but on the way south we averaged 415 or something. So we should be able to average the same on the way back, right? Because we even have some tailwind on the way back. But the temperature now in the morning might be lower than last night. There, 140 kilowatt. Okay, whatever, still okay. I mean, I'm not gonna complain compared to, for example, Tesla, right? Or I don't know what else is out there. But I'm gonna fire up the heater soon. Okay, so let me study the battery coolant here. If I have heat scavenging, it should just reroute the heat in here, right? It shouldn't affect the charging. 62% now. What could happen? Well, it could replicate, but oh, yeah, I've seen it. That the Ionity screen will show like 5-6 kilowatt extra versus the charger screen. But what I don't know is it could mess up the cooling. This could be one thing indicator. If I fire up the HVAC and the coolant here goes up, it means that it messes up the cooling. I think this is still the best deal because we are camping not too long from 60 to 70%. If we stop another time, it's extra overhead, handshake, and all that, you know. 64% now. 65%. Okay. I think I'm going to try to fire up the heater. See what happens to inlet here. Is that working? Oh. Car is on. Of course. Oh, is it rising? No. It seems like it doesn't affect the cooling. Actually, now I see that. Oh, the charging screen pulls extra versus what goes into the battery. It pulls extra power. It pulls 149 kilowatt from the charger. I think I'm ready. 67% now. Next stop will be home. This was the last charging stop. I had to get ready, get the shaft out of the way and reset the last trip here before we go. 68%. I mean, it goes relatively fast. Yeah.
Just a moment, you've forgotten your phone.
Man, grabbed the wrong microphone. 69%, right on time. Let's see. All right, G-Wagon go, last run. But let me see, oh shit, okay, 8:39. We're gonna be at the border at 8:49, or let's say, no, 49, 50. Roughly 8:50 we'll be at the border. And then it takes wait, huh? Oh yeah, okay, wait, and then it takes 1 hour and 10 minutes, so it'll be, how's that again? Wait, we'll finish at, no, okay, let's say 8:40, 8:50 at the border. Oh shit, huh? We'll be at Yes Home at 10:10, and then we have to take the, it's gonna be 10:40. Okay, so slightly slower than I expected, which makes sense because I was basing it on a 15 degrees Celsius run, not a 5 or 10 degrees Celsius run. All right, final run. You know, I just noticed that there is no head-up display. Wait, does the G-Wagon not come with head-up display? Maybe not. Okay, anyway, this car over-reports by 1.2%, so we have to go to 1012, and then that will happen in around 20 kilometers from here. You take the current time plus 1,000 kilometer time, so we're already at 9 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, better hurry. Okay, let's see then. Can I do it in 10 and a half like I predicted, or will it be faster or slower? Right. So I spent almost 11 hours on the challenge. I started a little bit past 11. Makes sense, okay. Yeah, I started a bit late. But what else could I do? Because I was so tired. I could have started about half an hour, maybe even 45 minutes earlier, but I need sleep. You know? I was actually getting quite tired before the last stop now. But the car keeps claiming that I won't make it there. But I'm pretty sure I can make it there because we have to pass through Oslo. I think it's just basing it on the past consumption now. Oh, nice weather. Oh, I feel like I want to spend some quality time with the family today. Not sure where we're going to go. We went to Egon's yesterday. You know, as you saw in the video. So, not sure about today. Maybe just some sushi if the kids feel like it. Since it's weekend after all. Because the kids seem like they are a bit bored of the food at home. But I still have lots of protocol I need to finish. Finish it. Yeah, I'm gonna milk this off for whatever it's worth. Hopefully I get okay views. But the intro to the live stream gave me okay views. So it seems like people are interested. They just want to see this for fun. It's more like for entertainment. Like I bet 95% of the guys watching, they're not gonna buy this car anyway. Just want to see how thirsty it is and what kind of shit I do with it. So more like when I watched Top Gear, you know, I would never buy those supercars that Clarkson was throwing around the track. It's more like watching what the heck they were doing. Noisy? No, I think it's not that noisy. I'm gonna measure it, of course. Fortunately, I have all week next week until Friday at least to do lots of tests. Even Thursday night I can do stuff. But there's a little bit of appointments I have, I think. Well, check it, but I think next week is quite clear. That's why I'm actually going to sacrifice one day for the Neo the ET5 even. Because the week after that, then it's kind of busy. And then I have Model Y intruding into my plan. And Model Y, I give it high priority. But next week, no, it's clear. I have nothing else next week, other than just testing the Geländewagen. Plan to do an off-road video. Yeah, I will. But just I will just like. I mean, I think people wouldn't care if I do some kind of off-roading and like, oh, hey, look how steep I can go. But I will actually do off-roading road range test because I think nobody has done that. And Mercedes specifically claimed that the range on off-roading on the electric is the same as the fossil. Someone else just has to pull out some numbers on how the fossil is doing. But I could ask my friend if he's up for it. He could join me on his he has a fossil Geländewagen. So I have his direct number. I could ask him if he's available one of the days or something, if he can do this. But I have to do it kind of in the weekdays. Unless we can go on afternoon, but then I have to bring Isabel with me. Well, that would be awesome if he measured the fossil. That would actually be pretty cool. Yeah, when I think about it. A side-by-side comparison, fossil versus electric. That could click. Yeah. But I'm not sure how old his car is, but I mean, it should be in that ballpark when it comes to thirstiness. Yeah. We're not going to do like that crazy off-roading. Well, we'll see how much we're on challenge, but you know, I think when it comes to the Geländewagen, Mercedes in general, they don't want you to off-road or go on any racetrack with the press cars. That, in general, all the importers are like that. But I think for the Geländewagen, they will probably be okay with some light off-roading, unless, I mean, as long as you don't go like crazy in a sand dune or some shit, or try to wade in water, or maybe some crazy shit like that. Like, yeah. Rap music? What? But yeah, we could just go on that farm, that field, the grass field. We just follow each other a bit, and follow the same trails kind of ish, and then just look at the trip meter and see what it reports and what it consumes. We don't have to do more even like a 15-minute run would be sufficient. Especially if I have Isabel with me, she might be a bit busy. I could even measure the consumption on the way there and on the way back also. We can do several tests, but that would be mostly some mix of some motorway and some mix of some B roads. From my home to my friend's house, Kenneth is his name, it takes around 45 minutes, I think. At least yes, home is closer than before when I live at Alnabru. Then it was like a 1.5 hour drive just to get to him. Wow, waiting there. Okay, but we're not going to do the waiting or stuff like that. Okay, here we go. As predicted, we will get in the border at 8:49 or 8:50, and then in 1 hour and 20 minutes roughly we'll be finishing. Yeah, so we can already now predict the 1,000 kilometer time when it will occur. So it will be 10. We will count down at 10:10 roughly, and then we have to add 33 minutes. So it becomes either 10:40 or 10:45. Man, bumper came over. Shit, I remember, man. I was just going crazy, man. I had to take some risk back then to gain more subscribers. But on the other hand, I gained lots of views on that video and lots of subscribers. So many people actually came to my channel because of Optimus. So I mean, he served me well, Optimus and Melinda Falcon. MC Hammer, not that much. So actually, Nasir, he's going to sell Optimus Prime soon. I don't know why, but he's going to sell it. So they're going to do a little check on him, service, whatever, condition check. and then I'll make a video, but he's not ready yet. He's waiting for something. I don't know what the heck was. Yeah. So one day, if I have the money, I will buy back Millennium Falcon and Optimus Prime. Just for having it, man. But then I better be a rich bastard when I do that. You know, then I don't care about money. It's more like, okay, where the heck do I put them? Because they... Lots of bumper, yeah. But I didn't gain that much on MC Hammer versus the other. I feel like Optimus gave me the most views and subscribers. But on the other hand, Millennium Falcon was quite fundamental in the beginning. So as a small YouTuber, I gained lots of subscribers with Millennium Falcon. So it was key in building the channel, and it was good timing, you know, luck / coincidence that led to whatever happened there. And of course, Millennium Falcon led me to, like, I earned the referrals because of Millennium Falcon that then leapt over to Optimus Prime. But I feel like lately it was like, okay, I'm just borrowing a bunch of cars. But if I just have more money, I can have more economical freedom and do more that could gain more money. I mean, gain more subscribers. I guess if I didn't have kids, I would have more freedom to do things. So, yeah. As far as I know, Mr. Beast, he doesn't have any kids or family, so he has the full freedom to do stuff. Xiaomi, no. Okay. Welcome back to Norway. 8:62. Well, I think it's still a decent time. 10:45 or 10:40 is still a decent time. And it is what it is, you know, because it's brick and we went on a semi-cold run. But they were also funny and exciting to watch. They made Optimus, yeah. Well, actually, I mean, today, if I had the money, I would actually do it, you know. But I kind of need to have a good deal with, let's say, Valdemar or something. If something breaks, I go to him, and yeah. In the old days, I used the Tesla referral credits. So in a way, the people who use my code to help me, I got the credits, and then I used that to repair Optimus. Otherwise, I had to pay it out of pocket, and that would be way too much because back then I didn't make that much. But nowadays, I just chose to upgrade the house, so I don't have that much economical freedom yet. I'm just here with a house and waiting for the interest rate to drop, and as soon as I at least get some stuff in the house established, then, you know, it's going to be better, and I feel like I can spend more money on other things than necessary things in the house, like blinds or... Well, actually, I'm good. I waited with a SIP screen because I think I want solar screen or solar blinds. I like that idea. Really like that idea. Blinds, as long as they look nice, big 50mm blinds, then I don't mind versus SIP screen, because SIP screen doesn't totally block it out, whereas the blinds will block it out to the point where we don't need curtains inside. Because if you have the SIP screen in the living room, we probably also need curtains. But we have been staying at many Airbnb this summer, where, especially the one at Schönefeld in Berlin, they have only blinds outside and no curtains, and it was good enough to block the lights. So I actually like the clean look without curtains if you have blinds, or persienner they call it. And that could be pretty cool if I can promote solar blinds. And other people realize that, hey, why not? If it's not too expensive to get it. And even if you have the blinds open, not fully retracted, but even if you have it open and an angle so you can let in light, you can still generate some light on whatever that falls on the blind, on the panels, right? And it would be also best if everything there was automatic, smart adjusted, so that when we are asleep, it actually blocks and gathers sun in the morning. But then once we wake up, we open it up to let in light. But man, dude, if I can get those solar blinds on the entrance, oh, that's game over. Then we actually don't need curtains on the inside. We were planning on getting curtains, but as long as we have blinds, we don't need curtains. Maybe we can actually ditch curtains altogether, just use blinds externally. And when I think about it, the bedrooms, they are shut most of the time. They might be open maybe in the morning if we could, but we don't. We have the permanent cardboard there. But when we are not home, or then we can just shut the blinds. And that's even better, because then we don't let in too much UV in the house, and we are gathering electricity with the blinds. Hail and sled. When we can always retract the blinds, into the container, what they will call it. Okay, it should be quite empty now because it's Sunday morning, and I think most people who were going on höstferie, they are already at the destination, so not many people are traveling now Sunday morning. So hopefully I don't run into too much traffic or left lane huggers. Retractable, yeah, but I mean they should be just regular blinds that you can retract like regular, but they just have a tiny little solar panel in it. And I think nowadays you can get quite flexible solar panels. You can just glue onto something, whatever surface. You guys remember that green energy guy, whatever his name again? He showed some flexible solar panels he put on buses. There was a thing you can roll on. You can stomp on it. It's thin solar. There could be something like that, or I don't know. But I actually like the idea. I had to discuss with wifey and convince her to buy that idea. Because actually, when I think about it, why do we need zip screen and curtains? Because the kids, they're gonna pull on the damn curtains. You can bet that for many years. They might destroy something. Who knows? If you get curtains. Solar, yes, I would consider solar if the roof can take the weight, and if it's cheap enough, or ideally if I can get it for free. I can just demonstrate. I'll be a good advertisement channel for the solar, for whoever wants to show that. I've already made many videos about the house and the efficiency and electricity use and so on. So I'll be the perfect candidate for showing how efficient, or what the benefits with the solar is versus car charging and all that stuff, So I mean, and like Huawei or any company who has that stuff, if they know how I do my videos and so on, my personality, they will just give me some panels and installation for free. The faster I start reviewing them, the better it is for them. And the only limitation for me now is that I kind of need to buy stuff for the house. I want to get asphalt, and the kids, they require some stuff, right? Yeah, I just realized when I buy diapers and clothes and like winter clothes now, they need winter clothes, and it's not cheap, So okay, whatever, children first priority. I still haven't bought that DJI Osmo Action 5 or whatever it is. Still want it one day. Feel like I need it for better shots here and there and more flexibility. Fix the driver. Yeah, I want. it's not that expensive. If I get asphalt on the driveway or cobblestone, we're talking about only around 70k NOK. Maybe if I can get an okay deal, like not have to be like super good, but like, okay, I can promote, like, okay, if someone lays the thing, I can say, yeah, this was delivered by Hansen's asphalt or Hansen's rock, the cobblestone company, and I get 10% discount. Anything helps, right? So I can get a nicer driveway. But like I mentioned before, when I wanted the solar roof, that was expensive stuff. I remember people kept saying, "Don't get it; it's too expensive." And I just wanted it for the aesthetics. But I was also not willing to pay too much for it. But then eventually we ditched that, yeah, because they claimed that the roof couldn't take the weight. So I'm like, okay, whatever, and then there's not much to do about it. But I just wonder, how can we put a regular solar panel on it, at least? But if you can't put it for some reason, if the roof can't take the weight, then at least the south wall should be able to take 5 kilowatt. And then maybe the garage, or I don't know, somewhere else, or the slope I have. And also I'm into the fence solar, like something unconventional, no? Like solar on the blinds, solar fence. And also, yeah, that was another thing, balcony solar. My friend, partner, he has connection with EcoFlow. I'm like, dude, are you serious? I've been trying to connect with them for years now, and I gave up. And he got free stuff from EcoFlow. So I'm like, huh? Some solar panel and new stuff. They're gonna phase out Delta. Yeah, there's a new shit now that they use at home. I don't remember what Stream. It's called Stream. Yeah, EcoFlow Stream. That's the new shit. You just plug it in the Shuko, and it actually sends power into the Shuko, into your own house, and you can send back on whatever. They have to do something. Electrician has to install some stuff. Solar water heater for the pool. Huh? No need for that. That's kind of waste. I already have very efficient heat pump, so I just need to feed it with 3 kilowatt from somewhere, a solar. No need to overcomplicate it, because there's that loop that you don't want to mess with in the pool. But yeah, so that I'm up for it. If I can get some Delta, Easy Flow, EcoFlow. If I can get EcoFlow Stream and some panels and the balcony attachment thing, then you attach solar panel. You can use whatever. You can use whatever solar panel you want. So you can get the 540 watt or whatever solar dual side solar panel. Just attach it on the thing and then put it on the balcony. 2 of those maybe, and I can get maybe 1 kilowatt on the balcony. And if we don't like it, we can always just remove it, right? But it would just be to promote what is possible for other people. They don't have a house, but they have a balcony somewhere, right? And I want free EcoFlow. I've been promoting that for years now. Everyone knows EcoFlow in my channel. Yeah. So EcoFlow, man. Like, if I can get free items, I can promote more. I already played a lot with EcoFlow. I love it. I love the app, and they have smart house whatever stuff for the EcoFlow also app parts that I don't have, because I just use the Delta. And also, if I can get something faster for the 0 mile test, that would also be great. But I don't know, if I have to, I guess I need to go to the gym and and train myself so that I can carry this 45 kilogram unit, the single unit Delta Pro. But they're phasing out Delta, so I don't know what they're gonna use in the future then. Because I need some kind of 0-mile test tool. But if I can pull, let's say, 16 amp or 13 amp, even that would be a nice upgrade. But now I can only pull 10 amp. Once I pull 13 amp, it's like the 2.4 kilowatt inverters, too much, and then it trips and it resets. So yes, home. Well, the thing is that it's quite open there, and we are living in a kind of hill-ish, right? Norgesfjell, yes, I'm strongly considering it. But yeah, I believe we get plenty of sun in Gjesholm. But Norgesfjell, I went into there. You probably went there, right, Runa? I went there in Elhub, and they analyzed my data, and I think I spent around 63 kilowatt hour total since I moved in. And it would be 39k NOK something for the electricity part. No, that's what I paid, 39k NOK over the years, and it would have been 31k, so I could have saved 8k. So yeah, 31 versus 39 is quite big. And for me, I charge cars, I do the car testing, so it would be great sometimes. Or okay, if you're a private household, then you are more flexible with the car charging, right? Grid reward. Now, the grid reward has been quite shitty lately. Like last year, I would get minus 100 øre, minus 70, minus 90 øre, like all the time. Nowadays, man, I get like 20 øre, and then the spot price might be 40, right? Or I get maybe minus 10 øre. So the gain on grid reward now is way lower than before. But I did get many grid reward pass. It held back the charging, and I gained money on that. But it's still not that great, because versus the Neowatt, Neowatt has been paying me for the units I had connected to Neowatt, and it was 500 NOK. I was like, huh? I wasn't even trying. It was over 500 NOK, and the next payment is coming soon. It's also around 400 NOK. So I'm like, dude, I need to move all my shit over to Neowatt. That's where I can make money, not on grid reward. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how it works. But when I asked Adrian, he said that Neowatt will work fine with Norgespris. So yeah, I think I want Norgespris, because the thing about my use is that sometimes I arrive with low juice or 50%, and I just need to charge it up quickly. Whereas most other people, they have more flexibility in the charging. They don't, especially if they have a modern car with 500 kilometers range, then they don't care if the car is not fully charged. But for me, I tend to sometimes need to charge when it's not that cheap. So that's maybe why my average price is not optimal sometimes. So yeah, but I'm kind of holding it back slightly now, Norgespris, because if I kind of need to push my partner and maybe Neowatt, and if I can get some kind of solar, then suddenly Norgespris might be that beneficial anymore. Because in summer, I will be spending, at least summer, I will be spending way less. I will be producing more. But also during winter, the thing about winter is that, at least for now, right, we are going to Thailand. And like this year, from November, end of November until beginning of February, we are out, and then the house uses very little energy while we are not home. So the benefit of Norgespris is not that great when we don't consume that much, because it's during winter that the electricity price is high and people are consuming a lot. So, and also in the long term, I will get heat pump in the house, in an air heat pump, plus of course the waterborne system. So in case it gets really cold, then instead of triggering the PTC on the NIBE heat pump, I can then use the air heat pump that should be able to go down to minus 30 degrees. So then I should be more efficient during winter than it has been in the past. But then eventually one day the kids will start in school, and then we can't go to Thailand for 2.5 months anymore. But then it will be different, because by then in, I don't know, let me see, 3, 4, 5, 6. In 3 years, the situation with solar and electricity is going to be completely different. So we don't have to plan anything yet for that, you know. Solar setup in Thailand. I just have solar, on-grid solar with 5 kilowatt, but I usually get only maximum 4.5 kilowatt. But it's around April, May, but that's when I'm not in Thailand. Then supposedly we get 5 kilowatt. But the panels, they are slightly more than 5 kilowatt, so that we can get 5 and cap at it. And the inverter is at 5 kilowatt. Status, we are now at, let me see, 901 kilometer and 456 watt hour per kilometer. And time is now 9 hours and 45 minutes. More money selling grid here, huh? No, but okay, I misread it. But I already have solar in Thailand. I invested it when it was kind of expensive. Yeah, 5 kilowatt cost me around 5,000 euros back then. But I mean, it's making good money in Thailand anyway, so it's not that much of a loss. Because the sun in Thailand is so strong. But yeah, I'm planning on capturing the kilowatt hour I produce and then spend it on my own. So I need big enough batteries. So if I can partner up with maybe Valdemar and actually pay him, I don't know, 20k NOK for a second-hand 100 kilowatt hour, what was it again, Mach-E battery or something, right? Something safe and good in the house, that would be useful. I think 100 kilowatt hour would be a good start. Fish ocean, yeah, maybe. There's plenty of fish in the ocean. Well, I'm gonna check my current run here, current leg. Oh, 460 watt hour per kilometer. Okay, we haven't passed Oslo yet. 109 kilometer on GOM, 102 kilometers to go. Yeah, I think we should be fine. Once we slow down near Oslo, then the consumption will be better. Plus, there are some 100 zones coming soon. We are now in the 110 zone. But also in Norway, I have to drive slightly slower in the 110 zone. Or actually overall. Overall in Norway, I have to drive a couple of kilometers per hour slower than I do it in Sweden. Overkill. Well, I don't know, but I want to be able to store enough. But since I'm gonna get a battery after, I mean, if we want to make a battery, or maybe we could just use a couple of modules from a Tesla. Yeah, that could be better, because we don't need the whole that protective shell from it. It's just heavy and big, and yeah, if we could just get a couple of modules from a Model S or something, right? Model S, or anything. Actually, Model 3 may be better. Some modules from Tesla, when they actually made modules, that might be good enough, like 20 kilowatt hour, right? I mean, how big is one module? Is it like 5 or so kilowatt hour? Well, I converted those Pawels into cash, or actually credits. And that was the stuff that went into off-roading repair and so on. Leaf. But again, I want a good battery, safe, preferably LFP if I can find something. Like a module from a Model 3 SR Plus, or that would be great. Safe and high lifetime. Elon, huh? If you get mega, okay. Oh, no, it's not that important. Actually, I should be able to get some sponsors to lend me a battery. Even that would actually be the best if I get to borrow a battery, because tax-wise, I don't receive anything. They put something like Pixie. They're gonna put 200,000 NOK worth of battery outside my home near the fuse box. And Skatteetaten, they can't do anything because it's not mine. Pixie place it there, and I promote them. Okay, maybe I need to pay tax for the income I'm making from the battery, but yeah. That is actually the best if I can just borrow equipment, because eventually equipment will be outdated, and then I'm sitting with outdated equipment in my house. So it's better if they own it and they can actually remove it and upgrade it to something newer, like newer panels or whatever, right? We are at 912 kilometers. We have 100 kilometers left. We have to go to 1012. And current time now, we are at 9 hours and 50 minutes. And we have, yeah, around 100 kilometers left. I think the kids should be awake by now. Let me see if I can get over to Ayunti. I need to record at Ayunti Dal, and if it's cloudy over there, that is perfect for recording Ayunti screen. I don't like it when it's sunny, but ideally if it was evening, that would be even better. But whatever, this will do. I need to do it while the battery is hot, because it seems like this battery tends to Colgate. And actually, it might be slightly Colgating when we pass through Oslo now. Kids go to school, maybe 2-port, 4-port, huh? Well, no, I never. Well, actually, a fast charger would be nice. I know Kyle. I think Kyle has a fast charger. I mean, if I have battery, like that's why the 100 kilowatt hour battery makes sense, because there are some times when I would like to charge faster than just 10 kilowatts. Then around 20, 30 kilowatt would be great, and we don't need that long, you know. We just need to empty the buffer 100 kilowatt hour into the, or I don't know, 50 kilowatt hour into the car I'm gonna drive soon, something. So even around 50 kilowatt would be plenty for me, but I expect that even around 20 kilowatt would be great. If I can get my hands on that 20 kilowatt charger they make in Thailand, the PA charger, that's quite small. It's like a very big pizza. Borrows DC charger. 200 kilowatt. Wow, yeah, that's something I would like to get, yeah. But for me, though, I know it's not super big deal, because if I know what I'm gonna do, top up at supercharger at Remen, right? Or at least I normally don't plan so that I must charge quickly within 1 hour and then get the heck out of there. So in most cases, the 11 kilowatt at home is fast enough. But there are some few cases where I don't have enough. I need to top up somewhere before or after I finish on the AC charging. So, yeah. But DC didn't work. Okay, that's crazy. But he probably has a little team with him. When he does his 0 mile test, he can recover quickly. I'm just a one-man show, so I just bring my own shit, the EcoFlow. It's been serving me well. But I realized that equipment is getting outdated, and that solar panel I bought, the 160 watt solar panel I purchased for 7,000 NOK, is worth around 2,000 today, maybe even less. So I should have sold it when I had the chance, but I kept it in case I needed to test something. What's wrong with the auto stairs, man? Hold it for me, I'm gonna drink. 4 minutes, okay. Well, you see, now I'm hammering it 15 over the speed limit, and I'm following a Polestar 2, going at almost the same speed as me. He can go slightly slower, like 1 or 2 kilometers, but he's going at 113, sorry, 123, or around 13 over the speed limit. Just slowly floating past him. I know some, well, I wonder if there's a Polizei that was, no, the Polizei, they have an unmarked EV6 GT and an unmarked ID4. No, sorry, unmarked i4 M50. But this is probably not the unmarked Polizei. Nope. There's some civilians. Peasants. Oh, I'm just kidding. Wow, really empty roads, even 9:22 in the morning. Love it. That's why I prefer Saturday night to Sunday morning. And the next week I'm planning on doing 0-mile test, range test, charging test, banana box test, possibly also an interior view. Not sure about Sunday drive, but some kind of off-roading also. So I have 4 full days. Hopefully the kids are not sick. 4 full days of testing plus the evening nights for some others test. I'm just gonna milk this as much as I can. Höstferie. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, yeah, that's true. Sunday morning, there could be some people who are traveling home, but usually they don't start traveling at 9. They usually travel a bit later. I see Stau around Cleavage towards Oslo, you know. Usually 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon. That happens on Sundays. But normally I'm not traveling anywhere far on Sundays. I'll be home or maybe going to Egon's or something, you know, just stay in Home on weekends. And then, well, occasionally I might go to Leo's, yeah, that's right. But actually now I don't have the Spring Pass. Spring Pass was quite a good deal. 700 NOK and you could go unlimited visits there until June something. But there is no autumn pass or Höst pass. So one visit now to Leo's for kids and 2 adults will be 500 NOK, just for, usually for around 2 hours we stay there. I'm like, not sure if it's worth it. But I still have the year pass for Lillehammer, but it's just that it's kind of cold, like 11 to 15 degrees. Well, I guess it's okay if you should wear. Maybe I could go to Lilleputthammer with the whole family in the Mercedes EQS SUV Maybach. But then it makes sense to put a wife in the back with the champagne and the massage in the back there. Wait, they sacrifice the trunk space, right? We need to do a banana box test in the Maybach. See how much less space we have. We cannot fold the seats. Right, 9:29. Yeah, here. You see that? Oslo. They have plenty of panels on the wall there. On the side, the south and the west side. Plenty of panels. Probably also on the roof. So I was like, dude, they just go bananas with panels. Yeah. I guess they are producing a lot. And it hopefully pays off. It's not just to look green. Yeah, also in this barn on the right here. No wait, my bad. That's just regular roof, yeah. But I've seen many farms, they get solar panels nowadays. So it must be profitable. It's not like Kirkebø. You guys remember Kirkebø and the EV Tesla community? He lives in Fredrikstad somewhere. He had plenty of panels. That was 10, 12 years ago. But he knew that it was not going to pay off. It was just mostly for hobby. But I think he also imported the panel himself back then. But it might take many, many decades before he gets the return of investment. What car will you pick, X-Pen G9 or Neo EL9? Oh, I haven't tested EL9. Or you mean ET9? But the G9 is nice, but I feel like it's slightly outdated compared to the G6. So I'm waiting for some kind of upgrade on it. Dude, what are you gonna do now? Huh? Seriously? You're not gonna blink now, you nisse, huh? That early? What the heck, man? Did you set... Oh, you probably set following distance to 5 or something really long. That's why you have to change lanes so early. And he's also going so slow. So like, he's not past the guy with the trailer yet. I'll tell you when he passed it. Now he's on the side, right neck on neck with the trailer boy. Now he moves in. Wow. Okay, whatever. EL8. Oh, EL8. Okay. Oof. Oh, the EL8 I feel like is also outdated. So the new G9 charges way faster. Yeah. However, with EL8, there is just so much other. Like I feel like the EL8 is a better car overall than the G9. The only one of the only advantages with the G9 is the charging speed. But the EL8 is just nicer, quieter, smoother, faster, spacious, more spacious. Also the infotainment there is good, even though that the screen is kind of small. But then it boils down to the charging and Gen 1 versus Gen 2 battery. Because as long as you get the Gen 2 battery, then the EL8 doesn't charge that much slower than the the G9 even. But that's the dilemma. I mean, you could of course get bus or even not get bus, but just cam on the Gen 2 battery, right, and be happy with it, like some taxi drivers do. Let me check the current. Oh, okay, 450. Oh, it's still kind of high. But I mean, it's like, I took the trip to Berlin, so of course fast charging is nice, but I feel like so another thing, by the way, is that for me though, I don't need to swap because I'm a ninja when it comes to charging. So I don't mind charging instead of swapping. But I purposely went for swapping because NIO wanted me to promote swapping and show how convenient it was. And it was convenient sometimes, I agree. But most of the time, I would like to get a Gen 2 battery. So if I had a Gen 2 battery and I went on that road trip, no problemo. I could have charged like a BIOS every time I plug in an E8 somewhere, right? So, and this is not just something I say because I'm Neo Björn, right? But like I mentioned in the video a couple of days ago, when the forecast podcast, I haven't published it yet. I feel like the cars are charging so fast nowadays that it almost doesn't matter whether it takes 20 minutes or 15 minutes, right? It's still really fast. But when it comes to like the Gen 1 battery, that's slow, man. Like to 80% or 90%, like we're talking about like 45 minutes. That's way too slow. But the EL8 actually has a very nice charging curve, and it can maintain 240 for some time. Okay, let me see. That woman I just hammered is in the black Volvo. I just hammered her, but now the speed limit went down, and what happens? She follows, well, maybe not the exact same speed, but she's suddenly going faster, to the point where if she would get lasered or measured, she would get some pricks on her. Phantom brake? What the heck? Dude. Yeah, some of the Mercedes will actually do that. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, now she slows down. After she overtook me, now she slows down. So, okay. And if I go behind her, my car will start slowing down. So that's why I'm just hugging the left lane right now. RSID did a very good value money video last week. Solar panels, he put a warehouse roof, not huge area, but it's been very quick to pay. Okay, but where does he live? Okay, 946. Need to check on the current leg here. It's currently at 443, but it should be now that we go slower. Yeah, slower. And oh, in the tunnel is 10.5 degrees. That helps. Oh yeah, G9 is cheaper. Yeah, true. I forgot. G9 is roughly 700k, 757. I don't remember. Whereas the EL9, EL8 is 950 if you don't buy the battery. So yeah, it costs a lot more. Maybe that's why it is better. I consider it a better car. Okay. We check the budget. Oh, wait, hold on. 27% left. Check. Alright, I have 30.8 kilowatt hour divided by 59 kilometers left. I have a budget of 521 watt hour per kilometer. Okay. That's plenty. That is plenty indeed. Yeah. So there's a very high chance I can make it there with enough juice. south coast of England. Okay, I think that's that's like on the level as northern Germany, right? I'm not sure about France. France, northern France. Almost done. Okay, we check. 9:51. We have to go to 1012. So around 60 kilometers left. Thailand. I haven't booked yet. It's coming soon. I don't know exactly when, but I know roughly when I will be Thailand. Supposedly around 1st to 20th December. Then I start booking probably the G5 and maybe IM5, IM6 over there. Seeker 7X, rear wheel drive, Xpeng G9, maybe no Xpeng X9. Maybe I'll also get the all-wheel drive Xpeng because it's relevant in Europe, and they are kind of slower moving it over here. And I just check again, find out. Need an overview somewhere about what cars are available over there. But there are some interesting Chinese cars there that they get earlier than us. But as for now, I haven't booked any cars there yet. There's also, I suppose, a new Lotus Electra, I think, a 2026. Not sure what they improved, but okay, could check out that. But it's not super high priority for now. Seeker 009 could possibly come to Europe one day. Who knows? So I want to check it out. And then in China also, yeah, Xiaomi is not available there. Then I have to go check out in China. But in China, I should be able to check out the Han L and the double penetrating in giga charging, mega charging. Oh, I see that there's more and more traffic now. Okay. Well, if I must, I will deduct a couple of minutes for slowness. I know when I arrive at the border. It was at 8:50. Oh yeah, 8:50 or 8:49. Oh, it's getting warmer. 11 degrees. Nice. Consumption on this leg is now only 440 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, Stats 960. We passed the 10-hour mark. We're at 10 hours and 15 minutes soon. 10 hours and 14 actually, to be exact. Okay, right, so I do a charging test. Oh, it's sunny over here. I could wait and do this charging test tonight. Actually, if you want to kill two birds in one stone, I do the 0-mile test tonight. And then charging test. I mean, I already did, but okay, actually, I think I want to do charging test when it's bright outside. Which means tomorrow morning. Yeah. And then I can go do a charging test. But I have to keep the car at around 10% then. Well, total consumption since start is 453, but corrected is around 460 watt-hour per kilometer. Check here. Yeah, 5 watt-hour. 5.4 is the factor. Okay, so we have to take 5. Have to add 5 watt-hour per kilometer. So it's 438 watt-hour per kilometer. No, that's the leg. There. 458 watt-hour per kilometer right now. Okay, I don't think I need to look at that. Okay, I can look at the total now. Pretty sure we can make it back home. But it's gonna be deep-ish. I think around 8%, 5%. I'll just top up quickly in the garage. And then, yeah, see how I do it. Yeah, I think I could try for a charging test now in the morning. Or if I don't do it, then I have to keep the garage nice and warm, around 25 degrees Celsius, until tonight, and then I do. No, wait. Ideally, I want to do the charge. I don't want to do it. I mean, I can do it when it's dark, but it's actually better to do it in the daytime. But maybe it's kind of like exciting when I run out of juice at night, also. Because I could do it tonight, and then charge up the car, do the charging test, and then actually go for an acceleration noise test right after, and a remaining headlight test. And then I have the car fully charged. And then actually tomorrow morning, I could then go for the. Well, let me let this guy pass. He's gonna go fast, right? I could then do a range test. When there's a Mercedes hammering like that, there could be unmarked police. We don't know. I'm not losing too much. Okay, that's not unmarked police. It's just a guy hammering. No wonder why the police single out Mercedes, man. The freaking hammering. He's going at around 110 in the 80 zone. Yeah, that's the guy that the police want, not me. But I mean, from earlier experience, when I just get a car approaching fast from behind, like that Volvo at Dar near Nebbenes, I was like, well, turns out it was Polizei. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. It's like, I drive the same speed other people are doing in the daytime, but at night, you just get singled out, so, man. Well, I'm supposed to go slower at night. It's more dangerous at night. Okay. Yeah, I got pulled over yesterday night at Alnabru. But no, I just got a warning because they didn't have a measurement on me. And I'm pretty sure, on hindsight now, that even if they tried to measure me, you got nothing on me, boy. No, because I'm strict about not going too fast. They could find me going 14 or 15 over, but not 16. Because 16 is when I get 2 pricks. Wait, it was that, right? Maybe Rune can check. I think it was up to 15. Then you get a fine, but no pricks. But then 16 to 20, I think, or 21, I don't remember. Then you get 2 pricks. Thank you. So before that, I was like, it's probably fine, right? Because I was thinking nobody checks on the motorway. Well, apparently they do. Because when I drove Optimus Prime and in the Falcon, I never got checked on the motorway. But then this year is like a bad luck for me. Yeah. Or there is no such thing as bad luck, but more like coincidence. Or maybe last year I was doing more, let's say, Arctic Circle runs, and over there nobody checks over there in the bush to Arctic Circle, right? The way they stopped you seemed a bit over the top. Yeah, exactly. They saw an expensive Mercedes. Oh, you saw it, right? Late at night, expecting to stole. Just, I don't know, man. I don't know what they were looking for, but it's just that I was blending in with traffic. I didn't stand out, except for that the car might stand out, but speed-wise or driving style-wise, I wasn't standing out. There is actually plenty of people in the daytime who hammers it and undertakes or whatever, like way more aggressive driving style than I had. So it was really weird for me. I just came at a surprise that they pulled me over. I'm like, huh? I would understand if I did some illegal move like undertaking or hammering it. That just came really out of the blue. But on the other hand, I've been pulled over by the police so many times, like I mentioned, the guy in Bodø, there's some kind of, I don't know what I should call him, like a freaking cowboy cop. He didn't have a measurement, but he just, oh shit, 20% left now. Didn't have a measurement, but he just wanted to lecture me about going too fast and overtaking the police. But I mean, dude, that happens all the time in Oslo. The police would drive exact at the speed limit, and there would be people overtaking them like 2, 3, even 5 kilometers per hour over the speed limit. And the police in Oslo, I'm not sure if they can do anything, like, but I think they know that it's going to be silly if they start pulling over people who overtake them going only 3 to 5 over the speed limit. They have fortunately some common sense over here, unlike that cowboy police in Bodø. He had nothing else to do at night. Yeah. No, scale. Oh, no. Okay. No. I didn't see a question mark, so I didn't know what you guys are talking about. There was a question. You asked me if I have put the car on the scale to check the weight yet. No, I haven't. Yeah, okay. Speaking of people hammering, the Skoda Fabia here That's the kind of car that's the kind of driving that the police might be going after. Because that would trigger 2 pricks. Well, okay, this is crazy, man. I'm going at 95 in the 90 zone here. And 95 in the 80 zone, and everyone is hammering it. Hammering it at Alnabru. Where we're now at Alnabru, actually on the opposite direction there, more or less, was when I was pulled over yesterday. And I'm just showing you that, well, I'm just hugging the left lane, because if I go behind the Skoda, the car will slow down, okay, whatever. And then I have no one behind me, but I'm just showing you guys that I'm cruising now at 95 on the GPS speed. It's 80 zone here. And I'm just going with the traffic flow. Yeah, okay, I should go behind that guy. Yes, I'm hugging the left lane. It's illegal. I know that. But yeah, I'm just showing you that over here in this area, Alnabru area, whatever, people drive at these speeds. Many times even faster. So I'm just going with the traffic flow. That's what I'm trying to say. DL6, noise. Why not ditch speed limits, huh? Huh? What? I'm not sure what the heck he's been smoking. Dots, yeah, I know it's dots, but you know, it's like I say left lane huggers. Technically, I think it's called left lane hoggers. And it's kind of funny because if your fart is too high, then you get more pricks on you. No, apparently people are hammering over here. And then they slow. Oh, okay, I forgot there's a curve. They slow down in the curves. Oh, Tony donated €5. Dankeschön. Now we can stay here because it's Sunday. On weekends we can camp the bus lane. I'm gonna test now. Okay, I feel it. All right. Next. All right. Next. Okay. I'd say it passes. Maybe not the most comfortable over those. What do you call it? Kumlok. Okay, we didn't have any delays now, I would deduct for anyway, so we're getting close now. 983, consumption is 451 before corrections. There's a Volvo there now. Police love using Volvos. Just have to do a check here. No extra screen. No, it's just a regular car. Manhole covers. Oh, okay, they're actually called manhole covers. Okay. Well, I'm down to 15%. Well, this is going to be close. Holy shit, what is the current legs consumption? 420 right now. 420 watt-hour per kilometer before correction. 425 actually. I was guessing 430, I think. Yeah, so okay. I had a good guess then. Yeah, my guess was 430. And we ended up 425. No, we're going to increase the speed now. Yeah. So the leg consumption might be 430 as I guessed. I was basing it on the Varberg to Spekerød leg. I saw how much I used then, and then from Spekerød to Strømstad leg, I saw that consumption. I was like, okay, place my bets now. Two times Model Y. I think it's more like 2.5 times Model Y and 3 times Model 3. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, maybe around. Yeah, Model Y might be hovering around 200. Yeah, what is it with no fix? Hey, what the heck? Oh, there. Speed fix. Okay, now I have speed again. Right? That's weird. I had no. Yeah. I have connection. I've paid attention. I have connection all the time with the GPS. So I'm pretty sure that I can trust the GPS speed. That app is quite good. That I use. GPS test or whatever it's called. It shows me the speed and elevation and also number of satellites. Google, for example, Google Maps shows you speed. GPS speed, but it doesn't show you anything else what's going around with the GPS status. Okay, 990 kilometers. Look at that, freaking left lane hugger. Oh, move over now, finally. So let me see, it's 456 watt-hour per kilometer now. No, it's we have to go 20 kilometers more. We have to go to 1012 because we have 1.2% over-reporting distance. And that actually perfectly matches with the remaining distance. Because we should count down a little bit past Yesholm, which is what we will do. So which means that if I don't take in account distance error at all, I will be randomly counting down like up to 20, 30 kilometers away from, actually no, plus minus, yeah. Could be something like 50 kilometer difference between the places I count down. Well, I did survive. That's good. A little bit past 10 now, right? So if I can just blast the heater in there in the garage and charge it up a little bit, and then ask wife if it's okay if I can bring Isabel with me for about an hour to Circle K. Maybe bring some books with me. Yeah, I've done it before. I remember I charged at the supercharger at Yemen. Brought some books and she was just hanging in there. Or maybe I can go to no, I kind of need to stay near the car because I'm recording it on a tripod. Yeah, it's true. Okay, before we start the recording, I'm gonna just go inside and buy her some ice cream or a bun or something she can eat. That could keep her occupied for at least 20 minutes, right? Right, down to 12%. 450. The consumption is dropping. 455 watt-hour per kilometer now on the total leg. And then this leg is now 423 watt-hour per kilometer. So it's close to what I was guessing. Yeah, right. But the time now is 1,000 kilometer time is 10:35. 995. Nice weather today, 10.5 degrees at the Oslo. But I think vertical panels makes perfect sense in Norway, like now. What, 11%? Wow. Okay, 997. Oh, swimming pool has been reduced to 15 degrees Celsius. I'm just preparing to clean it for the summer now and then shut it down. But I need someone to help me carry those big plates. Then I think it's too cold now. I mean, we could swim in today if it's sunny or if it's 15 degrees Celsius outside, as long as we do it in like noon, 11, noon, 1 in the afternoon. We get the sun and it becomes okay, but we kind of need to crank up the water temperature to 30 degrees Celsius. And then it becomes a big wave at night because it drops to actually 0 degrees or 5 degrees Celsius at night. And I haven't made that lid, the last lid yet. So I'll probably do that next year. But there was just a bit low activity there because trip and into the hospital, and we had many trips to Lilleputthammer. But maybe next year we want to spend more time in the pool and let the kids train more in being in the water. I need to train Isabel how to submerge in the water and actually learn how to swim. Yeah, as a 4-year-old. Or at least if she has at least some basic experience with water, that would be great. Okay, 1,000 has been hit. We're going for 1,012. Where is it? Oh, we have the 90 zone here. Yeah. But it's not that long. But okay, I should mention that. Why is it really that expensive? We're talking about 4 million NOK for G63 in Norway. At least 70% of that is taxes to Staten AS. Yeah, I might need to look 1 more minute here. There's a 90 zone here that stretches for a bit, so might need to round it down a bit. Okay, almost done. Again, I'm just following traffic, but over here it's 90 zone temporarily because they're building actually a pipeline from Gjesholm to Kløfta. But okay, I might need to correct for this. It might be a 30-second delay. I'm not sure exactly how much, 90 versus 110 for 3-4 kilometers. But okay, anyway, it's going to be countdown soon at 1012. Okay, now I have to go to a more exact number. There, 1005. 7 more kilometers. We are about to hit the 110 zone again. We are 1040. Oh, down to 8%. Very good estimation, I guess. What is the consumption now since start? Oh, 426 watt hour per kilometer. I was guessing 430. Like a ninja. Then we have a left lane hugger. Can you make up your mind? Are you gonna hammer or not? No? One 1008. Oh, I think some of these people are going to the airport. There's probably some Sunday morning. Yeah, I've seen this many times. 90% of the cars here, they suddenly exit towards Gardermoen. 1009. $1,010, almost there. All right, let's do the countdown. 9991, 9992, 9993, 9994, 9995, 9996, 9997, 9998, 9999. 1000 times 1010, it becomes 10 hours and 43 minutes. We need to round it up to 45, but I've decided, the dictator decided to round it down to 40 because of the slowdowns we had, yeah, and Baustelle and so on. Wow, look at that, 5% left. And okay, check consumption. Let's see here. No, that was, I was guessing. Okay, that's actually 447 watt hour per kilometer. I was guessing 427. I was guessing 430, spot on for that leg. And then total was 455 watt hour per kilometer. Wow! The slow clap for Geländewagen. Ja, alles gut. Let's go home. Wait, I might want to pump up. Wait, or I'm at 4% now. Oh, how much range do I have? Do you have enough to go home? Yeah, I hope so. I just took the shit. 20% power left. Yeah, so 1040. I calculated 10. I think 1030, but that was based on 15 degrees test. So it actually makes sense. When it's colder, then it becomes 10 minutes slower. Okay, good. It's the fastest brick on 1,000 kilometer challenge. What, is that a question? Range at 4%. Are you asking or? Let me see. Now I need to get somewhere. Hongxi, 366 watt-hour per kilometer. 10. Oh, Hongxi was slower, but the consumption was reduced power. Turn mode. Well, if it claims 11 kilometers, then we should be able to go 11 kilometers. Okay. Set 100. It's like 105 GPS speed. Just slow poke. No, actually 110 on the. Okay, let's turn off HVAC. I'm gonna stay on. No big deal. But I'm at 4% now. We are around 5 kilometers away from home, or from Bremen. I might want to top up. Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever. I just go and top up in the garage. If I top up at the supercharger, I will heat up the battery slightly, but it might cool it down afterwards. So I don't know the battery temp. What is the G450D? What is that? Diesel? A dual motor? Rear-wheel drive? Same category, Ford F-150. Oh, but this is a pickup truck. 447, wow. Wow, that was a lot slower. An hour slower. But the F-150 is not charging that fast, and yeah, well, the consumption is roughly the same. Huh. Oh, diesel, okay. Oh, 3%. Hilfa? Dude, I don't like running into slow poke on the road. It's got to be a Toyota, of course. Well, but I think, wait, what was the battery in the F-150 again? Well, here we have a relatively big battery. No, the Ford was only 98, 99 something kilowatt hour. Yeah, it was kind of small, disappointing, the small battery. But they have, of course, bigger, Lariat, whatever it's called, it's a bigger battery. Well, I'm not really hammering it. I'm going at 103 on the GPS. Don't dare to go too fast. I mean, I could probably go faster. Because I'm around 2 kilometers away from home. And the government claims 7 kilometers or max 11 kilometers. So, but this turned into the 0 mile test then. No, they have low consumption because they drive slow. That's how it is. Because we already tested, the BZ4X is not that efficient. Model Y is way more efficient. Okay, put on the G roar. Maybe we get extra power. Oh, there's no power here. Shit. I floor it and there's nothing here. It's like the TDI without the T. Wow. Okay, let's just limp back home then. Right, we need to turn on the G roar. Vroom. Okay, I have 20% power limit, 2% left. Okay, let's floor it. Huh? Turtle mode. Oh shit, man, this car has turtle mode already at 6%. Okay, what the hell? Let's plug it in the garage, do a quick, well, okay, I can, maybe I can pull the cable out, or, okay, no big deal. I feel like I just want to quickly charge it, but, well, if I must, I will walk over and get the EcoFlow. Yeah, I've used EcoFlow so long that my audience know what it is. You know, it's like if you say Walkman or Thermos, or what else is it? Just Xerox. You know, what else is it? They're like strong brands that you tie to something. Dyson. Well, actually, what is Dyson? They make vibrators also, right? Or, you know, so the EcoFlow for me is like the emergency power bank, but of course they make a lot of other stuff also. TomTom, yeah. Jeep. How is initial pickup when there is no power limit on the delays? Well, yeah, it is kind of slow altogether. One car charge, huh? Well, it doesn't not really. Well, I could charge Marcus' Bil on the supercharger for free, right? I have supercharger at Remen. I could use that adapter, vehicle to load adapter. I can then. Wonder if I should just do that for fun, right? I fill up Marcus Bil's Model 3 at the Remen, just 1.5 kilometers away, and then I come home and I fill in the G-Wagon with it. I can, yeah, they're gonna send me a new version, by the way, of that thing, so that I will get a blue plug. I get 32 amp single phase, so I get 7.4 kilowatt instead of a 2 Shuko over there, right? Marcus Bil, well, he's on vacation now, so he's technically not back. Man, they can't turn off the car if I open the trunk.
Excuse me, please don't forget your phone.
Okay, I'm not gonna forget my phone. Pardon? Oh, I made it here with 2% left, 20% power limit. It's kind of interesting. Okay, let me know in the comment section if you want me to do a 0-mile test with this car. Well, okay, anyway, I just got an idea. Why? Because the auto is on. You should halt it. Halt the auto.
Excuse me, you've forgotten your phone.
Yeah, thank you. Pardon? Did you forget your phone here? Yes, I did. It's this phone. This car scanner phone. We have to check cost now. I think we're charging now. What was it? What's this? It's zero. Let's turn off that thing. Oh, that one. Okay. Let me check what's going on. Status here. Okay, they're awake, right? Live and kicking. Okay, they should be downstairs, the kids. Okay, so I'll... Okay, need to check that. Okay, so now I'm charging, right? Let me check here. Just plug in. Let's see, how much is charging price? Okay, it's not that high. It's gonna be a little bit cheaper today. Okay, well, that's fine. I'm getting 10 kilowatts now. Let me check here. Go there and then no home and then charge. Yeah, I'm charging 11 kilowatt. Okay, that's good. I think what I'm gonna do is just get 5% or maybe even not that, and then I can crawl over to Yemen, top up there quickly, and then do the actual recording at Ionity DAR. Yeah, to heat up the battery stepwise like that. All right, now I'm gonna do the end shot, and then I'm done. I can go inside. But actually, okay, let me see. Am I gonna fire up this and then charge up something here? End shot coming. Kids have been up for at least 2 hours. I think wifey wants some relief from the kids. So that's fine. I'm still awake, so I can take Isabel with me to Ionity Dawn, feed her with some ice cream or some shit. Yeah, she never says no to ice cream, you know? Then I can get the charging test done. She could even just run around there. There's some grass and stuff over there. Okay, let me see. This, yeah, I'll take it off. But yeah, guys, nice. I mean, you know, the thing is that some cars, they are just pure shit. You know, software shit. Here, software is kind of okay. I mean, it's some nice part and some not so nice parts. Like this car doesn't estimate percent at arrival, right? Like, huh? What the heck? What? Don't they share the same software as EQS or EQE or the DLA? You know, or the CLA? I mean, wait, did I squeeze? No, I didn't. Okay. They can't calculate the brick. Yeah. Okay, that's almost full there, but about this back, just checking if my camera's ready for the action. Oh, okay, okay. Let me switch the switch. In case I'm gonna go charge. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna go record at the Ionity DAR. Is my cameras are ready. If wife is okay with that, I will grab Isabel. Come with me if you want to charge. Come with me if you want ice cream. She will not say no to that. Like, Isabel, you wanna come with daddy? She says, yeah. You wanna go to Circle K and get ice cream? She'll be like, yeah, hell yeah. I don't know what's up with kids and ice cream, man. But oh yeah, whatever. If that's the way for us to get the work done, then that's the way it works. I guess it's not the worst thing she can put in your mouth, right? We have avoided until now, like even now, we have avoided giving her candies and like brownie or cake or something really sweet. We avoid it. She gets fruit, almost unlimited amount of fruits. Ice cream sometimes, but yeah. Okay. I need to. I went out. It's kind of hot in here, but it's natural AC nowadays. It's cold in the morning. It's 10.5 degrees. Yeah, the AC is usually operate when the outlet of the AC is like the portable AC I have usually operates at around outputs 10 or 15 degrees. So when it's 15 outside, it doesn't run the compressor. It just pulls in the air or something. I don't know. It just blows out some air. Okay. Anyway, I need to get ready here. I need to say something. It does that headrest automatic thing. Okay. I mean, this is still a nice car. Like, you know, I mean, it's sturdy, great feel over it. It's good stereo. I already mentioned it during the drive, but I mean, it's overall a great car. I feel like okay, you get what you pay for, but I feel like you might pay it like if the Chinese made something like this, you know, a Chinese Geländewagen, they would just call it Geländewagen. You know, they call it slightly different, right? They call it the J wagon. Yeah. Like that no, the BYD has a thing that the Young Wang U8 or whatever, right? That's probably the equivalent of this, but I think that car can actually float and do some crazy shit that this car wouldn't be able to do, and that BYD probably cost half of this. But I still feel like it's sturdy, you know, great design on most things, and this Mercedes, you know, interior nice, and it's just you're paying for the brand. Yeah, it's like Louis Vuitton, right? Like Gucci, right? You're paying for the brand, for the design, for the timeless look. Yeah, they know they can take the price, you know. Burst truck, yeah. But it performs okay, you know, and good comfort. Like it runs mostly smooth, but I feel like it did some weird auto steer give up cancellation without notifying, and it doesn't have that charging thing, and also the whole on off and the whole software experience here is not as good as what it could be. I mentioned it with Tesla and Neo. I don't know if you guys heard it, but when the car was running, it would not open the charge port. I was like, really? I didn't never notice this. So you have to stop the car first, then you can open the charge port. Why? It's a freaking electric car. It's not the fossil car. I know, probably because they have a mechanical thing from the fossil world, that the fossil G63 or any fossil, you're not allowed to open the fuel lid when the engine is running. But they didn't reprogram that shit here because it's, you know, it's electric. Off-road. Well, I wasn't at the event. Yeah, it has really impressive off-road capabilities compared to my Model X I had before. Elaborate. Well, but I already said it. Like, it lacks the estimation at arrival. You know, the whole on-off power on state is kind of weird, and then I don't remember some other stuff here in the software. I feel like the software is not that polished. It's kind of messy in the menu and stuff. Right? Like the pull-down menu doesn't have that many hotkeys and stuff, and the screen is kind of small. You know, so but they try to make it to keep the classic. You know, they're not gonna ruin the classic look like the Renault 5, for example, or the ID Bus, right? It's just completely different than the original. But here they kept it as original as possible, and I think that's actually, you know, good. It's kudos to Mercedes for doing that, but they could have done it better with the software, you know, and just, yeah. So I'm gonna have a little like end shot here. Need to, okay, now I cool down the car a little bit. It's good, and then I get ready. Maybe okay, I'm gonna control the light on this side. I don't want too much light behind me. There, I think one is enough. Yeah, the other one keep falling off anyway. Gen G-Wagon never have Hong Kong EV. Yeah, okay. And then, well, would 800-volt architecture make any difference? Well, yeah, I mean, the car is kind of charging on its limits now. I felt that the cable was warm, but I mean, as long as you have liquid cooled cable, no problem. You can still go 230 kilowatt flat until 80%. So I still think there is more potential there. But I think the room for improvement here is in the efficiency. Well, I'm not sure if they they can change much there, because the car is boxy. They need to make it more aerodynamic, which ruins the whole thing, right? So, well, yeah, with 800-volt architecture, you could get another battery tech that charges at 600 kilowatt, for example. You know, or get this Shenzhen battery. With 600 kilowatt charging, it actually makes a difference, because you saw that I charge 60%. I can then charge 80% or even 90% within 15-20 minutes, and then I will actually have more range on each charge. You can actually brute force it like that, and then still have that not so good, that shitty consumption, but it almost, I mean, it makes less impact on the trip, or it actually, you know what I mean, right? Okay, well, first I need to check the time. I need to check the table, and then I'm gonna make a little wrap up. 1040. Well, there's a bunch of cars here. e-tron 55, well, that's kind of old. e-tron, Citroen, Polestar 2 before, okay, BYD, okay, whatever, it's still, okay. I'm not going to mention too much about the cars that it could match, but, okay. No, but estimation was 1030. Let me just check it and have sound. Oh, sound. So why was this 10 minutes slower than my estimation? Well, my estimation was based on... So in the previous video... Well, okay, this thing needs to stay there. I don't want it to fall off during the clip here. You guys don't see it, but it's kind of... Okay, there. Kind of wedging it there. Okay, there. Hope it stays there. Okay, there we go. So in my... So in the previous video, I estimated that this car would do it in 1030. Why was it 1040? Well, because my estimation was based on 15 degrees Celsius daytime run, but then this night we were at lower temperature. So it makes sense. The consumption was a bit higher than expected, you know, or I mean, versus the day run. But 1040 is still a respectable time for this freaking beast. So, you know, as you guys have seen in this video, Mercedes, they try to keep the G-Wagon or the G-Class, right, as original as possible. And I think that they should get kudos for that, because when you look at the Renault 5 or the ID Bus, they change it to the point where it's not recognizable anymore. But here, they kept it as original as possible when it comes to the door, like freaking...
Excuse me, your phone is still in the car.
Okay. And just listen to it inside here, you know. Wait, let's do that again. I actually don't need this. Okay. Okay. So 1030 was my original estimation, but that was based on a day run, and then now I did it in 1040, but it was a night run with colder temperatures. So actually, it makes sense. But you know, this let me see, what was it called? What was it called? Yeah, it's called G-Class. But okay, whatever. I don't use that name, but I just go for Geländewagen. No, it wasn't 300, huh? No, it wasn't 300 watt hour per kilometer. But okay, whatever. I think it's actually not needed. Okay, I could just quickly mention that. So if you guys are wondering, I estimated that it would be 10.5 hours. Why was it 1040? Well, because my day run was based on that, you know. But then that was 15 degrees Celsius. Tonight it was lower temperature, so that's why the consumption was higher, and then we spent 10 minutes extra. But it's roughly in that ballpark. But I mean, 1040 is still a respectable time. Okay, this is still a boxy car, you know. But I gotta give Mercedes some kudos here that they kept the G-Wagon or the Geländewagen as original as possible. When you look at the Renault 5, you know, I used to own Renault 5. That was my very first car I got from my mom in the year of 2001, 2000 it was. That Renault 5 and today's Renault 5 is very different. And the same, well, I never owned this, but the ID Bus or the original bus is quite different. But here, I feel like the Geländewagen has been kept as original as possible. Like, you know, the door, the hinges, the design, the you know, like everything is just sturdy, rock sturdy. Like when you lock it here on the inside, dude, oh, man, I keep pressing the wrong button. It's like this. Holy shit, man! It's really loud on the inside. You need to experience on the inside. In case you guys are wondering, I estimated 10.5 hours originally, but that was in a day run with 15 degrees Celsius. This night it was colder, so naturally the consumption was higher, and that's why it was 1040. But I mean, 1040 is still a respectable time. And then when it comes to the whole car, you know, yeah, it's not perfect. The software could get better tuning. The whole on-off, I think it's based on the fossil platform. There, you don't want to open the fuel lid when the engine is running. I feel like they could have done a little bit more. Yeah, so it's not perfect. Whoa. Oh shit. Yeah, it just locked. But you know, that's the crazy part, is that Mercedes, they kept this Geländewagen, this G-Wagon, as original as possible. I used to own a Renault 5. That was my very first car my mom bought for me in year of 2000. And the Renault 5, the modern electric Renault 5, is really different from the original. And the same with Volkswagen ID Bus. I would expect that to happen. Oh shit, man. And it's freaking Sunday. I don't want to wake up the neighbors here. Okay, let's try again. I don't know why the heck that thing went in the first place. In case you guys are wondering, initially I estimated 10.5 hours, but that was based on 15 degrees Celsius day run. And then this night it was colder, and then naturally the consumption went higher, and then we needed 10 minutes extra. But you know, can you improve this car? Well, yes, you could do more in the software. For example, like the charge port that wouldn't open. I think it's because in a fossil world you don't want the fuel cap to be open if the engine is running, so it is like a safety feature, but they just haven't reprogrammed it for the electric. Same like there's no electric estimation when you navigate, right? Unlike the EQS or EQE or even the CLA I tested. So I feel like there's like a little oversight, but I feel like they Mercedes, they tried to make this car as original as possible, because my very first car was a Renault 5 1986 model, right? And the today's Renault 5 was not as it didn't look the same as the original. The same for the ID Bus and the old Volkswagen Bus. They just completely changed it. But here, I feel like they kept it as original as possible. Like it's like a tank, you know. The door, the hinges, the front windscreen. It's just built to be abused, right? And then just listen to when you lock the car from the inside, like what's up with that? I mean, okay, everyone who knows Geländewagen know this is just the way it is, but it's pretty cool they kept it like this. But you know, overall, I feel like it is a nice car. I actually love it, even though it's thirsty. Yeah, I know, you know, but I think it's just a cool car, and it's also comfy. And actually, the car is not too annoying to drive, unlike maybe some of the Chinese cars that might annoy the heck out of me. Okay, yes, some of the software you guys have seen is a bit annoying, but still, you know, overall, it's comfortable, spacious-ish, you know, good sound system, very good soundproofing, good seats, you know, and what the heck, man? No. The freaking is gonna trigger the alarm here. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. The key fob is here, but I think I accidentally pushed the button here, but you know, the interior is great, you know. Overall, the car is awesome, and okay, I haven't tried the off-road capabilities, but it's also very good, like I experienced in the test drive event. So the car really delivers. It's just that it is expensive, but that's just how it is, you know. You can go for a cheap BYD Jeep lookalike instead, right? And maybe even get better performance, but that's not a Geländewagen. Yeah, so you buy the brand like Louis Vuitton or Chanel, right? Oh, no, don't, stop that. What the heck is going on? Shit, man. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but yeah. So overall, great car. If there would be something they could improve, though, is that, you know, they're not gonna ruin the aesthetics and the whatever and make the car more efficient and look like a Tesla. So they're gonna keep it inefficient. But what they could do is maybe improve the battery tech. Put in some what Mercedes do they use CATL? Or, I don't know. You could put maybe the CATL Shenzhen battery, right? The 12C battery here. Maybe go even slightly lower in the capacity, or maybe keep it the same. But let's say if you have the 600, you could take 600 kilowatt charging. How would that be different for my test today? Well, you saw that I charged to 60% only, because even that took 20 minutes. I could then instead spend maybe 15 minutes to 80%, or maybe spend a couple of extra minutes to 90%, and then I can actually utilize more of the battery. And then, even though the car is thirsty, I could drive 200 kilometers maybe, or at least 150, 160 instead of just 100 kilometers. So it would then make the car more usable for long drive. I mean, it's not useless as you saw today. It's just that I wanted to time it for the maximum speed, and I could go a little bit slower, 5 minutes slower, and still make it, you know, comfortable. So overall, great car, one of the coolest cars actually. And also, now we need to, this car has been crowned to be the thirstiest beast ever, even thirstier than EQV. Okay, roughly on par with the Ford F-150 Lightning, but that's a freaking pickup truck that is a lot bigger here. So, all right, anyway, awesome, man, to the G-Wagon, Geländewagen for the win. That's gonna be for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. Man, that was a 5-minute wrap-up. Okay, anyway, I'm done. Let me, wait, okay. I charged you 5%. I finally nailed it. I don't know, I have so many failed tries there, but okay. At least I did. I felt like this ending could be slightly longer, like now, but 5 minutes, really? Okay, but I felt like I just had to say a couple of things about this car. And probably people might watch the summary because they just want to know, okay, how was it? Okay, you know, yeah, okay. So, but I feel like there was a slight shortcoming in this version of the battery and so on. Mainly because, yeah, the car is so thirsty. Yeah, if this, like when you have this battery in the EQS, no problem. Actually, when you have this battery in the EQS SUV, even the EQS SUV is way more efficient than this car. Then it will also be no problem. But this car here, the brick, then it becomes slow-ish. Yeah. Okay, I'm ready to leave. So that's it. I will clean up here later. You guys, thank you so much for the live stream. It was awesome. It's nice to see so many people on online for once. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. You can't do that for they just went bananas, which is cool. You know, they didn't make like a lame bravery drive of this. You know, they actually made it so that you could off-road it and just, you know, punish the car. And yeah, okay, a little bit on the yeah, but hopefully they can improve this with better battery tech, and it will be a lot better for that kind of long trip. But for local driving, no problem, man. That's why probably what 90% of the cars will be used for anyway. Well, anyway, guys, thank you so much for the time, and we're gonna talk again and have a nice Sunday, yeah, drive. Talk to you guys later. I will maybe live stream. I'll see what I'll do. I might want to try some Sunday drive, but like you know, like I did with the CLA, just like a half-day Sunday drive, because I just want to see how thirsty this car is when we go slow. It's probably also going to be the thirstiest Sunday drive. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, talk to you guys later then. Bye bye.